Book 2. Year 78, Month 1. An eruption. A fine way to start the new year. The damned volcano erupted and destroyed every single thing near it. About half of my beetles failed to escape, so they died, all buried under debris, dust, lava, rocks, and all the other things volcanoes spit out. I figured volcanoes, especially those that still pumped out lava, would be somewhat dangerous, but I forgot about the risk, as I didn't see any major eruption. I was lulled into complacency, and thought it was one of those stable volcanoes. That said, I wondered why my roots didn't sense the seismic movements. I recalled, back on Earth, volcanoes generated tremors or minor quakes before they eventually erupted. Did the magic in this world mess with such processes? Oh well, this was just a minor setback. A bit of delay to my volcano expansion plans. If life went too easy, I'd probably think something bad was going to happen. That probably pushed my plans back by a couple of months, to let the volcano's environment settle. Also, for me to rebuild my forces before attempting another assault on the magma golems that spawned closer to the now partly exposed caldera. I was eager to test out the new large beetles in combat, since these creatures were larger, with bigger legs and horns. I really wanted to see how they performed against those golems. But I had to wait. So I turned my attention to the next few things I had in mind. In New Freaka, we had a massive hall with a few external biolabs, and Jura helped to guide the Valtrian soldiers. The hall itself was filled with animals and plants gathered from the region over the last month. The men were mostly idle, so we sent them out on gathering missions to collect different kinds of plants and animals, as many as they could find, whatever they'd not seen before or whatever they noticed that was different from New Freaka, then bring it back. With this small bounty, I went through all the plants and animals they'd brought back. The soldiers, with Jura's supervision, loaded the biolabs, 5 of them located side by side, with specimens. After the biological analysis, some soldiers were tasked with moving our collection to designated patches of unused lands, where another group with farming or planting skills would attempt to replant these specimens. My intention was simple. There was a lack of plant diversity in the valley, and that needed to be addressed. I hoped to somehow unlock more unique trees, like the ginseng trees, so that I could produce new items. By expanding and discovering new species of crops, it would improve the variety of my subsidiary tree, crops. The first step of analyzing the plants took 5 days, and the animals another 4 days. The reason I asked for the animals was to throw off whoever was observing us on the goal of getting more plant varieties. But it was a waste not to analyze the animals since they were already collected. After the animals were scanned by the biolabs, they were placed in an area that was meant to be a menagerie. New crop species unlocked: wheat, jackfruit, light corn, black potato, rye, red hops, blueberry, fireberry. New tree type unlocked: common herbal bushes. Bushes containing a wide variety of herbs. Herb varieties appear at random. How's the register coming along? It'll take some time, Counsel. A young junior herbalist responded while he and his assistants bowed. Understood, but this is something the tree spirit wants completed as soon as possible. They nodded. Trevor and Dimitri had separately built a compilation of the plants of the valley and their characteristics, which they could identify using the data from the biolabs. But I had Jura hire an herbalist to start work on a physical copy of a register, just to compare the kind of information an herbalist would normally take down, and one prepared by my tree minds. The herbalist, together with the gardeners and other farmhands, would later be assigned as the ones tasked with management of the gardens within the wider compound of the Valtrian Order. It was one of those odd jobs in an organization growing larger. I'd left the animals gathered through this collection, exercise in the care of the rangers and others like them. From the refugees, there was some with the right skill set. Rangers, flock tenders, and herders also possessed some skills with animals, so they were best suited for the task of caring for the collection of animals. It wasn't a perfect match in terms of skill and job class, but oh well. Maybe they'd gain a better version of the class someday. Year 78, Month 2. The Valtrian Order had a separation exercise. The military force we observed was a little too large for my liking, and from what I could see, their competencies were lacking. So, like what companies did when their staff size was not optimal, or when their payroll costs were too high, we had retrenchments. I briefly imagined myself as that dude from TV, walking up to guys who didn't make the cut, saying, "You're fired." But that's not exactly a nice way to do things. Jura and the captains identified those who were not so good at their jobs, based on their performance during the collection exercise, and then they spoke to those non-performing soldiers whether they had other secondary talents they didn't reveal to us. We offered them an opportunity to take part in the other roles happening in the Order if they had some interest or relevant skill sets. If they didn't, we gave them a small payout and sent them on their way. I wanted to hire herbalists and all those other specialists. To do so, I needed money. And money, sadly, didn't grow on trees. So I had to streamline the payroll and prioritize areas where I wanted skills and people. One must cut away the rotting branch for a new one to grow, eliminate the deadwood or non-productive parts. Even though we tried to be diplomatic about it, there was still plenty of crying, anger, and cussing. I feared retaliation. Ivy.
Yes, Master.
Monitor those we've fired. See whether they do anything unusual. Let me know if there's any attempted retaliation, but do not interfere unless I instruct you to do so.
As you command.
Ivy was my new tree-mind assistant, and her assigned task was monitoring the Valtrian Order and its interaction with the citizens, reporting any unusual matters. I also tasked her to observe all financial and trade transactions within New Freaka. Monitoring the activities of about 3,000 to 4,000 employees of the Valtrian Order was a laborious affair, even with my trees everywhere, and Ivy pretty much had little capacity to do anything else. A part of me felt like I had become that which I hated in my past life, the big brother that intruded on everyone's privacy, or that overly micromanaging boss who looked through everything I did with a fine-toothed comb. Despite that, this was a magical world, and I had to pick the bigger baddie here. I acknowledged my faults in doing so, but curbing corruption and finding traitors took priority. Survival trumped privacy. For now. Even in their somewhat perilous situation, people would find ways to cheat or steal, to take a little more for themselves. So I thought I would be ready since I knew about it and knew it existed. I knew nobody was innocent, but Ivy's report still stunned me. The extent of misconduct was massive. Almost all of the employees engaged in at least one minor misconduct with surprising regularity. It was usually relatively small, like a coin or two per transaction, or a little slip of coin to move up the queue in the burial services. Some soldiers would steal utensils from the mess hall and bring them home for their families. Or they intentionally tore or stole a piece of uniform so they could use the cloth for something else. Administrative staff stole paper or writing equipment. When Ivy first reported the extent of such things, I just felt mad. I almost wanted to lash out in anger and kill all these people.
Were you expecting saints from these former refugees? The fact that they adapted to a new way of life so quickly is admirable.
Mila sometimes dispensed a bit of wisdom. Well, True, this world didn't possess a properly regimented education system to teach a sense of morals, and parents trying to survive probably had a different set of morals than me. Even if there were some attempts to create a good education system, there wasn't enough time or stability for its effects to really sink in, since the world got hammered by the Demon King with great regularity. If there was anywhere with a proper education system, it was probably in those fantasy places, the mountaintop cloud cities, the moving giant islands, or the walking towers of the great deserts, if such places existed. I also wondered how many years of formal education the citizens of New Freaka had. Ultimately, after some thinking, I decided to just have the worst offenders retrenched and just put up with the minor infractions among the rest. Perhaps someday I would have a group of morally upright employees, but for now these were the cards I had, and unlike a game of cards, I couldn't redraw.
Should I continue monitoring them, Master?
Ivy was not fond of the task, but she still obeyed.
Well, yes. It's taking up most of my processing ability. Filtering through all the language and small talk was really challenging.
Ah, well, fine. Will it help if you restrict the scope to within our compounds and just the area around them?
A lesser area would mean less to monitor, so yes, it will help a bit. But I estimate it'll still use up 70% of my available processing power.
Unfortunately, I'll need someone to watch these guys. Please bear with it. Maybe it'll get easier once you gain some levels.
As you command.
Year 78. Month 2 continued. The first large beetles emerged from their pods. The volcano started to stabilize, so I sent the large volcano-adapted beetles on their first missions. That was why they were created, after all. Their initial combat performance was encouraging, as they easily defeated the lesser monsters. But their first encounter with the massive magma golems was disappointing. Though they now had the size, they still lacked the necessary firepower to take out the golems. At least they could take 3 punches from the golems before dying, unlike regular beetles who just got squashed underfoot. According to Jura and the data gathered from the Adventurers Guild in New Freaka, magma golems were considered monsters for adventurers around the level 50 to 60 with suitable gear. A person with suitable skills could possibly take one out at level 40. Given that my regular beetles were a match of soldiers around level 20 to 30, I guess the large beetles still needed a lot more upgrades to give those magma golems a good fight. Back to the research queue. Tree Stage 1 research option unlocked. 13 months remaining. Beetle Anti-Magma Armors Stage 2. 4 months remaining. Tree Volcanic Adaptation Stage 3. 13 months remaining. Roots Volcanic Mineral Harvesting Stage 1. 3 months remaining. Following the acquisition of the various new plant species, I had both Dimitri and Trevor attempt to use their abilities to improve the plant diversity in the valley. To some extent, the valley on both sides was largely dominated by my type of tree, though at least the 3 Tree of Mana granted some visual varieties. I needed to look up some pollens and bees, and flowering plants as well. Oh well. At least with the improved inflow of gems and rare crystals, I'd managed to upgrade the root net to support a larger capacity of tree energy. The upgraded root net would take up to 100,000 normal trees, which also meant more artificial souls. I'd probably make some more tree mines to take some load off Ivy, since the task of monitoring so many people was monumental. Tree, I've got a proposal. Huh? A proposal from Alexis? Well, let's hear it. I've been talking to Mila, and I'm thinking of using the biolab to make a body. Not a full flesh and blood kind of body, since it's clearly not at that level.
but I'm thinking of experimenting with tree folk corpses as a transition between regular sentient species and, well, trees. Huh. Well, my theory was that tree folk exist as some kind of magical evolutionary in between a tree and regular humans. So looking at tree folk was a good starting point to figure out what the magical mechanics within their body are that allows them to do what they do. So you're asking for my permission to do this experiment? Yes. The goal was to be able to create flexible wooden, armor as a vessel for souls. I think she means robots. She wanted to create a body for herself. Well, there was still that dryad body formed from her corpse. Maybe she'd forgotten about that already. I am rather fond of the tree folk. They give me no trouble, have shown willingness to defend the valley when instructed, and have been polite and respectful whenever contacted. Ah, so that's a no? I will ask the tree folk for their permission. Conducting autopsies on the dead should be approved by their kin. That makes sense. Well, Alexis seemed to understand that at least. There was also one other thing. Huh? I'm thinking of expanding. I'll need space, and materials, and some of your beetles. What do you mean? I reached level 30, and I have this new skill called Locational Survey Tools. It allows me to take control of a few beetles and place research equipment on them, and this will speed up research on environmental resistances, kind of making a research-oriented scout out of the beetle. I can operate two at any one time. Actually, I thought that sounded a bit like the moon buggy, but an actual bug. Or perhaps the Mars rover. Fascinating. She went into the whole science route, which made sense as a spirit haunting a massive research biolab. Would a flying bug with this be essentially a flying science vessel? Fine, you get 2 beetles. Let me know what materials you need. Alexis clapped her ghostly hands in joy. Thank you. The tree folk chiefs visited a few days later. 3 of them. The one from before and 2 I hadn't met. It seemed their number had increased over the years, as immigration brought more and more tree folk to the valley. It was an honor to be summoned by the tree spirit. The 3 tree folk prostrated themselves before me. I had forgotten they revered tree spirits. Your presence bathes the entire valley in a warm energy that fuels our health and gives us strength. Wait, did my powers work on tree folk? Why did he talk like he did? Holy cow, if it did, that opened up a giant can of worms I needed to explore. You feel my presence? The oldest of the tree folk, the one I'd met before, still prostrating on the floor, was the one to speak. We always have. The energy and radiance through the roots. Each step we take, we feel your growing dominion. Even in the depths of winter, we feel and share in the warmth through our rooted feet. Wait, is he trying to just suck up to me? Anyway, let's get down to it. The reason I wish to speak to you is to talk about the dead and the deceased. I'd like to first understand about cultural norms, where the body of the deceased tree folk is normally split into many parts, some as tools, fertilizer, and some as ornaments. Is this an unbreakable rule? And is there any taboo around giving them to me for my studies? The tree folk chieftains all shared a glance, and then the same elder tree folk raised his head to respond. It is a cultural practice. Most families will want to keep their deceased family members' bodies to assimilate into their own. If you want a body, we would have to provide one without any family members, as I doubt any of ours would part with it. Every bit of a tree folk should be recycled,
I see. Interesting. Very well, then. That will have to do. And you can stand up now. You've prostrated long enough.
I'm not sure whether Vice Consul Laufen has relayed our message previously, one of the other treefolk chiefs said.
Oh? What was this about?
It's regarding the recent gifts to the children. While the rest of the population benefit from it, we, the treefolk, do not.
Huh. So is this a complaint? We were wondering whether we can get something more suited for our young saplings.
Oh, customer feedback. Now, why didn't Laufen tell me about it?
When was this message delivered to Vice Consul Laufen? The three chieftains looked at each other. Last week, perhaps, when she came to deliver a gift for our newest sapling. Speaking of treefolk mating and childbirth, they were actually really interesting and different from the rest of the humanoid races, although they also had humanoid-like appearances. There were actually a few ways treefolk mated, and it depended on the male, female, or whether the treefolk was a hermaphrodite, containing the mating organs of both. In short, treefolk retained their own plant-like mating systems, yet also incorporated the mating systems of humanoids. Their available ways of mating included actually having intercourse, a form of pollen fertilization, where the female organs opened up for the male organs to fertilize, or, oddly, and perhaps unique to treefolk, via third parties, usually an insect or a carrier like a bee or a butterfly, that carried the fertilized pollens from the male organs to the female, who then, if she judged the pollens to be suitable, allowed it to fertilize him, her. Apparently, it was taboo for a treefolk to self-fertilize, for the hermaphrodites, but in times of great disaster, it was permitted to keep up the treefolk numbers. There was also another external variant of mating, in which the female organ produced empty seeds, something like an unfertilized egg, which she could leave in a specified location for any interested male treefolk to leave their seed. Most subspecies of treefolk were able to produce large quantities of such unfertilized eggs. The decision to either go for an external or internal mating variant was a choice of the treefolk, whether the female wanted quantity or quality, because internally carried treefolk would emerge much stronger, bigger, and longer-lived. If the male or female was strongly magically attuned, internal mating and carrying the baby within the female also had a higher likelihood of passing off the magical talent to the child. The only plant-like reproduction system not retained by the treefolk was the grafting or cutting methods, since the soul couldn't be severed in two. Only one part of the body would retain the soul, and the part without the soul would wither away without the sustenance of the soul's presence. So, given the huge variety of ways in which a baby was carried, or the condition of which a new sapling was created, I could see why the humanoid child care center was not suitable. I mean, I would have to figure out how to adapt. Ding! New subsidiary tree type unlocked. Treefolk incubation pods. A subsidiary tree filled with multiple pods, used to incubate and nourish fertilized and germinating external seeds. New subsidiary tree type unlocked. Treefolk nursery. Makes sapling-friendly, nutrient-rich foods. Can also make special sap for pregnant treefolk mothers or females to boost quality and health of their fetus or eggs. Damn it. I kept forgetting how much the system liked this kind of stuff. I was even betting there were extra points because they were treefolk. Maybe I'd also get new equipment when I put the treefolk under the biolab. At least I had something. Chieftains, I'll have something for you soon. Year 78, Month 3. This volcano thing is going to take a lot longer if you don't find some other kind of power-up. Huh? Alexis's modified drone beetle made the journey to the volcano. Her research tree had a root that transformed into some kind of garage-like structure where the beetles were stored and modified. So that was the first of many bombshells. Although your large beetles can take a few punches, the magma golems are way stronger than your large beetles. I estimate you need at least 10 upgrades before you get anywhere near defeating them with 3 large golems. The gap was just too large. If I estimate the golems as level 60 threats, your large beetles right now are about level 35. And if each research upgrade gives 2 levels worth of strength, you will easily need 10 to 15 upgrades just to be at equal rank, not considering elemental and type weaknesses. I was sad. A tree conquering a volcano. Say it again. A tree conquers a volcano. Man, that just sounds absurd. I recommend finding alternatives. Something to breach the weaknesses. Find an elemental type that allows a good counter. Water or cold type? Or even wind? I totally didn't hear that. I was just too wrapped up in sadness. Maybe my approach was wrong. What if I was not looking to conquer the volcano, but absorb it? Could I terraform the volcano? Alter the surroundings? So, as I was saying, magic would help. Think about it. Magic casting beetles. Huh? Oh, wait, Alexis was talking. Sorry, could you repeat? I wasn't paying attention. She sighed. I mean, you need magic. Or water. Acid's not going to work on the magma golems. It's just, science? Water. Spells. Okay. But damn, there must be other ways about it. Or would it be better to just focus on one area of the volcano, like a safe zone? Any other observations from your probe? The information I had was from what I could see via my subsidiary trees, but maybe she saw something else. The mana density is quite high, but I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with it. It's not a pleasant kind of mana. Ah, yes, mana. The weird thing that everyone's soul produced, also produced by things like ley lines and certain objects. From the bodies I had examined, there were certain colors to each mana, and it seemed mine was primarily blue, which was why it was the first color I unlocked. The colors, type of mana, and the quality of it had tremendous influence on the way it felt and behaved. In a way, the description by most common mages was that mana was like air. There was stale air, good air, bad air, smelly air, dry air, wet air. I wondered whether mana took the form of some kind of special atom. What was mana at its smallest unit? And why did the soul produce it? Did the soul maintain some kind of law of energy conservation? Hey! If you want to have theoretical discussions, you can do it with me. Alexis vented. I like those kinds of topics, too. And seriously, do you have a problem staying focused on any particular topic? Stop hopping to other trains of thought all the time. But that they all deserved to grow. Those thoughts were worth exploring. So I did. Focus! Back to the volcano. You need magic and the right elements. Do you have anything? The spiders and the beetles were not ideal, obviously, since they were weak to fire. Well, other than myself, I couldn't think of any. So, magic. Doesn't have to be pure magic, but imagine beetles with magical cannons that shoot water, or spiders that create a freezing field, flying beetles that release water like fire rescue planes. Oh, wait, you might not know what that is. But you get the picture? Oh, come on, do you want this volcano or not? You do it your way, it's going to take a lot longer. Alexis pushed her magic agenda again. Let me think about it. Year 78, Month 4. The tree folk-specific saps and nutrient foods were super popular, augmenting some of the key challenges tree folk faced during pregnancy. The main thing was, as the pregnancy matured, ideally they should stay put, their feet firmly rooted to the earth. This allowed them to draw nutrients and mana from the earth to feed the growing fetus within their wooden bodies. But being stationary for months was not feasible in an environment where non-humans were consistently hunted by others. So, to be safe, they had to constantly migrate and move around to evade their hunters. This led to a nutrient shortage, their bodies compensating through consuming the parent's nutrients to feed the fetus, and so weakening the parent. Their children were generally weaker, though the most recent children were in much better shape. No longer having to run and having a relatively stable valley to stay in helped a lot with the quality and overall health of the children. Perhaps more than any other race, they needed stability and a familiar environment to mature properly.
The tree folk's loyalty was probably the highest amongst all the non-human races, followed by the centaurs. If we were to admit members into the Valtrian Order, we can create a special group for them.
Isn't that speciesism? That is the root of future discord. The other races will dislike their special privileges.
Is it not a waste to make the most of their abilities?
If we go down the path of making the races compete with each other, that will not go well. Right now, New Freaka is dominated by elves, followed by the centaurs. If they start competing, that will further entrench the existing rifts among the races.
Why do you care, Master? They were disposable, were they not?
Ivy retorted, and I wondered where she got that angry persona from. Was it from observing people for too long?
All of them are slimy. At least the tree folk aren't so slimy, because their material demands are different.
Ivy hit level 10 a few days ago, and amusingly, her skill was Citizen File, using her constant monitoring of the citizens to build a dossier on the people. It took effort, and a few months to do it, but Ivy had the time. I'd gulp if I could. Ivy was right. They were disposable. In the larger scheme of things, loyal servants were more valuable anyway. I should get more loyal servants. Better a loyal servant than 100 fighters who would stab me in the back. The Valtrian Order stabilized as the processes around the birth and death and the quasi-military force regained some semblance of structure after my earlier retrenchment exercise. The new leadership team met in Jura's new office in the center courtyard of the Valtrian Order HQ. All rooms were covered with vines and trees, such that I could always monitor them, even the toilets. The group consisted of Jura, Lao Fen, Medeus, 3 captains, 2 herbalists, 2 administrators, and a master of ceremonies. The 3 captains of the order, the military arm shrunk to only 900 strong, were each leaders of a group of 300. The 2 herbalists led about 100 workers to cultivate and maintain the various herbal gardens and farms around the Valtrian Order, and produce herbal medicines and ointments. The 2 administrators were responsible for treasury and purchases, funds, and payment of salaries, managing an administrative staff of 50. The Master of Ceremonies was a position I'd wanted to give Wesley, but he declined, claiming he wasn't interested in paperwork. So instead, another priest was roped in to take the role. Somebody had to sort out the planning of the deaths and all the paperwork around them. Almost all of them, except 1 administrator, were elves, though I had hoped for a bit more variety in the Valtrian leadership. This was a weekly meeting for everyone to get updates on the plans and matters, and was where everyone spoke to me. The counselors were not too happy with the retrenchment exercise. Tree Spirit. Many of them complained to the counselors and demanded their positions be reinstated. Tell them they are free to let Jura know they can challenge a beetle to a fight. If they prove themselves more useful in battle than any of my beetles, I will give them their position back and a small reward. The three captains glanced at each other awkwardly. "In fact, please put up a notice. Let this be known." The captain who'd brought it up shrugged and nodded. I felt he regretted it.
The acquisition of more herbs and plant varieties is ongoing, and the peace accords with Sala were recently finalized. That means we will see more movement of non-combatants, especially from the various magic councils of Sala."
"Watch them carefully. There will be spies. Sala will take this peace to gather information on our true depth." Well, the truth was I would probably get Ivy to watch them too. She was getting better at spying on people throughout New Freaka.
"Would it not be New Freaka's military to do so? They might think we were taking unnecessary action that might provoke Sala."
New Freaka's unreliable, and the leaders are compromised. And if getting caught spying would provoke Sala, I prefer to think of it as a warning." "Compromised? Really? Who?" one of the captains asked. Jura jumped in. "Secret. But the logic is simple enough. Once the leaders saw the beetles, Sala attacked." "Ah." Separately, I turned to Ivy. "Do you have a file on the captains? I feel they were suspicious as well."
"Yes, I already have some observations. They've not done anything big so far, but there is some suspicious activity. One of them, from conversations gathered, have human relatives in Sala, and all three wrote letters, delivered via the merchants to other countries." One drawback. The written word was a bit harder to spy on, as our visual quality was a bit low resolution. One of the reasons I wanted the tree eye ability. "Can we get a copy of the letters?" "Difficult. We'll need Jura to do so, but we don't have trusted agents in the merchant group, so it will be rather tough to do so discreetly." That was something we needed to fix. And the fact that Ivy existed as a tree mind meant she was my eyes and ears, but not my hands and legs. Meanwhile, the leadership continued their discussion. Typical leadership mumbo-jumbo. Funny how people in positions of power always ended up having discussions about structure and plans. "Okay, updates." Jura steered the conversation back to regular matters like finances, hiring, what the plan was for the next week, and updates from the New Freaka High Council, NFHC. "There is a traveling group of druids. They seek permission to go through our lands. The NFHC has agreed to grant them the right of passage and go about their restoration work." Didn't those nomads come here before? A different group. Just keep a lookout for them. Traveling to barren lands and returning greenery. Surely there were better uses of their talents. One of the captains joked, though the mood was a bit more cordial. The earlier banter between the leaders was getting better. Jura's diplomat class really helped put others at ease. "All you think about is fighting. Everything else is pointless to you. Maybe it's part of their class requirement. Some jobs have certain accomplishment barriers. Perhaps druids were like that." Another captain poked his colleague. "Do mages have accomplishment quests, Medeus?" "My mage class doesn't. Or perhaps not yet." Jura looked at a few pieces of paper before him. I think we were straying off the agenda again. Anything else?" "We have some responses to our request to hire adventurers, to bring back exotic plants from the faraway continents. The message we got was that they will arrive in a month, and they demand their payment be ready." "Yay." I like that. The captains frowned. "Is this the best use of money?" Jura grinned. "Fun fact, the tree spirit gets more powerful with every new type of plant he encounters, so it's worth it." "Anything else?" The Master of Ceremonies raised his hand and nodded. "I have a proposal. The tree spirit should have a divine title." "A divine title?" almost everyone asked in unison. In various sects and religions, there were often special titles to refer to the minor deities and heroes, something that cemented that person as a divine being. Currently, referring to the tree spirit as the tree spirit is clunky and awkward and makes the prayers and ceremonies a bit less proper, as religions tend to be. A divine title was a gesture to recognize tree spirit's special position in our society, like how some refer to God as God, capital G.
Jura scratched his chin.
Are you asking the tree spirit for a name or title? Ah, I am thinking of having the senior leaders group together and do a study on the proper ways to venerate the tree spirit. A few of the faithful shared their troubles that the tree spirit, as the tree spirit, does not differentiate it from the many other tree spirits in the world. The masses, those who pray, must know and be assured their prayers were going to the correct and true tree spirit.
Ah, that's the kind of thing only a priest will think about.
So perhaps we can spend some time to think of a name.
Aeon. The master of ceremonies immediately knelt before the small tree in the center of the room.
Ah, truly the tree spirit is divine, for the tree spirit already has a divine name. Kneel before Aeon, everyone, for we were the first to be graced with his divine title.
The rest of them looked at each other, probably wondering what the hell this guy was trying to do, but decided to go with the flow that the master of ceremonies created, and so they knelt. Even Jura and Lao Fen joined in.
Oh, to the great and mighty protector and watcher of the valley, we offer our prayer and thanks to thee. O mighty and powerful Aeon!
If I could have rubbed my head, I would have. But I really liked the name Aeon. I think it was a name deserving to be much more than just the name of a chain of supermarkets. One of the captains rubbed his head. Is it pronounced like Aeon or Aeon? I accept both pronunciations. Hidden conditions, checks met. Special skill obtained. Possession of the devoted. A special familiar contract with a chosen devoted believer. Limited to 5 at any time. Year 78. Month 5. Things were rather quiet in New Freaka and the valley, and I thought that was a good thing. I needed a different approach if I wanted to hold the volcano. The inner volcano was filled with giant golems, who were clearly still leagues ahead of the large beetles. If the location was bad, the golems could easily hold off my beetle horde like a wall made of lava. So, while the various research continued, I thought of other methods. Alexis was right. Beetles were a bad matchup, even if it would annoy horns. Anyway, let's talk about New Freaka. This month, I received a magical cactus, some kind of coconut variant, and a gourd-shaped fruit, which was often used to store foods due to its magical preservation qualities. So that went into the biolab. Skills acquired. Cactus defense system. New crop type acquired. Milk coconut and brownwood gourds. Subsidiary tree limit increased. Other than that, for the Valtrian Order, things were pretty much the same. Training, scouting, purchasing, and trading, and the birth and death rituals continued. The populace of New Freaka adapted to the new routine, and a new set of uniformed group, the Valtrian Order, in town. Jura and the team decided on a dark brown color like tree barks, as the Valtrian Order's color. New Freaka used blue. The Druids came. They didn't seem too interested in the valley, and it seemed they had some kind of messiah complex that drove them to seek out sick trees and damaged environments. So their stop in New Freaka was a brief one, just to resupply. It was peaceful. I even managed to successfully protect my ginseng tree and make it last past their first year. And that was nice for a change. Year 78, Month 7.
Practice,
Lausanne grumbled. As Jura now had responsibilities in the Valtrian Order, the time he had for Lausanne was significantly reduced. She often sought him out for practice sessions, even in the quarters. In his place, the captains and men of the Valtrian Order often became Lausanne's sparring partners, and in a way it was good for her. Lausanne, now level 25, was actually better at the sword than a regular soldier, who was usually only about level 20 to 30, but had their levels dispersed over various skills. For a 9-year-old, she's pretty much a genius. The captains lavished their praise on Lausanne, though she just shrugged. Of course, the captains didn't know I'd easily used 400 to 500 essences collected throughout the years to build up her combat sense through Dream Tutor, power leveling, learning aura, and, most recently, training room.
Perhaps that's the other thing you should be doing.
Alexis was really bored these days. When she wasn't using her 2 probe beetles, she tried to make conversation with me or everyone else.
Maybe you can train an army of super warriors.
It's too early to tell how far Lausanne will go. She's currently my test subject to see how effective the abilities are. But if it works, I'll consider it.
You should train more than just Lausanne. You can then compare the differences, perhaps each of the different individuals as your test subjects. Vary them a bit. Then you can see what influences their growth and whether there was an actual limit.
You've been thinking about this kind of thing, haven't you?
I'm a research spirit floating around stuck to my tree. What's there to do other than tinker with my lab equipment and think about such things? Was it wrong?
No, that's not what I meant.
Then what do you mean?
You know what? I think you have a point. I agree I should have a few test subjects to see how the training thing works, and fully explore the limits of these people. Of course, that meant I'd need to find ways to consolidate and upgrade all my training-related skills, such that I could distribute the resources to more people other than Lausanne alone. Part of the reason why I focused only on Lausanne was because I had no idea how effective my abilities were, and how they actually affected Lausanne's growth. So I just went all in. The problem with Dream Tutor and Learning Aura was that the effects were small, but they accumulated over a long period of time. It wasn't as if Lausanne became super amazing the next day, and I'd been using Dream Tutor on her since she was 5? Maybe 4. I forgot.
Since she's got that special skill, well, use your seeds as well. I'm really eager to know what they do.
I'm confused now. Should I focus on Lausanne or train more people?
Both. You can focus on Lausanne since she's got that unique skill, but you do need other people as a base case. It's really basic. You can't draw conclusions on a sample of one. More samples, more robust conclusions. So diversify. Expand your sample size.
You know, the validity of your methods was distorted by skills and abilities.
Those were outliers and variables we can adjust for. That's normal.
I thought Alexis spoke a lot like a scientist, and I thought it was part of the job. Mila, do you think she's talking like a scientist?
She talks like that all the time. It's normal.
Hey! But I'm not disputing the essence of your argument, and I agree with the idea of having more test subjects. Well, it's time for me to get Lao Fen to work on the orphanage.
Wait. You're experimenting with orphans?
Alexis clearly didn't like that. Who else do I experiment on? Do you see any other young children I can run some tests on? You think the rest of the new Freakins are willing to give me young children to test on?
I'd like to say it's ethically wrong to use your abilities on young children who are unable to decide and give consent. You know what? Testing on young children now feels eerily similar to trying to train orphans into war machines. So I take back my earlier statement. Please, don't test on young children.
This was a magical world, and frankly, I am not doing them any harm. When you feed a child a supplement, you want them to grow strong. But did the child give consent? When you forced him to eat his bitter medicine, did he give consent? So long as your intent was to help them, I think it's fine. And with orphans, as the Valtrian Order, as the caretaker and guardian, we were empowered to make decisions on their behalf. Mila tried to break up the argument by butting in.
Alex, think positively. Maybe Tree can make Batman. That'd be cool. I think a lot of superheroes were orphans, or lost their parents. Superman, too. So I think it's a good idea. You won't abuse them, right? Right?
Alexis face-palmed.
I don't think Tree knows who Batman is.
Oh, I did, but I kept my mouth shut. Well, no permanent pain, I suppose. Frankly, I didn't know. There was no progress without pain. Year 78, Month 8. The Valtrian Order's orphanage for young children was up and running. All we needed was a building where we could build rooms and then employ people to take care of the kids. As a rule, I insisted the children we took in were less than 12 years old. Those older were able to find work and could live on their own in this world. For humans, 13 was quite a normal age to start holding some kind of semi-permanent job, either as an apprentice or some kind of live-in worker, and this was also seen in the other non-humans. In New Freaka, connected to the orphanage's large building were a few subsidiary trees, 2 of which were training rooms for teaching and sparring. There would be quite a lot of young orphans in this world, after all. With so much war and slaughter going on, it was common that families were broken. Anyway, my intention was to train these orphans, those willing, into warriors for the Valtrian Order. So the remaining Order's soldiers regularly came to give the young kids simple lessons. In a way, it acted as a feeder into the future Valtrian Order guards. For monitoring and tracking, one of the subsidiary trees was a biolab with multiple pods. The decor was intentionally bare, and I had the herbalist use it as a medicinal room to mask the true intent of the pods, which was to take magical snapshots of these orphans' progress over the years. Feedback in terms of the orphanage was mixed, even from the orphans themselves. Many of them were living in empty, abandoned homes, some taken in by the people of New Freaka. Some orphans resisted the structure and rules that an orphanage had, and preferred to continue living on their own. Well, my order to Laufan was, don't force the kids. If they wanted to live on their own and thought they knew better, then go ahead. Either the world would teach them a lesson, or they would truly show their mettle. Out of the town's population of 50,000 or so elves, dwarves, and centaurs, about 500 to 1,000 were young orphan children. But not all wanted to stay in this new set of quarters, so it was often the really young ones. There were also families who couldn't, or were unable to, raise their children, so they surrendered them to the orphanage. Oh well, I wasn't going to be the morality police, so whatever men and women chose to do with their lives, that was their problem. I'd take the kids and I'd use them. The good thing was it put some jobs on the table, as the orphanage hired a lot of workers to cook, to care for the orphans, and to teach, and some retired elderly men also helped out as trainers. The thing about old people in a world with great and frequent destruction was often that they were quite high-leveled. Being on the run for decades must have given them a lot of survival-related skills and actual skills. Either they were good at fighting, good at running and hiding, or good at improvising and making the most of what little they had. Ah, well, I guess there had to be some truth to the old people being awesome trope after all. Eat this. Roseanne stared at the green fruit right in front of her. She picked it up with her tiny hands and shook it.
It doesn't look ripe.
It's not meant to be ripe. Eat it. It was a green fruit, made out of the passive seed, spark of brilliance. Small, the size of a grape, it was lime green, and from my point of view, it had a faint emerald glow to it. It was my first time creating a fruit out of the seeds.
Okay.
She started to chew on the small fruit. She walked a few steps, chewing.
Okay, I ate it. It tastes sour, but it's not horrible. Was this some kind of new fruit you want us to sell, Tree?
No, it's a special fruit. Just for you.
Huh. If it's a special fruit, shouldn't it be sweet and really yummy? It's quite sour, and I can still taste the bitterness on my tongue.
Lausanne downed a cup of water, probably hoping to wash away the taste. Not all things in life were meant to be sweet, my dear Lausanne.
Is that some kind of word of wisdom I should remember?
Perhaps.
Is this why you called me here, Tree?
Not just this. If I could smile, I would have. Lausanne, would you like a special familiar contract? Lausanne immediately nodded.
Yeah, sure. Special in a good way, right?
Yes. Lausanne has accepted the special familiar contract. 50 star mana consumed. 1 star mana will be consumed per month. Star mana. I had 300 at the moment. That was the maximum number of star mana storage organs I had. And with the current maximum number of star leaves, I produced 30 star mana a month.
Oh, wow. Was this like Uncle Jura's bamboo?
She activated the familiar, and then 2 large twisting roots emerged from her body. They transformed into a wooden sword and shield, Lausanne's current favorite fighting combination.
Whoa! It responded to me. Can you hear it, Tree?
I can't. Well, the familiar didn't have an artificial soul, but it probably had a kind of programming to it, like an animal.
Well, it just says sword and shield mode.
Lausanne grinned.
But it's cool. I can tell it things in my head.
The wooden sword transformed into a whip. Oh, that was pretty cool.
And it can change shape.
Lausanne tried out the whip, and it worked like a rope, allowing her to pull herself forward.
I can use this to swing from branch to branch, too, like the monkeys.
Don't let your mom see that. The idea of a young girl swinging around like Tarzan was probably going to make Lao Fen have a headache.
Yes. Sorry, I got excited.
The 2 roots could transform into various shapes, but there were certain limits to the size and length.
It's kind of cool that they don't drain my mana as much as the normal familiar, too.
Ah, I suppose that was the benefit. Stronger, more flexible, but costing less. I guess the star mana I gave it supported it.
Thank you, Tree. This was nice.
Good. Let me know if you get any skill notifications tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, the next day.
I didn't get a new skill, but one of my skills transformed.
Oh, which one?
It's the Blessed by a Soul Tree. It's now Blessed by a Soul Tree Advanced.
Huh. Well, that was amusing. Now she was even more compatible with my abilities. I hoped she didn't eventually transform into a tree.
The cool thing is the roots were a bit longer and bigger now. I think it makes my familiar stronger.
I see. So the special familiar's effects are going to be less impressive on the other guys. Now I wanted to know whether I could fuse this special familiar with an artificial soul. Lausanne showed off her slightly bigger sword and shield.
I'm going to go practice. Don't tell Mom I'm in the forest.
Lausanne tried to be a monkey. and she used 2 roots like vines to swing from tree to tree, but only with the bigger trees since the smaller ones didn't have enough clearance. Oh dear, what have I done? Year 78, Month 10. Demon King Preparation Status Check. The Demon King appeared, Year 70, Month 4. The Demon King died about 5 years ago, around Year 73, Month 3, Week 2. Going by the 10-year gap between Demon Kings, that meant I should have had at least 5 years left. 5 years was a good amount of time, but halfway there, it was time to discuss the matter again. The next Demon King should be about 5 years away, though we won't know for certain. That's the approximate time range. What should we do? The audience was me, my tree minds, Horns, Alexis, and Mila. I'd have another discussion with the Valtrin peeps next time.
It depends on the type of power the Demon King has.
Alexis thought about my question. We won't know until he appears, and we'll be running out of time if that's the case. What are the normal common powers a Demon King would have? I asked.
Extensive destruction abilities and demonic hordes, she responded.
So, okay. How do we prepare for that?
Hide? There is really no way we can fight back, unless we have the powers of the heroes, and running isn't an option.
Mila wondered aloud. Agree, hide. So that means we need to figure out a way to make use of the tunnels and the abandoned dungeon as some kind of shelter, and build barricades and strong gates, I said.
I think that's missing the point, Tree. You're massive. You can't hide,
Alexis said. That's fine, but it's more for everyone else around me. I think I can take whatever the Demon King's horde can throw at me. Except the Demon King himself, I answered.
So what were you going to do if the Demon King comes for you?
The girls asked. We'll think about it then. For now, let's work on the plan to hide. How about the Tree of Mana? We can't hide that. It was Dmitri who brought up his part of the world. If necessary, we need to build a massive wall around it, one that even the Demon King can't destroy. That's impossible. If there is one thing the Demon King doesn't lack, it's destructive firepower. The elves say there were other trees who've managed to somehow make their forests disappear. How do we do that? That's hiding. And, well, that's a good point. If there was an ability to temporarily warp the valley into pocket space, that'll help. I had no skills anywhere near that level, though I supposed secret hideout was like a slow step on that path. Perhaps someday I'd get the ability to create a massive secret hideout that included myself in it, though that was probably going to make my mind melt, because the secret hideout was inside me, but I was inside the secret hideout. So what was inside what? Can't the Demon King detect such abilities? Seems kind of odd that an incredibly powerful monster like itself would allow such things to happen. I also wondered, which led to the next question. Are Demon Kings sentient?
I have no idea. They have a certain kind of intelligence, but sentient? No one has ever communicated with it.
The 2 former heroes answered. Year 78, Month 12. Winter. With the volcano project hitting a slow spot, I decided to try other projects. As I tapped the Valtrian Order's growing network of contacts, I was aware of 3 faraway sites I wanted to explore. Farther north, movements of the ground revealed a previously covered massive hole that went really, really deep. It was as if somebody dug a hole vertically. It was currently spitting out many different kinds of snake monsters and snake-like creatures, which was why I suspected it likely contained some kind of magical source. That said, my data was quite lacking. It was currently being extensively attacked by adventurers, as the snake hide seemed to fetch good money, so there were plenty of adventurers trying to make their way down. Travel time by beetle was 3 days. The second was one of the regions near the Nung Sala border. There were a few dungeon-like areas. There was no detected ley line, but there was still a lot of monsters appearing in that area. As it was rather sparsely populated and heavily damaged from all the battles, there wasn't much adventurer attention compared to the snake hole, but the presence of multiple dungeon entrances and unusual monsters hinted at a dungeon. If so, I wanted the core. Travel time by beetles was 3 days. The third site was deep into one of the nearby kingdom's territories, a lake that seemed to be inhabited by magical beasts and strange, unusual plants. Rumored magical. 5 days away. My first choice was the one with the potential ley line, but that meant I had to deal with the adventurers. Still, a ley line was too good to miss out, so I was going to start my subsidiary tree expansion at that location. The dungeon-like areas, if I decided to attempt those, would be for the cores. It was a good reward financially, and I'd like to study cores in much more detail. Perhaps there were variations of cores between dungeons. If a core was sentient, or had the potential to be, I would like to attempt using an artificial soul on one. My suspicions were that they would work similar to a root brain complex, and that would be something fun to test out. The drawback was the active war zone. Sala and New Frika were at peace, but the Nung Takti and Sala war was still ongoing, with the situation at a stalemate. It seemed they were periodically fighting battles on a few fronts, though both sides weren't trying anything bold to end the war. It was an odd state. Skirmishes here and there, even though trade routes had been strangely reopened. I wanted to scout out the location, so I planned to have beetles in the location, just to find out where the dungeons were. As for the lake, it didn't seem to be that much of a problem, just far away. New types of plants were always welcome, magical and potentially rare plants even more so, and this seemed more appropriate for a small strike force. Send the guys in, get the strange plants, and get out. Simple, suitable for a covert strike team of beetles.
I want to go.
Huh? Take my pro-beetle there. Is that a name you came up with? It sounded like something you stuck up an arse. What do they call that again? Is it an endoscopy? Oh, wait, it sounds like probiotics. The kind of weird bacteria shit those multi-level marketers try to sell.
It sounds better than Scout Beetle, doesn't it?
Which one?
I have 2 pro-beetles. I want to see the lake and the giant hole in the ground.
Fine.
Yay! Mila, do you want to go? You should totally consider fusing with one of the beetles. Then we both can still go travel. You can be my probe's bodyguard. Wait, you can see through the probes? Yeah, it's called a probe, right? Of course I can see through the probe. I don't want to be a beetle. That's disgusting.
Mila frowned.
I'd rather be a tree.
I take offense to that statement. Horns chimed in.
Oh, come on. We finally get to do some traveling. I rather like the relative peace and safety here,
Mila said.
I might get attacked as a beetle, and people will hate me. I can't cope with that. Mila, that's a lie, and you know it.
The 2 girls argued, but it was a rather friendly spat, so I ignored them. One of the merchants brought garlic and ginger today. They were apparently really popular with nobility for cooking. Crop variety. Garlic added. You can now produce essences of garlic and garlic-flavored woods, fruits, and saps. Crop variety. Ginger added. You can now produce essences of ginger and ginger-flavored woods, fruits, and saps. Ooh, that was going to make some people stink. I wondered whether they had stinky fruits in this world like durians. They should, right? But you know, this recent interest in garlic and ginger gave me an idea. I had the ability to produce fruits, vegetables, and herbs. What if I were to set up a market and sell my produce? Or even better, set up a restaurant? I wasn't sure how many restaurants they had in New Freaka, but certainly, if I had the ability to procure and produce unique types of vegetables and fruits, that would give me a unique selling point. I could make special ginger ginseng soup, or fried potatoes with garlic, herbs, and spices.
A restaurant? You need cooks, though. A chef?
Mila asked. But it could work, I repeated. You girls know any recipes from where you were from? All I knew was how to cook instant noodles with eggs.
I might. But honestly,
Mila said, if I get an ability to create a tree kitchen or restaurant, I'll fuse you to it.
Does that mean I'll be stuck in a cooking game forever?
Mila seemed frightened by the prospect. Oh, wait. Did they not know I could reassign them because their souls were stronger than the artificial souls?
I think a beetle is still better. But a cooking tree sounds like an appealing idea, at least. It could even end up a case where I could be the spirit that runs a hotel and restaurant. It's like those cooking simulator games.
Mila laughed. Alexis looked a bit concerned.
Mila, were you sure you want to be a...
Her dreams of traveling with a beetle bodyguard was clearly fading away.
A hotelier, master chef. Wait, you're not serious.
Alexis facepalmed. Only she was a spirit, so all she could do was soundlessly smack herself with her ethereal hands.
Maybe one of your subsidiary trees with a room? I can probably acquire the job as chef and innkeeper.
Alexis looked horrified.
Mila, if you fuse with a tree, you can't get job levels. Job levels are for humanoids only. My skills, so far, are all because my creature type was research tree spirit. So no! Tree, can you make a tree decorated with multiple hotel-like rooms? Kitchen, dining, and cafe area?
I can try. Huh. Forcefully decorating a tree such that I get a different tree type? That's like the playroom and training room. It might just work.
Okay, Tree, I've decided on my career path. If you can make one where I get the right type, then I'll fuse with it,
Mila said.
You serious?
Alexis flew up and down.
You won't even know if there were tourists. We have no data on tourism and travel traffic. How do you know it'll work out? How many people even eat out? What's the worst that can happen? I'm a tree. It's not like I'll starve to death if the hotel and restaurant fail. Mila! Alexis shouted. It'll be fine, Alexis. Of all the options offered to me, this actually seems like fun. Chef and hotelier. That's a whole lot more interesting than looking at a lab all day. I can even open branches. Hotel tree branches, get it? I could be a moving tree hotel. Or a pop-up store. The Wandering Tree Hotel Restaurant. Maybe even at a convenience store.
Alexis slams her head into the trunk of her biolab. It didn't really hurt her.
If trees can move, then I could be a coconut hotel and restaurant tree by the beach.
Hey, that's an interesting idea. Giant tree ants, but actually a walking hotel.
Tree, can I name my hotel and restaurant? I can, right?
Sure. Hey, Mila wanted to be useful, and if naming rights was all she wanted.
I'm going to call the hotel the Mila, and the restaurant, the Fried Me. And if there is a cafe, it's going to be the Cafe Me Latte. Oh, Tree, you should totally get coffee beans.
Alexis smacked her face into the trunk multiple times. I was sure she was just doing it to vent her frustration with Mila's insane choices. Alexis, you can name your lab too. I'll give you an idea. You can name it a Labis. It's like your name, but with a lab in it. Or Labalix. That's cool too. Year 79, Month 1. Roots, the subterranean network of trees. Through them, I was connected to the tens of thousands of trees within my valley and beyond. These roots, they covered vast lands, serving as the forest's backbone, carrying information, minerals, essences, and mana. These roots went through many kinds of soil, so they picked up the subtle shifts of the mineral composition, and, a feature of my various subsidiary trees, acted like little sensors, collecting measurements. When it rained, when it snowed, when the earth shook a little, the roots and subsidiary trees all collected data. Data that my root brains, Trevor, Dimitri, and Ivy, fed on. Vibrations, humidity, magic. Together, all these sensors formed a vast array. So now we could triangulate the sources of tremors and unusual magics to determine direction. Some trees in the distance would feel it first, a tug, a pull. Then, later, more trees picked up on the tremor. An earthquake, a minor one. Even the volcano gave out little warning signs, the small tremors before it started to erupt, when part of the volcano spat out lava. This ability could have saved more beetles if we'd had it a bit earlier. It was Trevor's newest skill addition. Triangulation. Crunching all the data, telling me what's happening in a distant location without actually being there. If we had magic sensors... Alexis was about to start with her usual marketing of magic labs. Let's start material labs first. I understand that's a prerequisite to the development of magic labs. Yes. We would need to have the ability to analyze materials and develop mana-sensitive materials, then magical labs. So let's do it. What do I need to get to material labs? Once we have that, I'd like to analyze that dismantled airship again.
What? Really?
Yes. I've decided to get magic sensors. I imagine that would be very useful if we had another case of that super blizzard. Alexis nodded.
Ah, yes. So material research first.
Yes. Get to it.
Sure.
Alexis looked awkward, floating around, one part of her happy, yet another part of her quite confused.
What made you change your mind?
Am I changing my mind? I just wanted more time to mull over whether that's the right direction for us. Alexis looked like she was about to bark some kind of retort, before she seemed to realize something.
Do tree spirits normally take so long to think?
No.
Well, it makes sense, since that was a common kind of myth associated with tree people, that they tend to be sluggish and take forever to decide. Alexis was mostly talking to herself. It's like that Council of Trees in Lord of the Rings. Took them forever to decide, didn't they?
Huh? Was she complaining that I took too long to decide? But at least I did decide, right?
Never mind. Starting material testing and tree lab varieties.
Tree Stage 1. Research option unlocked. 2 months remaining. Beetle. Anti-magma armors Stage 2. Completed. Beetle. Anti-magma armors Stage 3. 3 months remaining. Tree, volcanic adaptation, Stage 3, 2 months remaining. Roots, volcanic mineral harvesting, Stage 1, completed. Roots, volcanic mineral harvesting, Stage 2, completed. Roots, volcanic mineral processing, Stage 1, 5 months remaining. Materials testing, Stage 1, 3 months. Tree lab varieties, Stage 1, 12 months. Research took longer, as I'd predicted earlier. Magic was necessary, and though I had to take precautions on who and what got access, I was starting to lean on the side that it was an eventual step I'd have to take, one way or another. I couldn't face the threats this world had with one hand behind my back. A necessary risk. I would have a long conversation with both Mila and Alexis about magic, and the sort I would give them access to. Though with Mila, I had less ability to control her. My hope was that they would be able to contribute to the defense against the next Demon King, as they had more experience in magic as heroes. Meanwhile, New Freaka had a small boom in terms of growth. The era of peace and the reputation of stable, secure food supplies attracted more refugees, even from other nations, not just Salah. It was a busy time for the Council of New Freaka, and they'd been hard at work to expand their town premises and prepare new farmlands. More people, more food, and more homes meant public services needed to be expanded. Of course, there was a need for refugees to buy their way to public services, such as the right to use some of the new housing. At the same time, there had been more focus on security and screening, so the NFHC hired the laid-off soldiers to work as guards. Ivy said some of the councilmen felt a need to bolster their forces, now that they were actively threatened by the presence of the Valtrian Order as a competing political power, what with Jura and the Valtrian Order's secure, legally protected position. A faction in the council emerged that wanted to assert independence from the Order's growing influence, and this faction somehow managed to coerce Yvonne, such that she voluntarily resigned from her position as the chairperson of the council. Her position had been tenuous and under scrutiny for some time, as it was an open secret by now that her soul was contracted to me. That led to a whole lot of whispering and rumors about Yvonne being compromised. But to the layperson unfamiliar to the nuances of New Freaka politics, her statement to the public at large sounded voluntary enough.
I'm resigning from my post as chairperson of the New Freaka Council, effective immediately. I've led and held this position since New Freaka's founding, and finally, after almost 5 years, I believe this fledgling nation is in safe hands, and I can hand the reins over to someone else and spend time with my son.
How sweet. Spend time with Roma, who is now almost 6 years old. The pressure to counterbalance Jura's growing influence meant the person holding New Freaka's chairperson role had to be more than just seen as independent. In other words, the chairperson must be seen as a force that stands against the Order. Against me? Frankly, it's just silly political struggles. A large faction within the councilmen themselves understood this. After all, they knew I could crush them. So they were left in this uncomfortable situation where they yearned to be the ruling group but acknowledged that, without me, they had nothing to rule. Anyway, silly, silly things. Those jostling for authority. So long as nothing unreasonable happened, I let them be. Ivy had all of them monitored, and retaliation wouldn't take much time at all. Lady Yvonne. Jura was one of the few she met after her voluntary withdrawal. I heard the news. Frankly, it's disappointing, but the tree spirit expected it. She laughed.
Ha! Well, that's life.
Jura shrugged. So, really, retirement as a mother?
Why? Do I not look like I have motherly desires?"
It was Jura's turn to laugh, and he took a small alcoholic beverage and offered it to Yvonne. "Frankly, no. You're the warrior queen type." Yvonne sipped the drink.
"Well, to be fair, it has some truth. I admit feeling a little jealous that Roma's a lot more attached to Ares than me. All these times I've been trying to get this town in order, Ares has been more like his mother, more than I ever have. So yes, a bit of it was a desire to make up for what I have failed to do."
"Really? I really didn't see you as the actual mother type, though most of New Freaka regard you as the mother of the city." Jura laughed, holding up his small cup, and the two cheered softly. They both took a sip.
"Anyway, my time's up, and time management has never been my strong suit. There was never enough time to do right by New Freaka, or by Roma."
"Time's never enough. It comes with the job. Look at me or La Fen. Both of us are so busy these days. We only have a bit of time to spend with Lausanne and the kids. I try to make dinner happen, and at least we still meet up. Lausanne's been bugging me for combat practice every time we meet."
"Oh, yes. I have heard a few captains sing praise of her talent. She's really good for her age. My son's not showing any interest yet, though."
"Well, that may not be a bad thing. La Fen constantly worries she'll injure herself. At least Roma's just playing chess or spending time with wooden toys. I just hope Lausanne didn't find someone who doesn't know how to hold back and injures her in practice."
"You know, I could offer to spar with Lausanne,"
Yvonne offered.
"now that I have free time."
Drew smiled. "I would appreciate that. It will be good for her growth that she fights someone with a different style."
"So I take it that's a yes?"
Yes, yes, please. Tell Lausanne you're her new sparring partner." Yvonne nodded.
"Great."
By then their cups were both empty. Jura leaned forward. "Ah, all of you. Can you leave?" The guards nodded, and so they departed, leaving Jura and Yvonne alone in the room.
"Huh? Something important?"
"Yes, I'll cut to the chase, really. It's about Roma. Was he related to the royalty?"
"Damn! The tree spirit saw through that too?"
Yvonne's fist smacked her other palm, and Jura just shrugged at her statement. "Does the kingdom of Salah know about it?"
"I sure hope not. We forged a fake marriage arrangement with one of Galen's knights, one of the other elves. It also helps that Roma doesn't manifest any of the human traits yet, so no one will know whether he's part human until he's much older."
"But he will. It's only a matter of time before he asks about his own heritage. How many know of this?"
"Maybe 10?
"That is too many. Where are the 10?
I don't know."
In which case, you better start preparing Roma. If you're lucky, he'll be forgotten by the kingdom as just one of the many bastards the royals have. If not, there is going to be a group out for his head."
"Well, now that I have some free time, it looks like I should get started on his practice."
Jura nodded. "You should. He needs the ability to protect himself. You're good, but you won't be able to stop all of them."
"Can I count on you to protect him?"
Jura paused and shrugged. "Maybe." Yvonne smiled weakly.
"Ah, well."
"If you're going to start preparing him, then have him practice with Lausanne. I can permit access to the training rooms or use the one near the main tree."
"I will. Thank you."
"Take care, Lady Yvonne." Yvonne nodded and left. Now that the room was empty, Jura leaned back and spoke out loud. It was quite obvious he was talking to me. "Royalty, as you predicted. It's obvious, isn't it?" She sent her baby so far away with protectors. If it's not royalty, I doubt she'd take such precautions. It's such a cliché. I thought it's just a motherly thing to do, to keep your child out of harm's way. But I'm happy she offered to practice with Lausanne. That'll really help me and Lausanne. If only the others would show any interest in learning how to defend and protect themselves. They'll be fine. So long as they remain in the valley, the beetles will look out for them. What do you think about her replacement? Smart, but a little greedy. The position he takes isn't one he truly believes in. He's only taking it because it allows him to be in a greater role. I believe he's just saying what everyone else wants to say, but doesn't have the guts to. He's a mouthpiece for the anti-Order faction, so he's going to try to stonewall a few of our initiatives. Well, it is normal in politics. The opposing party will try their best to stop us. So long as it's not too annoying, let it be. If you run into trouble, let me know, and I'll crush them. Jura nodded. I figured you would say that. Oh, yeah. My diplomat and warrior classes merged last night. It's now Warlord. Sounds like an upgrade. It is. I feel stronger already. Cumulatively, I'm level 80. I think it's due to your influence. Great. Well, it was good that Jura was getting even more powerful. All that power leveling and learning aura helped after all. He sighed, and it was a loud, long sigh. Tree. I think this was my limit. Huh? I can feel it. Even though my classes merged, I have a sense, a feeling in my chest that this is as far as I can go. My body and soul are at its limit of growth. Strange words. Don't people grow and gain levels so long as they push themselves, fight monsters, and gain experience? Well, in theory, yes. But other than heroes, most of us plateau at some point. For those who are not so gifted, we experience multiple plateaus. That's why I'm worried about Lausanne. She might be doing well now, gaining levels and all. But there is a point where our body and our souls level off. I thought Jura had mentioned something similar in the past, but it hadn't registered as anything significant. We were not born heroes, so we have a limit. They say. I cut him off. Rubbish. Are you sure you're not just feeling tired? Rather than talk about limits, take a dip in the biolab and let me have a look at what's going on. Come back to the main tree. Jura somewhat reluctantly put himself up for examination. And first things first, I noticed the arrangement of stones near and around his mana spring. The core of the soul was different from last time. I recalled it looking like a few scattered mounds of rocks, but this time the mounds were shaped like a proper wall, a bit more like the ranger would do. There was a better structure and organization to the rocks and stones. I supposed it was what the class merger did to the layout of the rocks. Next, I looked at the mana generation. It was healthy and quite good, and didn't look like there were any blockages or dark spots that sucked up mana. The springs spewed out mana very well, and the supply of mana and life force was good. Not as much as the heroes, of course, but it was healthy for someone like Jura. Then I looked at the body, finding it healthy too. Jura wasn't a young man anymore, a middle-aged man by elven standards. Despite that, his body was in good shape, strong and fit. The shores on the body took up all the mana it could offer, and there was no blockage to the mana flow to any part. So why would he feel like this is his limit? Was this something different than mana? I drew on the power of my soul forge and channeled it to my main tree's biolab pod, hoping to get a better look. With the soul forge's power, more data appeared. First, it showed the rate of production of mana from the spring, and then the passive mana consumed to sustain each level and skill. It was denoted as 2 bars, mana produced and consumed.
Is this the mana we're familiar with, or another kind of mana?
Alexis asked. She'd also been looking at Jura. Well, as it turned out, it sort of was the normal kind of mana. Each person produced a certain amount of mana, but it was allocated into 2 pools, active and passive. Active went into the person's actual mana pool used to cast spells and activate skills. Passive was directly consumed to sustain the body's stats, power, and all the other passives. The passive was commonly referred to as the body's vitality or life force. It was then the data finally answered the question. Jura's vitality was maxed out, and his body's consumption of that vitality was as well. Though nothing was wrong with him, he was right to say something felt wrong. It was like a car pushed to the limit, unable to go farther. A car that hit its speed limit.
Sounds simple enough. Can you tweak the soul such that it produces more vitality and less mana? It sounds like he didn't really need that much mana as a warrior. Maybe some of his skills and abilities consume them, but I think a higher level would be better. Or maybe you could just give him an upgrade? I wonder whether you could upgrade souls.
It's something I want to think about. There may be other ways to go about it. I could tweak the soul, but I needed to be sure it worked. The soul forge, if used incorrectly, could cause great damage. Year 79, Month 2. I finally received the skill. We needed to decorate a subsidiary tree's customizable rooms, with beds complete with partitions, segregated washrooms, a reception area, and a dining area. Tree Lodge. A tree with a whole lot more space than it looks. Each tree lodge has 10 rooms, a restaurant, a cozy lounge, a reception, and a kitchen, all while looking no bigger than any other tree. Need to hire workers to work. Limited to 5, and each lodge must be a distance away from the other nearest lodge. Odd. It was the first time a tree skill had a minimum distance requirement. I couldn't cram all the tree lodges in one place. Mila, I got the skill. I can make you a tree lodge. Once it was fused with Mila, the slot would free up again. Mila was her own person, and she didn't use my tree lodge slot. It was like Alexis's own independent biolab thing, which was now a weird, crazy-looking tree with lots of vials, tubes, and other contraptions. Strange blobs flowed up and down its sides. It was so weird that I had to use beetles to guard it.
Awesome. I have ideas for names again. Want to hear it?
What?
Hotel Trivago.
Hey, I knew that joke from the 2 girls. It made me wonder whether they all come from the same generation as me. Was there a kind of speed difference in time between this world and ours? Because if it's the same jokes, it felt like we're from the same time period. Alexis facepalmed.
Mila, that's lame. And it sounds kind of wrong, like a bad reproductive disease.
Mila laughed.
I know. It's a joke. I'm probably going to call it something a bit more proper. Perhaps the Faraway Homie.
That's not much better.
The Palms, then. I think there was a luxury hotel by that name. Wasn't there?
The Palms? But we're not at the beach.
How about the Pinewood?
Oh, okay. The Pinewood sounds better. Alexis put her spiritual fingers on her chin. She was thinking rather seriously.
Or the Oakwood. I think that sounds quite classy as a hotel.
Mila, you sure you want to be a hotel?
Hell yeah. Alexis, stop questioning my decisions. I know what I want to do.
I know you won't change your mind.
Fine, fine. You'll need to hire workers, and you will need money. And where can you get it? Tree, can I get a loan? You're rich, right? I'll pay you back when I start to make money.
Okay, 30 gold for now. Consider it my investment. Alexis smacked her head.
Tree, you're being awfully generous. Great. Thanks, Tree. Let's totally do this. But wait. If the Soul Forge merges me with the Tree Lodge, does that mean I take possession of the current Tree Lodge? That's not a great location. I would prefer one right in New Freaka.
I mentally connected to the Soul Forge, and then a little prompt appeared. Alexis and the tree mines didn't have this issue, since they were located right next to me. So after the merging was complete, I could just spawn them there. But New Freaka was outside the range of the Soul Forge, so I had to use the carrier drone. Carrier drone. After a soul is merged with an object, skill, or person, it can choose to become a deployable egg. The carrier drone will then carry the egg within it to the desired location, where it will spawn into the merged structure. But beware, the carrier drone is vulnerable, and destruction means death to the cargo as well. Once again, the system to the rescue. A little too convenient, but hey, that was life. So I initiated the Soul Forge. Mila's soul left my soul realm and went into the forge together with the Tree Lodge, which melted into a greenish liquid. The Soul Forge then spun the two together. Mila's soul took the form of a white light, and together with the greenish liquid, it mixed into a mild green light. Lightning struck at the branches of the forge tree, making an electrical connection to the heavens above. It periodically pulsed, and the thickness of the lightning increased. The spinning within the forge sped up intensely as more power and mana were drawn through the roots. Activating a soul forge resulted in a lot of mana and energy flowing through the roots, especially from the ley line. It felt like having a whole lot of water flowing, spinning around me like I was stuck in a whirlpool. Zap! One large lightning bolt struck the forge tree, and then it was complete. The merging was done. A small greenish egg appeared from the forge tree, containing a sleeping Mila as a hotel spirit tree. A drone beetle appeared, its hard shell opening to reveal something resembling a small but very long limb. It lifted a small egg the size of a dog, relatively, and placed it in a compartment on its body. Then the shell closed. Wow, it even has a little storage space. I commanded a dozen beetles to quickly escort the drone to the marked place in New Freaka, a place Mila chose beforehand, where she wanted the hotel to be. It was night time, and Jura had already made arrangements for the beetles to enter the town. Once the carrier drone arrived safely, the drone beetle dug itself into the ground and started to melt. It's melting? The body of the carrier and the egg liquefied into a greenish goo, and it seeped into the ground. Whoa! Alexis was quite amused by it. Magic? I think so. Well, I had no idea. I didn't know how the deployment worked either. It was actually an empty plot of land owned by the Order, and now a wall appeared around that plot of land. The ground expanded, inflating upward but still entirely covered in earth. It continued inflating, and the bulging earth took on the shape of a cuboid block made of dirt and roots. It was like somebody took a hardened cube of dirt filled with roots and placed it where the empty spot once was. Then suddenly, a sign appeared on that large mound, on the frontage that faced the town streets. Under construction, grand opening soon. Mila, you there? Alexis asked, a little worried. Mila was her only friend.
Yes, but I'm very busy, Mila replied. I'll let you know when I'm done. I've got tons of options before this thing opens.
And Mila vanished, merging into the wooden block, and she didn't speak a word for the rest of the month. The odd mound of earth that strangely managed to remain cube-shaped drew a whole lot of curious onlookers, but most people didn't think about it too deeply. Just one of those strange things that happen in a world with magic. Oh, look at that strange earth block. Must be some magical shit happening in the Valtrian Order again. Compared to trees that spit fire, relatively mild as weird things went.
She's busy in there.
There was some kind of noise coming from that wooden block. I thought it sounded a bit like construction work, but it was a tree structure. There would be no actual construction going on. Maybe it was just some kind of sound effect.
Running a hotel isn't going to be easy, and after lazing around for so long, it'll take some time before she gets the hang of it.
Aw, Alexis was worried.
Hey, take your time, all right? Yell if you need help. I'll try to help out.
Mila didn't reply. The noise grew louder. Alexis sulked.
Mila, you're okay, right?
She's in there. I can feel it. Just give her space.
Okay. Mila, let me know if you need anything, all right?
Mila didn't respond, but I thought the message got through. She said it so many times she was almost nagging. Is it something you're working on, Tree? I told Jura to set aside that plot of land for me, but I didn't really tell him what exactly it'd be. So now that there was a cube of dirt there, he had to ask. Sort of. It's going to be a project by Mila.
Mila? Tero?
Oh, wait. Jura didn't know about Mila's soul. Even when he was in front of Alexis's biolab, all he saw was a glowing blob and not Alexis's ethereal form. So he hadn't spoken to them at all. Come to think of it, nobody knew about Alexis and Mila's second life as a soul. Now, I hope they didn't accidentally expose themselves as former heroes. Year 79, Month 4. Oakwood Hotel was finally ready to open for business. Mila's block of wood revealed itself to be a mountain, wooden lodge-like structure. The logs usually making up the lodge, still part of a large living tree that formed Mila's combined body. She was the lodge itself, a living structure, and her present appearance, which Mila said was a cosmetic choice. She described it as playing in a sandbox, a game where she could choose the decor of everything. I couldn't help feeling like it was some kind of mobile game that commuters love to play, to earn points, unlock decors.
Inside, 15 rooms,
Mila beamed. She took the form of a tree-folkish creature within the hotel, her legs constantly melding and merging with the floor itself. This form somewhat resembled her human self, but her skin color and texture were that of walnut-colored wooden bark.
You've got a physical body.
Alexis was most impressed, probably because she unfortunately took the form of a ghost surrounded by levitating vials, tiny petri dishes, and other similar lab equipment.
Cool, right? And like a tree folk, only, well, I can't step more than 10 feet away from the hotel.
Unlike Alexis, who'd been flying around the entire valley, occasionally scaring some of the townspeople who saw her glowing blob.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's a level thing like me. I was stuck to the biolab at lower levels, but now that I'm level 34, I can travel quite far. Or ask Tree to help. The range limitation doesn't work if you tap into Tree's soul realm, but I'm not sure whether that's because I'm soul contracted to him, though.
It was then the wisp pulled me into the soul realm. I may have forgotten to explain this. A tree spirit had the ability to share and connect souls together, and it was that ability that allowed all the souls a platform to speak and interact, and through it, they could see what I see. The Soul Realm was that platform, and it was independent of where their physical locations were. I believe the locals referred to it like being in a mailing group. Well, I knew they could see what I could see, but I supposed it didn't occur to me to wonder why Alexis, Horns, or Bamboo were able to share their thoughts while they were out there traveling. I supposed it was like a video conference facility for souls.
Do you still have the skill? The heroic meld? Did you see her status?
Alexis's spiritual body floated over Mila's little wooden lodge, exploring the rooms. Mila had spent a lot of time arranging the decor. It was rather cozy?
Nah, almost all of my skills are gone, and I no longer have the hero job. I'm level 1 all over again. All I have left is Goddess's blessings.
Mila shrugged. She had a wooden body to properly do so now.
I was wondering whether our circumstances would be different, but it looks like death removes all our skills. Well, I really don't mind starting over. I'll get a ton of skills running this hotel. I'm going to be awesome.
Mila smiled and walked around.
Besides, now that I'm restarting, I'm better able to think through my levels and skills. Good luck, Mila.
Hope you don't get strange skills like compendium of research failures and emergency shutdown.
What were you looking at, that the system made you get a skill like emergency shutdown? Were you trying to clone dinosaurs?
A biolab of giant dinosaurs. Alexis wasn't insulted. Rather, she rubbed her spiritual chin. It was Mila's turn to shake her new tree head.
Oh, no. I gave you an idea.
We have giant beetles. Dinosaurs are just giant lizards or giant birds. I like that idea. I chipped in.
You know what dinosaurs are? Didn't you say giant lizards or birds?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did say that. Never mind me, Mila.
How's the hotel? It's a lodge at the moment. I think there's going to be an upgrade at level 30. Strangely, I seem to be able to see what sort of upgrades to the lodge are available between now until level 30. How come? I have no idea.
Mila shrugged.
But I need to start recruiting workers to man the kitchen, the reception, and the restaurant. I'm planning to hire tree folk to complete the feel of the lodge. An inn by the tree folk. Tree, is that something you can help me with? Ask perhaps Jura or Laufen to put out a recruitment notice?
Sure. You'll need to give a lot more details, though, like what's your pay and working hours like?
Oh, can I talk to someone? Maybe some of the locals?
I'll ask Jura to come see you. Also, are you still going to call yourself Mila, or are you going with another name? Mila paused in a thinking pose.
Good point. Should I still call myself Mila? And would that get me in trouble?
Depends on what you want to achieve. Do you want people to know you were once a hero? That said, I doubt everyone will associate your name because, well, it's really quite common to name their children after heroes. Though I'm not going to call myself Alexis. I'll go with a different name. Maybe Ritz or Ambrose, Alexis told her. Mila clapped her 2 wooden palms.
I've got an idea. I will call myself M. Lady M.
Alexis smacked her head. Mila.
I will be referred to as M. You can call yourself A.
Ugh.
Don't you think Lady M is a classy name? I think it is, and it fits my role as the lady of the hotel.
Mila said.
Anyway, Tree, I need your help. Can I speak to Jura or the rest of the Valtrian Order? And are there any permits or permissions I need to get?
If I had a head to shake, I would. But I could only lightly sway my branches to indicate my lack of knowledge about New Freaka's bureaucracy. But I could give her a hand. I wanted to see her succeed. I'll arrange someone to meet you.
Great. I'd like to know before I accidentally commit a crime or infraction or have to pay unnecessary bribes.
Bribes?
Oh, it's actually common. The nobles throughout this world ask for bribes all the time. Even enforcement agents regularly ask for money. I heard from so many innkeepers and blacksmiths throughout our journey.
At this point, I turned to Ivy. Any idea if that happens? Given Ivy's earlier bombshell that everyone committed some kind of crime, I thought of course bribery happened.
Paying small sums of coin to avoid complete, thorough legal enforcement? Yes. One of the more common transactions to occur was intentional understatement of tax collections. In exchange, the enforcers get paid.
Ah, does that happen to our people?
Yes. I've ignored it as the coins exchanged were minimal.
I wasn't shocked. People there did what they had to do. That was just how it was. I recalled telling Ivy to ignore most of the petty crimes, so I guessed she classified that as such.
It lubricates commerce, and my calculations indicates most traders would be bankrupt if they had to comply with the actual tax rates and the full extent of the law.
That's a problem with the new freaking law, is it not?
Perhaps. It's heavily inspired by wherever the lawmakers are from. So the mishmash of laws gives rise to a whole lot of loopholes and possibilities for abuse. It's compounded by the fact that the justice system refers most rulings to the High Council, of which the lawmakers themselves are the judge.
Ivy, has New Freaka's justice system always been so screwed up?
I think it functions rather well. There is a clear acknowledgement of authority that flows up to the councillors. The people understand that, so they obey the councillors' demands and whatever the city tells the people to do. The councillor's role as the adjudicator and arbitrator of peace is incredibly important to allay the citizens' fears and address their needs. Even if it often lacks justice, it is a kind of order the people here have come to accept and respect.
Really?
Indeed.
Isn't there a written document? A constitution? What were they updating when they revised it to include the Valtrian Order?
Constitutional documents only list the major items, the key issues and matters the High Council wants to have formally documented. But outside of that, the councillors issue proclamations all the time, and their decisions over time get stitched together into an informal law. Furthermore, punishment for noncompliance isn't specified, so that's left to the jurisdiction of councillors.
Whatever. I've gotten a little sidetracked. Now to get Jura to send some people over. Year 79, Month 5. Mila eventually hired some tree folk, paid taxes for all the necessary permits, and got started with business. I just kind of let her do her own thing. There was really no need for me to interrupt and watch over her all the time. I felt I could trust Mila, so I was going to let her play her sim hotel while I did my shit. So I turned my attention to my own priorities, my big 3 threats: Demon King, other nations, and monsters. In dealing with demons, I was fairly confident in my abilities. Regarding the other nations, I needed the assistance of the people around me, so Jura's leveling challenge was something I needed to solve to help him. As for monsters, well, I just let that be. Actually, looking at it, I'd reduced the relative threat level of monsters generally. So far, I hadn't yet faced any truly difficult monsters, though we did have golems that were territorial. But as a threat, I thought their territorial camping nature made them less of a concern than I initially expected. It was the Demon King and the other nations that were the most immediate dangers. Looking at the other nations, I was relatively comfortable with where things were at the moment. I had a large army of beetles, and that was enough to deter the threat of small armies. As for the Demon King, He was about 4 years away, and I'd asked Medeus to do more research on when the rifts will start to appear. He said it was usually 2 to 3 years before the Demon King arrived, so I might have only another 1 to 2 years of peace before we were back to war with the demons.
Master, we're at the North Sinkhole.
Horn's delegation of beetles and Alexis's probe finally arrived. I'd soon start deploying subsidiary trees to the location, once they'd surveyed the area and found where exactly I needed to go. The sinkhole was massive, and I really wondered how no one had found it all this while. But then again, it was probably just magic. There were multiple entrances that led into the sinkhole, and the area around the entrance was now filled with camps. One of the larger entrances even had a small town that catered to the adventurers' needs, clearly run by opportunistic merchants trying to purchase the collected materials. Apparently, snakeskin and snake bile had various uses, some of which could be sold for a huge amount of money.
Which location should we pick? All the entrances were taken by the adventurers, and honestly, we'll attract unnecessary attention. We are, after all, a delegation of beetles, and the adventurers will immediately assume we're hostile.
Horn's suggestions.
Somewhere farther away. We're beetles. We don't need to use the ledges, so we can climb down vertical walls just fine.
Good point. Alexis nodded. If needed, I could use my roots to form new ledges for the beetles to crawl down, or even the roots and vines as a kind of rope. So, after a bit of scouting, we picked one side of the hole where there were already some shrubs and trees. That way the beetles and trees could blend in naturally. Could you spawn a biolab this far away? The sensors the probe has aren't as good as the ones in the biolab. Oh, why? The probe beetle can connect it to amplify the sensors. Fine. The trees were some distance away. Just hold position for a day or so. Spawning the roots to reach such distances takes time. So, what kind of monsters?
Snakes. I see snakes. And spiders. A lot of snake-like slithering monsters. There were a lot of them down there. A lot of big ones, too. And colorful ones.
Horns once again, with not exactly helpful descriptions. Alexis looked at them. I wonder what's attracting the adventurers. The usual, I suppose. Money, glory, power. Anyway, I'm here for power. Once I get the trees there, then we'll start exploring the sinkhole, too. Meanwhile, in New Freaka, Class Seed obtained. Dark Knight ×1. Experience Seed obtained. ×1. It's a joyous thing to find an unusual seed from a death ceremony. Since the ceremony started, I'd processed about 300 dead bodies, half of them from plain old age, the other half from injuries, fatal work accidents, murders, and fights. Most of them did not produce any such seeds, but so far, about 6 bodies, or about 0.5%, seemed to produce something, either a skill seed, which was the most common, or a class seed. The rarest seed was the experience seed. It made sense since they gave a level. Essences, though, were a whole lot more common. Almost all dead bodies, when absorbed, produced a few essences. Usually simple essences, like essences of knife, or essences of lesser courage, or essence of water. Unlike seeds, essences were mainly used for infusions, their effects mild. Who's this half-elf man? I asked the priest handling the ceremony. After all, for this dead man to give me a Dark Knight class seed, he couldn't be ordinary. There was a young boy who looked to be a half-elf, along with an old grandma next to him, attending the rites. Strangely, they didn't feel like family. The man who died looked to be relatively middle-aged, in his 40s, and the cause of death was a stab to the heart.
A recent refugee from Nung got into a scuffle with some of the guards, and one of the guards stabbed him to death. Came with the boy and the grandma in the same caravan, so the old grandma and the kid came to pay respects. Apparently the kid and the man shared some kind of connection, so the kid insisted to come. That's all I know, sadly.
The priest clarified. I see. The priest picked up the compressed bones and passed them to the young boy.
Here, something from that man. For you.
The boy nodded and accepted it.
Thank you. I'll take good care of Uncle's remains.
Is anyone looking after you, kid? The priest smiled at the boy.
I'm living with that granny there. We're working for a bakery now.
Ivy, can I ask you to start surveillance on this young boy and the grandma? I asked. He's ticking quite a bit of the potential hero tropes.
I'm a bit overwhelmed at this point. There were too many newcomers to the town. I'm struggling with 6,000 to 7,000 people simultaneously.
Ivy had a massive list of people to watch. At this point, all the politicians, all the guards, and then the Valtrian Orders people. Well, I was out of artificial souls. I'd collected quite a bit of soul fragments, but not enough. Not yet. Well, drop monitoring some of the Order's people, then. Those who do not appear to be undertaking any high risk, or who aren't acting suspicious.
Okay.
I got quite a bit of class seeds. Ranger, archer, soldier, merchant, trader, and various other trades. So Dark Knight's a rather unique class type. Classes were available only to the humanoid races. Monsters or the monster-like creatures usually didn't have classes. Instead, they had racial or type levels. A person could gain as many classes as they wanted, but depending on the race, only some of the benefits from the active few classes manifested. So, Dark Knight. What's a Dark Knight?
Oh, knights who tap on the power of darkness? Knights who fight at night? Night knights?
Jura shrugged and laughed. Sorry, Chichi. I've never heard of it. Research status. Tree, Stage 1, completed. Beetle, Anti-Magma Armors, Stage 3, completed. Beetle, Anti-Magma Armors, Stage 4, 24 months. Tree, Volcanic Adaptation, Stage 3, completed. Roots, Volcanic Mineral Harvesting, Stage 2, completed. Roots, Volcanic Mineral Processing, Stage 1, 1 month remaining. Materials Testing, Stage 1, completed. Tree Lab Varieties, Stage 1, 8 months. Magically Attuned Materials, Stage 1, 6 months. Basic Tree Eyes obtained. Limited to 10 selected trees. Place on trees to obtain multidirectional vision. Can actively look through 2 sets of eyes at any one time. View limit can be increased with root-brain complexes. Oh, I had tree eyes. Obviously, I put one on my main tree and saved the rest. I'd need to think where to put the trees properly, since it was limited. In terms of research, I decided to relieve Trevor from active research duties, so that brought my concurrent research topics down to 4. That was because the valley was growing, and Trevor's energy and focus was needed to manage the larger valley. The forests now extended far beyond the valley itself, and there were now multiple patches. The total number was 94,000 normal trees, some 480,000 shrubs and bushes, and about 5,000 subsidiary trees. He needed his full processing power to handle such a large valley, even with his higher levels. Next, I cycled through my domain. The volcano's activity subsided, but we were not attempting any invasion into the inner volcano for the moment. Although the beetles were tougher, thanks to more anti-magma armors, it didn't resolve the golem problem. The golems were still too powerful, and deeper still, we spotted a larger golem. They were not aggressive until we encroached on their area, and so, for now, things remained as status quo. I did intend to have more research completed, a different army type, and more tools at my disposal before attempting my next invasion of the volcano. Then, the ginseng plant. I was on a good streak. It was the longest continuous time I'd protected the ginseng plant, so it was starting to attract stranger monsters. Together with a large army of beetles, both Dimitri and Trevor playing the role of the alarm and surveillance system, we'd held off many greedy ginseng-stealing monsters. I hoped I'd get something for Jura to use, since ginseng, like herbs, was supposed to be good for supplementing vitality. Between level seeds and ginseng, I thought I'd be able to push Jura up to the next level. But first I needed to make sure the ginseng worked. I feared that giving Jura the levels, without the vitality to support it, may weaken him instead. Emily and Belle, as part of the Order's many business ventures, ran the various crop factories and processors, such as the olive press, the cotton factory, the herbal juice makers, the fermented or dried fruits and healing fruits. A plot of land near my main tree and another near the outskirts of New Freeka's town had been converted to grow all the different kinds of crops that the Order needed to operate these business ventures. I was hoping Brislock or Wallen could participate, but they seemed content with their lives as ordinary elves living in New Freeka. Speaking of business ventures, the New Freekans for now still made the wines for export, one of their most successful ventures so far. Even Salah bought from them. Their master winemakers apparently gained quite a few levels from this project, and were even famous regionally. It helped they had the right kind of levels and skills, since there was a farmer with skills focused on growing high-quality fruits, and also infusing them with a certain kind of flavor. So together, they made wines that had interesting taste profiles. I still wondered whether Yvonne thought it was worth it to trade her soul for grapes. But hey, she'd gotten lucky with Salah calling off the truce terms, and instead offering an unconditional truce. She was supposed to die, and then I could use her soul for my own schemes. Oh well, she'd die eventually. Wars, demons, diseases, something would eventually get to all of us, and I thought she'd get killed somehow. Eris, too. Eris was still working as a maid and minder for Yvonne, even though she was so free now that she didn't need a minder. Yvonne's routine now mostly consisted of practicing, teaching Roma various things, and then sparring with Lausanne. Other than that, she was at her home in New Freeka, idle, receiving visitors, mingling in public spaces with an adoring populace. She was to some the mother of the nation, the de facto queen.
Tree, can I ask for something?
Lausanne dropped by after her usual combat practice. Thankfully, she'd gotten over her Tarzan phase, and she wasn't swinging from tree to tree all that often, except for practice.
This special familiar, is there a price I have to pay? Like, Mom used to tell me that few things in the world were free, so I'm just wondering whether there's a catch.
Why? Surely it wasn't a statement like that prompted this sort of question.
I see it in my dreams when I sleep these days. There are days I forget that we're separate things. It's like it's me, part of me. And it's strange. Some days I know what the vines are touching. I feel it, like the vines are like my fingers. It's really, really strange, and a bit scary.
Was that supposed to happen? I had no idea. I thought it might be an ability that the special familiar had. Did familiars meld with their hosts? Don't worry about it, Lausanne. The familiar means you no harm. I lied. I was not sure, but I thought the familiar should not have such side effects. Alexis butted in during the conversation. And what's that familiar powered on? It feels familiar, like a kind of mana signature. Magic. My magic. Alexis shrugged. Is it? Okay, I believe you, Tree. But if someday I want to remove the familiar, is that possible? Can the familiar contracts be cancelled? Lausanne, of course, couldn't hear Alexis's voice. Yes, I can take the familiar back, so don't worry. How's practice? Was Yvonne a good coach? Lausanne paused, and then she flashed her usual big, chubby smile. Okay, Tree. Lady Yvonne, she's good, but I think Uncle Jura's a better fighter. Well, Jura did gain more levels, and his recent class merger made him really formidable. Oh, you don't like fighting her? No, not that. I like her. I just have not gotten used to how she fights. It's a different style. But, I mean, Uncle Jura's a better fighter in a bigger way. Well, you should get used to different styles of fighting. Heroes need to fight all sorts of monsters. Lausanne nodded. Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that. You're right, Tree. I should adapt to different styles. She walked into the playroom, now turned study room, and she grabbed a small bag of wooden toys and some small kid-size wooden swords. I thought she intended to distribute them to the kids in the orphanage, now her friends. I'm going to train my friends. Is that okay? Sure. Don't go easy on them. Lausanne frowned, her lips pouty. I can't. They're really weak, so I need to train them slowly. Tree, do you think one day you can use your powers on them, too? Well, Alexis did suggest a larger sample size. Maybe? I'd been monitoring the orphans for some time, and none of them, so far, showed anything extraordinary. The regular checks using the biolab in the orphanage didn't indicate whether any of them would be special. But then again, Lausanne wasn't special either. I was in a bit of a dilemma. Lausanne was where she was now, a genius, because of years of consuming essence, dream tutor, and power leveling such that she gained knowledge. If Lausanne was ordinary, then what if the others were special? But my dilemma wasn't really potential, but maybe I thought what was really stopping me from trying was trust. For Lausanne, she had been with me since she was a baby, and that strong bond was why I had invested in her and she was my guinea pig. Maybe someday she'd betray me when she finally went to see the world, but still it was a mutual benefit. I learned something, and Lausanne got stronger. So for these other kids, if I started young and molded these children, maybe I would build such a bond with them too. Most of them. Maybe, just maybe, I could link it to the familiar, such that all of them must take the familiar contract, and the familiars would then also help to monitor them, act as my eyes and ears, such that I could learn more about these children and in turn build a stronger bond? Skill upgraded. Symbiotic extension. Skill learned. Minder familiars. Maximum minders 20. Special tree type obtained. Dreamers' tree houses. Lausanne, would you have any of your friends who would like to have a familiar? Year 79, Month 6. I chose 5. 5 young girls around age 6 to 8 from the orphanage for the first batch of the Minder familiars. I decided to use the Minders in batches so I could spread out my sample size over time. Why girls? No real reason for girls. It just so happened that Lausanne's friends or playmates were mostly girls. Their reaction to having a Minder-familiar contract was mostly shock. To them, all they could see was familiar. The status as a Minder was hidden, or else they probably wouldn't accept it. Amazing, they said. But these were young girls, their magic just starting to bubble out of their tiny souls. I had conditions, of course, things that Lao Fen helped me explain. 1. Regular dips into pod twice a week, so I could track changes to their body and their soul. 2. They had to stay in a subsidiary tree I placed next to the orphanage quarters. It had rooms and beds for 20 children, though they were all densely packed together like a dorm. This was because my dream tutor only worked when they slept either next to me or inside me. 3. Practice. Once they accepted the familiar, they would go on a structured education and training program so that they'd become competent soldiers. I had 20 slots, so I planned to split them into 4 batches, using the first 5 as guinea pigs and refining the process as I went along. There were things I wanted to identify, such as how the essence used influenced the creation of skill blocks in the soul realm. By looking at them frequently, I hoped to gain some idea about how effective essences were, and how much I actually needed to use for it to start having an effect. For the education program, I tasked Jura to appoint some of the Order's militia to start these girls on simple exercises and drills. This world did not shy away from sending young children to fight wars, so I thought it was better to train them before they got sent to their deaths. The girls took to training and education with much enthusiasm, showing up promptly and listening to the various trainings and teachers intently. It was a small, focused class, 1 teacher to 5 girls, and it was drawn out of my personal budget. The Order's budget allocated a discretionary sum to me that I could do whatever I wanted with. Anyway, the girls were really enjoying the structure, which I found quite strange, as I remembered being a rebellious young child in my youth. But for orphans who never had structure, it must have been a welcome change of pace. Next, I followed up on the hole. Further down, there was a bit of space warping present, similar to almost all dungeons, and to some extent my own secret hideout. "Dungeon," Horns suggested, as the small squad of beetles ventured down the hole. Magical presence was fluctuating, which seemed rather consistent with the presence of a dungeon core of some kind. "Not a ley line?" I asked. Didn't seem like there was magical energies of a ley line. Do you detect any? Sadly, I knew the answer was no. When we conquered the earlier dungeon, the presence of the ley line was clear. My roots, as magically insensitive as they were, could pick it up because of how overwhelming the ley line's presence was once we got underground. None of that overwhelming magical presence here, unless it was somehow magically concentrated and hidden. A core, then. It's deep, I think. Alexis's probe walked down the cliff walls. Some snakes and flying creatures started to engage the group of beetles, which the beetles fought off successfully. "Master, were you able to place your trees on the cliffs?" "Farther up, yes. But once the dungeon's influence touches the cliff, no. There was a barrier, which my subsidiary trees cannot pierce. I could use roots, though, to create a path." "At this point?" "I'm afraid that's in the dungeon already." The good thing was I could see into the dungeon, because unlike the earlier dungeon, it wasn't blocked. Perhaps this dungeon didn't learn that sort of ability. Or not all dungeon cores had the same kind of power. "Ah, could you put a tree right at the very edge, and then lower a bunch of vines down? Something for us to grab on if we need to jump and fight." The beetles had no problems walking on the cliff walls that led deep into the darkness below. The darkness itself didn't scare them either. Their vision was naturally adapted to all light levels. But fighting while trying to grip onto the walls was not so easy. Your presence was getting faint, Master, Horn said.
I'm still connecting to my probe. Looked like my connection was stronger than yours. It's just really crazy dark down here.
Tell Master I'll talk through you, Horn said to Alexis's probe. Horn's communication was also a kind of telepathy.
I know. I can still communicate, but that means you've got to protect me.
Snakes. These snakes had rough scales. Perhaps it helped them move and hold on to the jagged cliffs. Some of these snakes were like nagas, part humanoid, with 4 or 6 arms and a long, slithering body that helped them navigate the cliffs. The nagas were tough opponents to fight, and they could easily take on 5 or 6 of the beetles before dying.
Tree, your beetles were not suited for dungeon battles. They were tough and their bodies strong, but their way of charging and fighting was not really appropriate in this environment. I would say only Horns with his skills was suited.
What were you telling, Master?
Nothing.
After another 2 to 3 hours of descending into the abyss, they decided to stop and retreat, as the attacks from the snakes became relentless. Master, I suggest a full-scale invasion of the whole. Maybe 5,000 beetles, and 50 of the large beetles. All of us go into the abyss and attack everything we see. The dungeon's structure is deep and wavy further down, and there are a lot of monsters. But unlike the earlier dungeon, it's still big enough for a large amount of beetles. A large attack force will work a lot better than a small elite squad.
I agree with the assessment. This dungeon seemed to favor large, wide caverns and hallways. Ideal situation for a large force to just march in.
Very well. Let's do it. Horns, you're in charge.
Aye. This beetle army is gonna kick some dungeon core backside. Beetles will be the very best!
A week later, the adventurers nearby were treated to the view of a massive army of beetles descending into the abyss. It caused a massive panic, but as the beetles did not attempt to engage the adventurers, cleverly, the adventurers took the hint and left the army of beetles alone. And Horns' suggestion was working like a charm. Within 3 days of the invasion, like an unstoppable tide of destruction, the beetles charged in and flooded the dungeon, slaughtered all the snakes that had the misfortune of being in their path, cleared most of the dungeon, and most importantly, reached the core. The wide layout meant a large force could penetrate all the way in, even if we were outmatched 1-to-1. And the space allowed our superior numbers to gang up on the individually stronger snakes. The core was trying its best to defend itself, spawning and summoning as many snake monsters as it could. But with 3,000 beetles left, and despite 2,000 beetles that died fighting all the snakes and snake-like monsters, it was unable to muster an army large enough to fight back the tide of beetles.
Bring it back!
Horns and the army arrived at the core room, and with a strong nudge from the giant beetle, the dungeon core rolled off its pedestal. And that was how we beat the dungeon. I found it quite funny, because what the dungeon core needed to do to successfully defend against our invasion was choke us off. But strangely, this dungeon core's design choice was wide open spaces, large openings, and big walkways. Big spaces, big walls, all allowed for a large force to rush in and clear everything. Perhaps it was an architect with a thing for big spaces. And why snakes? Perhaps the dungeon core rolled the dice and got snakes. With that, the army of beetles returned with a dungeon core taken from its home. Strangely, without the dungeon core, the deep hole continued to spawn snakes, although to a lesser frequency. Dungeon core. It was a large, circular, crystal-like structure, about the size of a basketball. I recalled the earlier one being larger, though. Or were there many variants? Perhaps it wasn't something with a standard size.
What were you going to do with it?
I would like to study it, of course. But between now and when I get that magic lab, it's going to sit in my treasury.
Fair enough.
Other than that, the beetles also brought back some interesting abyss vegetation. Tree type obtained, cave trees. Plant type obtained, deep moss. Special tree type obtained, cliff bonsai. No levels for me, sadly. Horns and Alexis did get some levels. Sucked being a bystander. Year 79, month 7.
Tree spirit, an audience, please.
Yvonne came marching to my main tree, alone. She didn't seem very happy. Yes.
What's your plans with the orphans? I heard from Lausanne that you've given them familiars and started them on some kind of training.
It was as you heard. Training. I intend to train them into warriors.
Warriors? Is that all there is to it? Surely there is more going on. What with the strange things you have been asking them about?
She was being rather aggressive. What are you alluding to? If you have something to say, get to it. Yvonne took a step back, but then she quickly adjusted her posture, such that she faced me head-on, her eyes staring at my tree trunk.
What I hear is there is constant dipping into your pool, that healing pod thing with all of your feelers. So I want to know, are you also meddling with their bodies? Are you altering them? And are you meddling with their minds as well?
Meddling? Yes. Altering? Maybe. Well, yeah, I did plan to meddle. That was the whole point. Yvonne shook her head.
That's not right. These are children.
You seem to think there's a reason not to select children. Wrong. It's because they are children. Children can be easily molded, shaped. Their minds are flexible, receptive to change. And seriously, why now, Lady Yvonne? Yvonne paused. Maybe when Lausanne started to tell her what I'd been doing with the 5 girls, it just flicked a switch.
Why? What do you mean, why? Is it not wrong to start using children for some kind of war plot? Has your future war potential?
Many nations do so. Choose young children and prepare them for war, in some cases from the day they're born. What I want to do is similar. If you ask me why, ask all the nations before and present why. Fighting, war, destruction. It's a way of life in this world. Preparing these children for that way of life so we, have a better chance of survival as a whole. Is there anything wrong with that? Yvonne nodded.
It is your altering of their bodies and minds. Is it something that's irreversible, such that they may lose their ability to have children?
As I currently plan it, no. And seriously, you know better that the whole matters more than individuals. Some must be sacrificed and experience pain for the whole to succeed. It is, as I said, strange coming from you, Lady Yvonne. Yvonne's face was complicated, a mix of worry, perhaps disgust, and fear.
Would you deprive them of a childhood? Of friends? Would you isolate them? Make them inhuman? Would this sacrifice that you ask of these young girls, would it be too much for them?
Maybe. Maybe this burden is too much for them. Maybe asking them to sacrifice their childhoods to be my warriors is too much. But there is no one else, Yvonne. These orphans yearn for a purpose in life, and I give them one. To answer a greater calling, to fight for me, for the valley, for all of us. But I find it strange that you are suddenly concerned for these young girls. I don't recall you being so caring of orphans when you were in a position of power, so these words coming from you sound hollow. Yvonne's eyes were a bit watery. Was she trying to pull the crying lady trick? Sadly, I was a tree, and such crying antics did not trigger a protective urge within me.
Yes, I didn't do what I could. I had the power, yet I was too crippled by politics, too confused by all the competing priorities. But now I have to speak up. I heard what Lausanne said these girls will go through, and I fear for these young souls. You're sending them into a life of only war.
And so what? This is how the world is. Why do you want to speak up? Are you doing so to satisfy some kind of conscience that you suddenly discovered you have?
No. I am trying to care for these young orphans. They deserve a life better than war now that we are at peace.
I thought she was lying, and that was hogwash, really. Peace? You mean this peace that we have because our overwhelming might suddenly scared the shit out of our opponents? This was no true peace, Lady Yvonne. It was a peace built on fear, a fear of our power. And if you know better, this peace is maintained by power. Lady Yvonne, if you truly care, and want to care, I would like to suggest you participate in their molding as warriors. Be their support, then. These young girls, they will need a matron to watch over them, to guide and advise them where I can't, to be a wise elder to these sheep, our future warriors. She froze, and her eyes twitched.
Again? You want me to be a part of it?
Yes, since you suddenly have a conscience. Come, join the training. Join me in shaping our future warriors, our future generals, our future knights. Perhaps you can then see for yourself what I'm trying to do. So, or were your earlier words just something you wanted to get off your chest?
Yvonne finally nodded. I'll do it. I'll help you with these girls.
Good. Make them strong. We will need their strength one day. Alexis, do you have any results from the treefolk study?
Yes. I got the dead treefolk, and I'm starting my investigations. So far, nothing. But I'm mainly interested in the kind of flexible muscle wood that they have on their joints. Their body is fascinating under scrutiny. It's both plant-like, yet they also form muscle-like structures. It's like somebody just blended a tree and a person together to create a treefolk. Replicating that muscle-like structure would mean we could make stronger creatures overall.
How long do you need?
According to Research Planner, probably 12 months just to understand the treefolk's bodily structures. There was a lot to unpack. The treefolk's brain was also interesting, and worth another 12 to 24 months of study, and I reckon would have a benefit to your root-brain complex.
Are they not a communal mind structure, like forests are? It was said that forests formed an intelligence through the interconnected roots, like each tree was a neuron. In this world, large ancient forests often appeared to have a will of their own, and over time, this would often pool together and create a spirit tree, or soul tree. It was one of the many ways tree spirits were said to come to existence naturally.
Not exactly. Though treefolk have a head, their brains are actually distributed throughout their body, kind of like jellyfish. It's like a neural network, but with a few large hubs in the head, the heart.
They have a heart, yes?
Yes. Well, their heart is actually more like this main vessel through their body that runs from their leg to their head. In a way, it's like a large, muscled pipe.
Never mind the details. There was news from a distant land, as Nung, Takhti, and Salah eventually settled on a peace treaty. Though the culprit of the massive blizzard was still at large, the blizzard itself had been successfully dispelled, and the weather had returned to normal. That said, ground zero of that spell was now a quasi-dungeon area, the presence of such blood sacrifice distorting the area, such that it spawned zombies and monsters. It would take some time for the remains of such magic to decay. So trade got rerouted around the now cursed land, and the three nations reached a kind of awkward truce. Still, that meant less essence for me from this battlefield. Further out, my traveling soul harvesters continued to bring back more souls, more essences of death, and more skill-type essences. Throughout the entirety of this continent, death remained a constant thing. Many small battles, many little monster attacks, little rebellions here and there. More death, more essences. And that was good for me. One good thing about this piece was now I got more knowledge about our neighbors, and as more and more such little snippets filtered through the grapevine, I learned interesting things. Like there was a vast sacred forest on the edge of Sala's capital, where the kings hunted. Or near one of the large cities of Nung, there was a large mountain where people claimed ancient giants wandered. Well, personally, I thought it was time to take the war to Sala. They may be at peace, but I still had a small score to settle. The Sala kingdom's capital was really far away, so I had to undo my subsidiary trees that stretched to the abyss. It was the furthest I was going. If I measured the distance in beetle, it was about 2.5 weeks away. So I was going to need a lot of subsidiary trees to create a line that connected the entire distance. It was a process that took about 1,500 subsidiary trees to create a line to bend with the terrain, and eventually the capital. I made it a point to hide the presence of the trees from plain sight, such that they appeared natural, and this endeavor took me the whole month, every day, putting a tree, altering its appearance, and then moving on. And there it was, the capital. Skill upgraded. Local RootNet access upgraded. Longer distance between subsidiary trees unlocked. Special trees type obtained. Root relay trees. Max quantity of relay was level times 5. Root relay were special trees with the dedicated purpose of expanding your root network. A single root relay can create a simple root network that extends 10 times the diameter of a regular subsidiary tree. Does not have other functions. Looks like any other tree. Appearance is customizable. Year 79, Month 8. Sala's capital. It had gone by many names throughout its history. Many kings had changed its name. The most recent name of the capital was Ransala, after the king's beloved but deceased wife, Queen Rani. Next to the capital was a forest, Sala's royal grove. In fact, most large kingdoms maintained a grove or a forest for the purpose of having some supply of highly valuable herbs or plants, for the manufacture of unique potions or medicines. Some temples, such as the Temple of Gaia's headquarters, also had a large forest that it cultivated for its own use. Now that my chain of subsidiary tree had finally made the long connection needed to arrive here, I paused for a moment to take in the view. It was a large capital. Not as populous as it used to be after the non-human exodus, but still there were a lot of humans in this city, perhaps 400 to 500,000, maybe more, and the city sprawled to accommodate its large population. There were 2 rivers that ran through the city, and it merged further down, which split the capital into 3 parts. The central southern chunk was where the palace, priesthood, mages, and wealthy mostly lived. Infrastructure was good. The roads were paved. Security was top-notch, and patrols were regular, staffed with the best-behaved men. It was a place where, to be frank, people behaved nicely because of the overwhelming presence of the royal guards and the archmagus. It was home to the official traders' market, though in reality, it was more of a hipster market, catering to the needs of the wealthy and elite. Then there was the east side, where the army's main quarters, the river ports, and the warehouses were, This was also where the royal grove was. There were not that many dwellings there, as space was few and far between, the royal grove off limits. Then there was the west side, a large flat land where most of the citizens resided. Sprawling, messy, and infrastructure spotty. It was the definition of a large city where the plans failed to keep up with the population growth. As a result, it was a space where citizens often took things into their own hands, so there were multiple enclaves where there was some form of local rule. Vibrant, energetic, and a space of constant change. The supervision from local authorities minimal, so long as the tax monies continued to flow into the right pockets. Half of the merchant corps existed here, and the true traders' market, where the trade volumes were high and the shouting constant. How did I know this? Well, it was not hard for Juro to ask a Salah merchant to speak of their capital at length. Apparently, the merchants were incredibly proud of the Peons market, one of the largest markets found in the region. It was a nice city. A shame, really. Side story. Lausanne 2. Sometime after the orphanage started.
"Where's the captain? We want the captain!"
The boys shouted.
"They're busy today. I'm here to be your practice partner." "You're not a soldier. You're just a little girl. No, worse. You're a noble,"
the young boy accused.
"You're one of the nobles, and we don't want to practice with you."
"I'm not. And what's wrong with practicing with me?" She didn't understand it. She'd never been a noble. Her father may have been the village chief, but he passed away and the village was destroyed. Growing up relatively sheltered from kingdoms and their societies, she wasn't too aware about the negative emotions associated with nobility, even though Jura and Lao Fen did tell her about what nobles usually did in other nations.
"I know you. You're a noble, and we don't want to practice with you,"
the young boys shouted, some of them really unhappy. The rest of the boys didn't like her either. They all looked at her with disgust, which made her feel a little sad. She didn't expect this. Lao Fen and Jura asked her to help out at the orphanage, to help teach the other children, those about her age, to be their sparring partner for a while. The captains were out on a mission. Why were they so nasty to me? I'm just trying to help, she wondered, but she didn't understand their hostility.
Don't come here acting all high and mighty because of your mother."
What? Where did that come from? Why? She just couldn't answer. Isn't Mom the one who set up this orphanage? The boys started going out of the hall. Lausanne felt that her presence was unwanted by these boys. All she wanted to do was practice some sword fighting, since Uncle Jura was busy. He said to help out at the orphanage, practice some basic moves with the kids in the orphanage. Good heroes did that sort of work all the time, and she agreed. She wanted to be a good hero. But why did these fellow children, who were just around her age, treat her with such hostility? She didn't even say much. All she did was walk in, say she was helping out with the sword practice, and then this huge tirade of insults resulted. One of the caretakers at the orphanage noticed the insults and rushed into the training room. The caretaker, an elderly lady, walked to Lausanne and pulled her to one side of the room before it escalated into a fistfight.
"Forgive them, Miss Lausanne. A lot of them have a lot of animosity, a lot of anger. So when they see a young girl their age coming in to teach them, they can't deal with it. Please, come this way with me."
"They're really angry at me." Lausanne nodded, looking at the wrinkled face of the elderly lady.
She held Lausanne's arms and leaned in to speak with her with a warm, grandmotherly voice. "It's a complicated feeling. These boys, they've got things to deal with inside them. And so these boys no, they have a need for respect and recognition, a yearning to learn real skills. So when adult soldiers come and practice with them, they feel they are respected." So they don't want to practice with me because I'm a young girl? Even if I have real skills?
Lausanne sighed. There was nothing much she could do with those kids who were bigger if they didn't like her.
I'll have to tell Uncle Jura and Mom about it later. She looked at the caretakers, most of them elderly women that her mother hired to help run the orphanage.
There were about 200 kids in this place, of various ages, and many of them were there because they'd lost both their parents, mostly during their earlier escape from the slaughter of Salah. The group was around aged 9 to 12. She was sad, but she did promise Jura to help, so she asked for something else to do. Maybe if there were other girls?
Well, Uncle Jura did ask me to help out. Maybe I can play with the younger children? Any girls I can play with?
Ah, yes, okay. Girls.
The lady smiled and led Lausanne to another room, where there were about 10 to 15 young girls, probably 4 to 6 years old, playing catch. It was a relatively empty room, and they didn't have many toys, so they mostly played with each other.
Maybe you can join this group?
Hi.
Lausanne smiled. They were all younger than her, and a part of her felt happy. It was nice that she wasn't the youngest for a change. They smiled back at her and welcomed her into the game. This group's a lot more pleasant, she thought. Maybe they were too young to feel much animosity. Or perhaps this group was a little sheltered. It was a simple room with a few chairs, but it was well lit by natural lighting, thanks to multiple large windows. Thin streaks of sunlight filtered through the leaves outside. There were a few wooden blocks here and there, but that was about all the toys they had. A small girl with a short bob cut walked up to Lausanne.
"Hello, elder sister. I'm Jen."
She was shorter than her. Lausanne smiled and gave her a hug.
"I'm Lausanne. Can I play?"
"Okay. What do you want to play? We usually play catch, or we throw the blocks back and forth."
"Okay, let's do that." They played together for the rest of that afternoon, until it was about evening, and she learned their names. The biggest girl there was Sammy. She was about 6. She didn't know when her birthday was, because her parents both passed away when she was still a baby, and that was actually fairly common among those who lived there. Because the girls didn't know who was the eldest, they went with the biggest. Jen was a year younger, and like the rest of the girls, her parents had died. Or maybe they'd somehow gotten separated. Most of them weren't very sure whether their parents died or got lost, but this detail didn't bother them much. Lausanne felt happy after an afternoon of playtime, and felt maybe she should help them out.
I should ask Tree for some more wooden toys. I remember we have a lot in the playroom. Did you practice with the other kids? No, Mom. They didn't want to fight with a girl. They wanted the captains. Oh.
Lao Fen nodded and put down the reports that the other employees had prepared. She had a lot of assistants these days as the head of the public services. She honestly didn't like paperwork all that much, but there still needed to be reports to tabulate spending and income, and these were still made by actual administrators or the priests.
Why?
Lao Fen squatted to look at Lausanne eye to eye.
One of the ladies said it's because they want to fight with an adult.
Lausanne sulked.
Maybe it's because I'm not good enough.
Lao Fen gave Lausanne a hug and then started to pat her daughter on the head.
No, no. I'm sure it's not like that. The ladies told me so. The boys said they want the captains.
Lausanne, my dear,
They don't mean it.
I am sure they like you.
Lausanne shook her head. Mom, they don't. Really? Really?
Lausanne's face was serious and a bit sad.
Well, they will like you some day.
Lausanne shook her head. Humph. She leaned in and gave her mom a kiss on the cheek.
Good night, Mom.
Sleep well.
Don't let it bother you.
Lausanne shook her head again. Maybe it would bother her that night. Sometime later.
Thank you for practicing with me, Lady Yvonne.
You're welcome.
I always look forward to sparring with such a talented young girl.
They both gave each other a quick bow, and they started their practice spars. Simple swings and strokes. Moves meant to warm the body and get ready for the real thing. Yvonne was still leagues ahead of Lausanne in terms of skill, but Lausanne's growth was outstanding as she was almost level 30.
How's things?
Yvonne asked casually, ducking a horizontal slash and then parrying a follow-up horizontal slash.
Tree's starting a small class of students. He calls them his chosen warriors.
Huh?
Yeah. He says he plans to train them, and maybe give them special powers like mine someday. But before that, he needs to prepare them.
Yvonne blocked a flurry of slashes and retaliated with a body slam. Lausanne activated evasive steps and managed to avoid it.
He says maybe he'll have to fix them if they're not compatible later on, like how he uses his powers to cure Uncle Jura's curse. Really, why does Tree want to do something like that? He didn't tell me a lot, but maybe he just likes us to grow? He says he wants to watch our growth closely, as he'll be using some kind of essence on us, though. Essence? Isn't that like condensed energies? I don't know, Lady Yvonne, but Tree says he has a lot of essences and some other things like his minerals and mana that he wants to use. On the girls? Yeah, he told me it'll be good for them. Did you get those as well? I think so. I frequently have dreams where I'm training, or where there is someone teaching me things, and Tree tells me to dip into the pod every week, too. And your mom was fine with it. Mom thinks Tree knows what he's doing. She says it's how I got so good at fighting. Wait, you're not naturally talented at fighting?
Lausanne smiled. If you ask Uncle Jura, he'll tell you I was absolutely horrible at it when I started.
But Tree's been helping me by giving me these dreams.
Lausanne blocked a few more slashes from Yvonne and tried to land a kick.
Dreams? Yeah, it's like I'll take a nap at home, and Tree's feelers will somehow touch my forehead, and I get the dreams. Tell me more.
Yvonne charged and unleashed a flurry of slashes. Lausanne tried to parry them, but failed to parry a few, so she took a hit from the wooden blade. Lausanne staggered back from the impact. It hurt, but she had pain resistance.
Oh, it's different every time. Sometimes it's like there's a voice in my head and we talk about things, about a topic. Sometimes it's language, like I'll get a lesson on it. Sometimes it'll tell me about people, about places.
Yvonne listened intently, and they took a break.
Some dreams were really, really fun. It's like all these colors and all these images of really strange things, weird monster-like things and shapes, but they don't attack me. It's like I'm on top of a mountain and fall down.
That's like a vision.
A hallucination. Oh, what? Never mind. Continue. Oh, then like last week, I had a dream where I was fighting a giant demon. I had really strong powers, and I had to use those powers to fight the giant demon. Fighting demons doesn't sound like a fun dream. Yvonne shook her head and took a drink from her bag of water. Anyway, continue. Lausanne nodded, and they both stepped back into the ring. Well, I think Tree's trying to teach me something. Sounds like he's making elite warriors. Lausanne smiled. Well, he's just helping me be a hero. Yvonne frowned, and Lausanne ducked, then jumped sideways to avoid a bunch of slashes. Is it? I am not aware he did so much to you. Oh, he's been fixing my body, too. Like repairing a bone here, a bone there. And he's got this thing that can help strengthen the bones and muscles, too. It's all in the green pod. I am starting to think the green pod isn't all that it seems. That pod was amazing, Lady Yvonne. It sustained a hero suffering from a demonic curse. He did? Did Uncle Jura not tell you? One of the previous generations of heroes was afflicted with some kind of curse, and Tree kept her alive until a cure was found. Before we came. Yeah, I was still a tiny toddler then. But I do vaguely remember a lady constantly being in the pod. All right, let's stop. They had some more basic exercises just to cool their bodies down. How were the girls receiving this news? They're excited. It's the first time they've been chosen for anything, so they were thrilled when they got the familiar contract. They'll need to sleep in a special tree and have regular dips in the pod. It's like they're going to be transformed into something amazing, so all of them really, really want it. They should be careful. Tree Spirit probably has his own plans for them, and may not be what they think it is. Lausanne smiled. We believe in Tree. He'll help us. Yvonne sighed. I'll need to speak to Tree. Dreams, physical alterations, hallucinations, a need to consume strange liquids. It all sounded a bit like what tribal shamans gave to their warriors, to whip them into a war frenzy, or the work of some alchemists testing out strange potions. She had heard rumors of creatures that gave strange mind-altering substances to enslave minions, and though it didn't seem like Tree was doing it, she needed to be sure. Yvonne was one of the modernist elves who had a rather defensive, cautious view of tree spirits, that tree spirits weren't exactly domestic animals that could be tamed, unless one happened to be a hero who focused on spirit control. The modernist elves believed the benign, friendly myth of the tree spirit was actually a unique characteristic of the great tree spirits of the elf cities, and one should not assume all wild tree spirits to be similarly benevolent. Like the dryads, fairies, and other forest spirits, these avatars of nature share a common trait, that they were occasionally ephemeral, flighty, fickle, and manipulative. Though often their goals were aligned to what most elves desired, they should also be treated with caution, for the fury of a tree spirit was often subtle. Lausanne, though, didn't think that way. To her, Tree was friendly, and all he was trying to do was help. In their own ways, both of them were right. Year 79, Month 9.
Did you hear? One of the Mage Guild's private gardens near the Royal Grove was robbed last night. A lot of valuable herbs and plants were lost.
I eavesdropped on some of the locals of Ransala.
Oh, any idea who the culprits were? The mages suspect a mage, so the Royal Guard has been deployed. But there were no traces. It's as if the plants all just vanished into the ground.
Can't it be just some thief with a magical bag? Or some kind of plant manipulation artifact?
The locals had all sorts of speculation.
I think it's just an unhappy mage taking revenge. There was a lot of politics going on in the mage guilds. This was just a reaction to the mage council votes.
Ransala. It was a large city, and there were a lot of high-leveled people around. Strong adventurers, powerful generals, and mages. Their very presence permeated the air, and I occasionally picked up the effects of their skills, despite me being mostly magically insensitive. A direct confrontation was not ideal, not with the distance penalty I suffered at long distances. This might be the first time I had seen a city. Moton and New Freaka couldn't compare to the scale and sprawl of a capital city. It was also the first time I encountered enchanted roads. Around the capital, these roads had some kind of anti-vegetation effect, and as a result, I couldn't spawn my subsidiary trees near them. Even underground, the capital had a sprawling network of sewers and tunnels, and they were strangely also enchanted. I suspected it was the effect of some masonry skill or builder's skill, which prevented decay and damage to these structures, because logically, using magic on sewers just didn't seem to make much sense. These enchanted sewers prevented my roots from spreading that deeply, and so that greatly limited the extent of my spread. In the city, multiple structures, such as the army's fort on the riverbank, were enchanted with strong defensive magic, which I was yet able to identify, but I presumed to be a kind of warding magic. The magic on the fort walls created a force field that repelled my presence, and prevented me from placing subsidiary trees, and also stopped my roots from approaching. I frankly didn't know all of these, whether it was skill or magic, either, or whether it was the powers of a local lord or king that granted such passive benefits to the city that he or she ruled. These protections, whether from magic or skills, were clustered mostly around the old castle, the palaces, the 8 forts around the city, the mages' main towers, the old cathedrals, and temples to the gods, the usual places of interest. All of these, together with the layout of the river, meant I had very little access to the inner city, where all the royals were. Still, there must be something I could do. First was the Royal Grove, which, despite its royal status, lacked magical protection. I guessed that unlike the places where the royals lived, the Royal Grove wasn't worth much protection. So I extended a few subsidiary trees into the forests, and soon discovered that its earth did have some magic. There were also a lot of new herbs and plants that I had not seen. The royal guards and rangers were always on the lookout for monsters or for thieves, but when they spotted a new tree, they just went, eh. All I needed to do was disguise my tree to look like a small shrub, and I could slip through the patrols like nothing. The best reaction I got from a ranger was, "Oh, when did this tree pop up?" And then he promptly proceeded to ignore that tree. Like, not even an investigation? In fact, the most legit confrontation I'd gotten was from a woodcutter. I had attempted to expand into the new part of the city where all the regular citizens lived, but the presence of a tree just stuck out like a sore thumb in the messy, dense mess that was the west side of Ransala. So a woodcutter came up to my tree that popped up at the edge of town, and without any hesitation, chopped me down. Chop, 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 and timber! My subsidiary tree fell just like that. I bet that woodcutter had special woodcutting abilities that made my tree's defenses absolutely useless. Those poor subsidiary trees didn't stand a chance. Maybe that axe was enchanted to be super effective against trees. But honestly, other than the woodcutters, no one really noticed an unusual tree in a forest. I mean, I was discounting the fact that anything green just stuck out in a place filled with houses, roads, and shops. Did this world not have tree monsters? Did nobody disguise themselves as a tree trunk? Did this world not have ninjas? Anyway, as my subsidiary tree connected to the other trees on the earth, I got a notification. Gained a passive buff. Connected to an enchanted forest. Herb effectiveness increased by 50%. Oh, funky. Enchanted it is. "What's your plan?" Alexis asked. She was obviously a huge fan of seeing new places. "I've been there, the city, but we've only stayed a few days. It's nice, looking at the city from your point of view." I plan to first gradually infiltrate the capital, have trees and vines throughout the city. Then I need to find the culprits. I want to know whether the commanders that ordered the burning of the village are still alive. That's it? If they are alive, do you plan to kill them? I guess so. I should kill them. Is this for revenge? I mean, they burned down the village, so it's revenge, right? Revenge? Yeah, I think so. Actually, that was a good question. Why was I doing this? Was I just carrying the fury of the burning of the village of Freaka in my heart? Kind of silly that I was asking myself that now that I had made the entire journey there. I even invested all these subsidiary trees to establish a connection, a chain of trees that spanned a country. So that question prompted me to think about what exactly I wanted to achieve. And because I could not answer the question myself, I turned to the elves, my fellow survivors, the 7 elves that had suffered the consequences of the army's brutality. Lausanne, what would you do if you found the one responsible for killing your father? Slap him. A few times. That's it. That bad person. He made me grow up without a father. It was a bad thing. Bad people do such bad things to me. But it was so long ago. I was still just a small baby, and I do not know what happened. So somehow, I'm not really angry. Maybe angry, but it's not the burn me up kind of angry, you know? I should be angry at these bad guys because they did a bad thing. But it's not in here, you know? Lausanne pointed to her heart. Or was it her gut? She had a point. She was a baby, and she hadn't seen it happen, though she suffered the consequences of it. But that had been her life since. So, were you angry? I think I am, but not much, really. Maybe Mom will be really angry. Wait, I should be angry. I am angry. You don't sound that angry. I am angry because a group of bad people did bad things to us. But that's it, I guess. I'm angry because I should be, but not angry because I feel it like a fire in my heart. Okay. Confusing. Lao Fen. Lao Fen, what would you do if you found the man that ordered the burning of the village? Lao Fen sat and kept quiet for a while. Lao Fen? I heard you, Tree. I need to think. I just did not expect such a question from you, suddenly. Oh. Lao Fen kept quiet for a good 50 minutes, maybe an hour. Just alone, thinking. I honestly didn't notice the time. Honestly, Tree, I don't know what I would do. Maybe I will kill him, or maybe not. But me, I think I probably won't be able to do anything. It's been so long, Tree. I don't know. La Fen looked really uncomfortable, and she sat down on the large chair in her office. They took my friends, my husband, my home from me. So you will retaliate? Yes. Maybe yes. But I tell Lausanne not to let it cloud and consume us, that this was a cycle of how the world renews itself.
The world is full of this, killing. People always kill each other. They always find excuses to. If it's not humans, it'll be royalty or money or territory. We have always been killing or getting killed. I sometimes wonder whether maybe it would have been demons that got us instead, if it wasn't the army.
I'm confused, Lafen. Why were you talking about that?
Me too. I don't really know what I will do, what I should do. I like to think we have all moved on, succeeded in rebuilding our lives. A part of me takes the stand that living a good life is the best revenge, that not to be consumed by vengeance is the way to move forward with life.
Lafen paused and took a deep breath.
But the loss, somewhere it still hurts. When I look at Lausanne sparring, I wonder what Ricola would have said. When we celebrate her birthdays, I wish Ricola and all others were here.
She looked really sad then.
But does my sorrow, my sadness, allow me to seek vengeance? I know Cashern once told me that when you've lived through so many years of death, you learn to accept it. But I can't. So what should I do, Tree? What's the right thing to do? She stretched. Like I said, a part of me thinks the right thing to do is to forgive and forget. But I don't want them to get away scot-free either. I feel like a statement needs to be made. I'm so torn between those two feelings. Tree, I want both. I want to let go. Only with letting go I will have inner peace. But I also want to have vengeance. A statement. Some way of slapping these idiots for fighting us when their attention should be on demons.
Well, I could actually share that emotion. I too thought I knew. But now that I was at the point where I was able to retaliate, I actually didn't really know what I wanted to do with Salah. Should I slaughter the Salah kingdom, many of whom were similarly unaware of the evil their military committed? Or should I just focus my goal on the true culprits? But let's say I did find the true culprits. Was death the right punishment for them? Jura, what would you do if you find the culprits behind the burning and slaughter of Frika? Jura leaned back on his chair.
I would have the true culprits stripped naked, hung upside down in a public market, and starved, whipped, and burned for a few days, but without dying, without sleep.
Huh. Why?
Because he deserves shame and pain. For someone who crossed me personally, I feel to just let the person die was too lenient, too light. He should experience my terrible days, when I was hiding, running, my skin still scorched by the flames that engulfed the village, my feet bruised, my skin bleeding, but I had to keep running. All of us ran like crazy for days. So yeah, he should have a taste of that.
Okay. But now that I'm the counsel of the Valtrian Order, I can understand how it got to that point. Why the military did what it did. The burning. Even if I disagree with it. Jura?
I mean, look. A king exercises his authority through his institutions and his subjects. What good is a king if there are no subjects that obey his command? So when a king gives an order, there must be a weight to it, so that citizens learn to obey them. We clearly disobeyed the order, so we were punished. Sure, their punishment on us was really extreme, but then I sometimes wonder, if the punishment was light, who would put their lives on the line and fight for the king? I have heard of death for traitors, death for those who desert the battlefield. What we did was similar, no? We refused to fight when we were clearly asked to.
I thought there was more to it, so I let Jura continue.
It's just some things I think about, sometimes to rationalize why such a tragedy happened,
It's a way of coping, to try and understand why it happened. A part of me learns to come to terms with that reality by accepting that we deserved it. Well, dissecting and rationalizing was a way of coping. Sometimes maybe that's just fate, the way the gods of this world continue to play their games, and we were just puppets. Jura stretched on his nice, comfy seat. It was custom-made, after all. He was the counsel of the order. He kicked his legs a bit and then swung his two arms around. There was no one else in the room. Jura didn't actually like having other people in the room when he was working. Besides, he was a level 80 warlord. If somebody could kill him, the guards probably wouldn't stand a chance anyway. But despite all of that, I saw my friends die. So I think I really would skewer the guy. Cut him up and hang him for all to see. But then I'll probably look like a vengeful person. And public vengeance isn't something other elves appreciate. So, will you kill him or not? Oh, yes. I will kill him. Throw him in the gutter. Let no one remember him. And be done with it. I somewhat like that. But then again I felt death was too cheap. Didn't death feel too cheap? Life was cheap, so death should be cheap. Always has been. But I just want to settle those loose ends and be done with it. We've got the living to worry about, future enemies to think of, rather than enemies of our past. You sure? No. I think I will only know what I will do when I hold the executioner's blade and the culprit's head is on the chopping block. Maybe those deep emotions will come back. Somehow those answers didn't satisfy me all that much, so I ended up speaking to Belle and Emily. I, too, asked both girls the same question, about what they would do if they found the person who asked for the burning of New Freaka. Honestly, I kind of got over it and accepted that the gods let it happen. Been 9 years? Belle scratched her head. Emily similarly looked confused. I think those humans were evil, but they're mostly dead, right? Have you been thinking about it, Tree? Come on. None of you care about it anymore? Sala's so far away, and we're just regular elves, looking to lead regular elven lives. For me, I've not thought of vengeance at all. The only thing on my mind was to return to normalcy, which we have. Belle smiled and sat on her bed. And now we have you to protect us, so that won't happen ever again. So I won't do a thing. I agree with Belle. I think after the first 3 years or so I stopped thinking about the slaughter. Having a job and a new town like New Freaka, we feel normal again. Well, our actions will not bring back the dead. Seriously? These two girls could be a little too happy-go-lucky, even with the destruction. Well, there was Brislock and Wallen. Wallen sat. I would kick the guy in the groin, and publicly cane him. Brislock scratched her cheeks for a while. I'd have him apologize for ordering such a hateful, horrible thing. I want a sincere, heartfelt apology. And then I will slap all of them. And yes, I like Wallen's idea. Cane them, cane them. Use the biggest whip and cane their butts until they bleed. An apology. That was a good point. An apology, a remorseful one, would be good. But if I found the guy, how did I even get an apology out of him? What would you do, Tree? Brislock turned the question around. You were there when it happened, too. You watched the village burn, and you saw the rest of them die to the swords and fires while we hid inside you. I actually don't really know. I'm still thinking what I should do. I was confused now. It seemed these elves lived actual 9 years, while the past few years didn't feel all that long to me. They seemed to have mostly moved on, which I suppose made me happy. But then the two girls laughed.
Even the wise tree spirits can feel anger and know not what to do, eh? Tree, what do you feel they deserve?
I thought I must have vengeance. But what kind of vengeance? What would satisfy this itch, this little scar in my heart? I looked at Ransala. My vision was incomplete, as my subsidiary trees could only see so far. The location of my trees wasn't very strategic, unlike how New Freaka was a town built around and with trees, so what I could see and hear was limited. It had been so many years. If I wanted to be specific about my vengeance, could I even find the person responsible? What if the guy was dead? What if something already killed him? Where should my vengeance go then? Feeling stumped, I focused on my usual activities, which was finding more types of trees to investigate. It really wasn't hard for some beetles to sneak in using the root tunnels, especially in poorly defended places like the Mage's Garden. It wasn't even the garden with the most valuable herbs. The real prize, I thought, were those within the usual suspects, the multiple large gardens within the palace compounds, a few other gardens in the 3 large temple complexes, and those gardens that were actually in the Mage's Guild. It wasn't easy to infiltrate a city as a tree. What more with its generally enchanted paved or tiled roads? And there was really very little vegetation in the town area, except for little spots, little gardens here and there. Didn't help that because it was a city, demand for wood was high, so there were frequently a lot of workers going around the city to harvest trees. That meant I had to frequently regenerate my subsidiary trees, else I'd lose a connection to the trees I had inside the royal grove. Strategies, anyone? For both the vengeance and for the maintenance of trees? I asked my artificial minds.
Obtain military records. Commands to burn a village should be recorded somewhere, unless their record-keeping was horrible.
Ivy was the first to suggest the obvious. How do we do that? None of us can read, so if we do, it'll be with the help of the elves. And I predict the records will be kept in the main military installations, which were magically protected. Sending beetles there was unfeasible as well. The beetles won't be able to beat the high-level individuals in these installations.
Ask.
Dimitri's views were more direct. How? And who? We have no allies in Salah.
The New Freakins were formerly from Salah. They must have allies. They were all migrants, after all. Perhaps they even know the structure of the army and bureaucracy inside out.
Ivy responded. She did know their background quite well. If so, would they not be able to know who would have ordered such an action?
The fact that they don't means it's not common knowledge.
Feeling like I was getting stonewalled, I spoke to Jura again. Perhaps he had some ideas about the ways to proceed. Jura mused.
I have an idea. Let's just ask Salah to surrender the officer responsible for the burning. We are an independent nation now, and if they see why we're not exactly favorable to them, they will appreciate that this is something they can do to repair that relationship.
Did his diplomat levels make him think of such an idea?
Don't worry about it. Let me handle it. We will send out the request, Tree. I've been wanting to give the New Freaka High Council a jolt for some time.
Year 79, Month 10. The request came from the Valtrian Order, directly from the Council. The letter, with the Valtrian Order's official seal, went out to Salah's envoys and then to their king. The letter, which was written with unnecessary legalese and noblesse verbose, could be roughly summarized to, Dear King of Salah,
On year so-and-so, one rogue platoon of the Salah's army murdered the villages of Frika and set the entire village on fire. We humbly request for the assistance of the Salah Kingdom to investigate this gruesome slaughter and turn those responsible over to New Frika, such that these criminals may face justice for the murder. Jura, Council, Lao Fen, Vice Council. Signed and marked with their personal seal, along with the Valtrian orders. The informal networks were abuzz with chatter, trying to figure out what this letter really meant. How many people knew of the burning and slaughter of Frika? Certainly not many, evidenced by the sheer cluelessness displayed by so many. With so many deaths in the world, such things were just a footnote, not worth a mention. Why should a village be any different? Why did the Order bring this up? Was this request really something to remediate an offense of the past? Was the Order testing Salah's resolve and sincerity for peace? Or would Salah's refusal to assist be the precursor of future war? It was the task of various envoys and diplomats to sieve out the true intent behind a request, to separate fact from propaganda. Even among the counselors of New Frika, there was a whole lot of guessing and subtle questions, trying to figure out what Jura and Lao Fen wanted. Lao Fen just shook her head, smiled, and said,
"Oh, please redirect any of your questions to Jura."
Jura himself just smiled as he responded to the questions from the other counselors.
"It's something close to our hearts. We lost so many friends and family then. With justice served, we can then face the dead with peace of mind."
Anyway, I left that aside for now. Justice should be precise, after all. I turned to my 5 new recruits, the 5 girls, a coincidence, I swear. I gave them a special title, the Vel Thorn Initiates, because they would be the thorns. It was kind of inspired by the old saying, "Rose among the thorns." Only these roses were going to be the thorns. A part of me felt like I had unintentionally made this into an equivalent to those games of training little ship girls. Anyway, I was digressing. Their training was slow. Firstly, these girls had a lot on their minds, as they had to get used to me speaking to them every now and then. The dreams via dream tutor that I had been giving them also made them a bit unsettled, even though it was just dreams made from essences of sword or essences of spear, regular common essences that I frequently collected from my essence generators or from soul harvesters and memory collection of the dead. It seemed these 5, they saw different things despite getting the same kind of essences, and their trainers were somebody they didn't know. The dreams' lengths were also different. One girl said it felt like she'd been practicing for hours. Another said hers felt like just minutes of talking. That was the routine. They were all excited and eager, wholeheartedly embracing the change. But it still took some time to get used to it, and their young bodies couldn't take the sudden change, even with my biopods feeding them nutrients. The extent of the workouts and education pretty much overwhelmed them. Even stepping into the biopods was scary. Their first time dipping usually accompanied with struggling against the vines and feelers. So, slow progress it was. Maybe it took a while, like a small sapling. I couldn't rush their growth. Strength came from true understanding and a strong foundation. It was like planting. The amount of nutrients, sunlight, and water must be just right, else you would kill the plant. So maybe I needed to adjust my expectations. Year 79, Month 11. A group of druids recently applied to New Frika, and they wanted to open a druid's house in the town. From what I understood, they were invited by the counselors, perhaps in an attempt to use the druids to counter my presence. Indeed, using the druid's power over nature was a good strategy. If I were faced with a tree monster, I would find ways to weaken the opponent or find a hard weakness. But it had been a long time since I faced a druid, and my levels were much higher now. So I really looked forward to my future interaction with druids. I too wanted to know where I stood. The elves once spoke of a reincarnated hero, Roama, who controlled tree spirits and nature. I wondered whether I would bend to her will if a hero like that came around. These druids, they would be a fascinating entry-level test case.
Wouldn't that mean druids were using some kind of mind control on trees? Alexis wondered aloud. I didn't think of it before, but it is a kind of mind control, isn't it? The taming of beasts by a beastmaster is similarly a kind of mind control, if beasts are sentient, intelligent creatures.
Well, I wouldn't know. But they can try using it on you, since your physical body is that of a biolab, which is a tree. Then you can be a test subject, and we can find out exactly how it works.
Eek! You're right, they might. They totally could, Alexis gasped, putting her hands to her spiritual face. I need to gain more levels.
I suspected I would have some resistance to such mind control or tree control, perhaps as a function of my levels. I would think mind control had a level modifier. Ah well, still, I let the druids settle in and ordered both Ivy and Trevor to keep watch and to watch each other. My fear was that they may notice Ivy or Trevor's presence and then attempt to control them instead. These two were of a lower level than me, so I would think the chances of druid skills working would be higher. Other than that, Mila's hotel seemed to be doing okay. She'd gotten customers, and she was spending money on decorations and materials. A few of her hired tree folks acted as her runners, doing all the buying and collecting for her. I thought she mentioned she planned to add an extra wing to her lodge. Then there was the Salah issue. Salah Kingdom responded with a holding letter, saying they would look into the matter and provide an update when they had more info. Essentially, it was the diplomatic equivalent of, I have no idea what you are talking about, so I need time to find out. Which was fine. I doubted people remembered things like that, especially so far away. So I focused on gathering more intelligence on the Salah Kingdom. I, too, needed to know a bit more about Salah, its people, its structure, and its defenses, should I choose to attack them. Inspection as a skill didn't seem to reveal much of the enchanted tiles and roads, other than they had been enchanted. It seemed it was more tailored to monsters, so perhaps I would need either a higher tier of inspection or a more specialized inspection skill to discern the true nature of these roads. Stumped, I turned to experimentation. I found one of these enchanted roads in a quiet, less-traveled part of the capital, far from the city itself, where I could place a few subsidiary trees near the road. And I did my experiments on the road. No matter how I tried to make something grow on these tiles or rocks, the plants just wouldn't grow. I then attacked it with my roots, and it was much, much tougher than any regular rock. It took a few hits, then it started to crack and break. So, conclusion 1, it was resistant to most kinds of attacks, but not indestructible. Either that or these roads had some kind of plant-source damage reduction. I would like to meet the person who built all these roads and structures. Perhaps we could talk to the locals in New Freaka. I believe one of Yvonne's confidants was a builder of the magical kind. Ah, yes, the group that used magic to build houses. Perhaps they might know a bit more about these kinds of enchanted roads. Maybe all these builders knew one another, like some kind of builders' guild? Or perhaps contractors' association? Must be my luck, Council Jura, one of Yvonne's followers said, now also one of the councillors of New Freaka. So, to what do I owe the honor of being before the few true natives of the valley? Jura grinned and tapped on the chair. Ah, nothing too serious. I asked for you to borrow some of your knowledge. I've got some questions. Tell me about construction-related skills and abilities. The room was empty save for the two of them, both seated on a chair. Jura had a pot of tea made from my younger, tender leaves. It was still steaming. There was a small firestone under it, used to keep food warm. The counselor moved, adjusted his body slightly. He was a man of average height, but his build was bulky, stoic. Since his election to the council, he changed a builder's attire for something more formal. How strange. May I know why? The counselor leaned forward. He didn't touch the tea. I'm thinking of building a new building, so I thought I'd ask an expert on what kind of crazy skills would a builder have. It would help me in assessing what I can build and how long it takes. So tell me about the great builders of our world. The counselor paused, smiled a little to himself, and then shook his head. Surely there was more to it, Counsel? Well, there were no builder heroes. Jura sipped his tea. Oh, that's something I didn't realize. I thought there were heroes from almost all the classes. But that's another conversation. I want to know about builder-type job classes today. Firstly, there were all kinds of builder-related job classes. There were the entry-level versions of the jobs, such as the draftspersons and the regular workmen, and there were the stronger variants, the architects, the foremen, the master builders. Their passives run the gamut from weak to incredible. A true master builder can build a house out of hay that can withstand a typhoon, a house out of wood that will never rot or spoil, a wall that can withstand a dragon's flame, and roads that can speed up the domains trade. Am I right to assume the materials were the same? Or do these master builders use their skills to change the materials? Yes and no. A builder, a farmer, a blacksmith, they all have skills, and these skills influence the materials they work with, and it persists until the materials are unmade. A plank of wood processed by a master builder can be many times stronger than one made by a regular builder, just like a blacksmith can work with metal to make a sword multiple times stronger than the work of a regular apprentice. But then what happens when the maker dies? Do these skills disappear? You really were a warrior, Counsel Jura. It was basic knowledge that non-combat skills have longevity. The effect of a non-combat skill persists longer than the burst one-off nature of active combat skills. The great castles of yore, made by the master artisans, the effects of their skills on the shine of their walls, the foundations and strengths of their ramparts, they remain till this day, with little decay, even after the deaths of their makers. Jura rubbed his chin and hair, looking a little embarrassed that the counselor called him out on his cluelessness on such things. True, else they wouldn't be handing down enchanted artifacts and heirlooms. But let's say I want to know about roads and walls. What kind of skills have you seen that work on walls and roads? Thinking about building walls around the Order, Counsel Jura? Where do I start? Think about it. There are kings with powers to create nigh impervious and destructible fortresses and walls, kings who amplify the effect of roads on travel in their domain, or mages who can enchant walls with defensive buffs, highway markers that speed up travel on those who travel along them. Fine. I'm asking about builders. We would have many kinds. Most builders worthy of building anything more than a wooden house would gain some variant of the skill enduring construct or low-maintenance structures so that they last longer and need less upkeep and repairs. I would think walls and roads would gain the effects of such skills.
Are there dedicated road builders in the world? What kind of skills would they have? Yes, of course there are. The world's skills were as vast as the stars in the sky, but I don't know their skills. I'm a magic-augmented builder. I construct things using earth magic, and sadly I have not met a true road builder.
And, well, that was all the counselor was willing to share, and Alexis had a post-mortem.
A metaphor I would use was that these passive skills are like paint. They stay on the object until they're removed.
Well, Alexis was willing to share her views on such things.
Usually the benefits of such skills are that they're close to perpetual. They usually can interact and stack with other such passive skills, and the drawbacks are that they're not that strong.
So what's your take on what's happening? Why do the roads resist me?
You're a pest, I suppose. I doubt the road knows how to differentiate between a weed and a tree, so it just repels all of them. Have you seen roads destroyed by roots that grow underneath them? Roots destroy buildings and roads, so I would expect any good builder would want to prevent his things from getting destroyed.
Fine. Let's say what you're saying was true. Then how about New Freaka? Why don't the roads that were built now in this area reject me if such passives are so common?
Maybe because you're part of the native ecology. So the buildings built here are used to your overarching influence and do not regard you as an invader. Or maybe your main body is so overwhelmingly powerful in this area that such skills don't work in close vicinity to you. Or maybe you have some kind of ability in validating all these skills. Frankly, it could be a million things.
I learned nothing from that conversation. Alexis chuckled.
I am glad to have wasted your time.
Ah, well. I turned my attention to the herbal varieties found in Salah. There were little spots of greenery throughout the city. The issue was clearly getting there, because of all the roads and buildings that impeded my progress. The Royal Grove was actually rather boring, other than being enchanted. The herb varieties were mostly common, but they were more effective. There were some herbalists and druids that regularly tended to the grove, mostly just healing sick trees and stuff like that. So, back to New Freaka. Year 79, month 12. New Freaka's population was close to 60,000. There had been a wave of new migrants, apparently coming from the north. There was another conflict emerging there, between two countries, and it was a plain old war, apparently over a lady. Turned out princes from both countries fell in love with the same lady, and now they were fighting some kind of war over her. I mean, seriously, couldn't they just have a duel or something? And it was winter. Why'd they pick winter to fight a war anyway? It's warmer in their part of the world. A strong, warm current and breeze keeps their two shore countries warm, so their winters pretty much feel like fall, so they can still fight, one of my advisors explained. Well, food supplies were doing well. The Order's rituals for births and deaths were becoming something of a tradition, which made me happy, because more deaths mean more essence for me to feed the 6 young girls that were now in my training regimen. According to data provided by Lao Fen, about 2 in every 5 deaths were now taking the Order's melt-in-a-pod method of disposing the corpse. Of course, the actual name that went out to public was more pleasant. Euphemisms. The population boom came with its own challenges. Clean water, sewage, public health. Previously, the council's workers dug wells and with some magical help and blacksmith tools made pulleys and pumps that brought water out from the ground. At 60,000, even with close to 100 wells throughout the entire city, there were still long lines, and the water levels in the wells were running low, so newer wells had to be deeper. and that exposed one huge flaw in choosing this valley as a spot for a town. Water. Unlike a place with a large river or a large lake, there were a few small streams through the valley, and unless the council was willing to dig really deep, providing clean water to 60,000 was going to be a challenge. The local builders constructed deeper and deeper wells and also larger, deeper latrine pits. Apparently, one of the ways poop and sewage was processed in this world was via magic, and strangely, the temples of the world usually played a big part in water and sewage. One of the abilities the priesthoods and nuns learned was an ability called Purify and Cleanse, which worked on people and also worked on sewage and water. So the city actually paid priests and nuns, or those with the relevant cleanse skills, to regularly process the latrine pits. The poop got converted via magic into regular dirt. Magic was amazing. The process of cleansing the latrine needed to be done quite regularly, else the poop would start to contaminate the groundwater. Again, the priests then used cleanse on the wells to sanitize the water. So there really was a thing like purified and cleansed holy water. I wondered whether they felt like a quack when they sold such things to regular citizens. In larger cities, there were high-level cleaners or mages who could do similar functions, or in some cases, meaning the wealthy, powerful cities, use artifacts that processed or decomposed sewers. In certain elven cities, their poop was usually processed by a kind of poop-eating worm, which apparently enjoyed poop and pee as its main food source. Centaurs and lizardmen tribes tended to spray a kind of yeast or powder that converted the poop and pee into fertilizer, which led to an odd behavior of them having multiple outhouses in their farms. But strangely, these centaurs here didn't have such habits. Tree folk didn't have the issue of poop or peeing. It seemed their bodily wastes just evaporated from their body or got discharged via their legs into the earth. The fact that magic and magical monsters existed gave a wide range of options on how to process such issues. I wondered how large dragons dealt with their poop. And did they poop midair like birds did? Anyway, enough of my constant off-tangent ponderings. Population consumed resources and also produced waste, and both needed to be managed. Assimilating this growth and managing it as part of the valley's overall population, while balancing and caring for the health of the valley's flora, was my personal duty as the tree guardian of the valley. With Trevor's constant replenishment of the valley's resources and my powers of growth, the valley's tree count was growing steadily. Lately, though, the growth rate was slowing again, partly because of consumption from a larger population. I had timber farms, which the Valtrian orders sold to the local businesses, who then made furniture and built houses and other products. Increasingly, demand was starting to catch up to supply. The speed in which the timber grew was easily 10 times, maybe more than that of a regular tree, as a regular seedling reached maturity within 2 months. Yet there was a size limit to the farm. The idea of stone beds or stone furniture was unappealing to the citizens. Even centaurs preferred wooden furniture to stone. Perhaps there was something unappealing about purely stone homes. Centaurs, for example, cultivated small patches of a certain grass, which, when dried, were woven into rugs and paddings for them to lie on. And these woven rugs and carpets were a must-have for any centaur dwelling. At first I was unaware of this, but it seemed as New Freeka's economy and safety stabilized, the centaurs started yearning for little luxuries, and mixed cotton rugs and carpets started to proliferate, which meant a market for the cotton. Sadly, Lao Fen said it was a break-even business, as the selling price barely covered the cost of processing and paying workers to work on the cotton, and then making the carpets. I thought this cotton business needed industrialization. There was probably a better way to process the cotton, and I vaguely recalled studies and visits to the textile museum.
So even though a machine like that must exist, and should exist, I was no master of mechanical objects, so I couldn't recreate it. Maybe there was some magical solution someday. Oh, yes, where was I? Poop and water. The reason I was also rambling about poop was some of the ordinary normal trees felt sick. My main tree, roots, and subsidiary trees were almost immune, due to the effects of my skill, rhizofiltration. So it didn't absorb all the other shit, literally, that got dumped into the ground that contaminated the groundwater. But my fellow normal trees, normal as they may be, were sick. And sick trees grew slower, and some may eventually die. That was bad. Dead trees were a big no-no. I felt for my fellow trees. Year 80, Month 1. With data from the root sensors on subsidiary trees spread out throughout the valley and also the city area, Trevor helped to map out an overlay indicating the pollution problem. I firstly needed to know how bad the poop situation was. The source was, of course, the city. There were multiple latrine pits, which the frequency of sanitation by those responsible had been a bit lacking. The priests and workers were supposed to cleanse the pits once every 3 days, but it was an incredibly unpleasant task, so they only did it once every 2 weeks. That meant some of the sewage accumulated, and the extra period for it to stew in the pit meant quite a bit managed to contaminate the ground. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the cleanse spell was range-limited, so it didn't cure the sewage accumulated deeper in those pits. The first issue was, like I said, the priests were not doing their jobs. They generally viewed this duty as demeaning for these self-proclaimed servants of God, to literally cleanse the filth of others. Even the priests, those in the order's employ, abhorred the task. "I hate that part of the job," a priest would routinely say. So usually the most junior of priests, those who possessed the skill, would be sent on the toilet duty. That meant the strength of the cleanse skills was poor, because skills scaled with levels, and because of how deep and massive the latrines were, to accommodate 60,000 citizens, the skills of these low-level cleanse just wouldn't do. At most, it just created a superficial clean and dry layer on top of the rest of the sewage, deluding the priests that the job was done. But I had no cleaning skills myself, even if I did have the ability to filter such toxins and other unfavorables out. The most senior priests on toilet duty? No amount of money will make that happen. We were servants of God, not the city sewage cleaners. The fact that we sent our most junior priests to do it was good enough. The task was seen as dirty, disgusting, and demeaning. Money wouldn't fix it. Can we import the worms? Or the cleaning artifacts? Artifacts were ridiculously expensive. As for the worms, I will reach out to the elven kingdoms whether they were for sale. Transporting those worms will need special arrangements, as they rarely survive outside their sewage environment. Jura was rather amused by the sanitation issue. He didn't really feel it. In fact, most of the citizens were not even aware of the contamination of the groundwater, since those things reach deep, not floated up above. Trevor's map of subterranean water flow indicated the groundwater flowed toward the valley. So as the latrine pits tended to be close to the forest's edge, the new Freakins were lucky that their own drinking water was clean. Perhaps if somehow it stunk up the entirety of the town, then it would make them realize the gravity of the situation. Or maybe I should somehow reverse the flow of groundwater such that their wells got contaminated with poop water. Maybe I shouldn't be so nasty. Solutions. Relying on the priests to constantly use cleanse on poop and sewage
was not exactly what I considered a scalable and reliable solution. These priests were going to hold the skill as some kind of ransom eventually, if they discovered what it meant to the regular trees. And the idea of having an army of priests going around town sanitizing all the latrine pits in a big city just felt lame. So I needed some kind of natural solution, something I could manage, something I could create. Jura, are you familiar with plants that survive in sewers or other such wastelands?
No. But let me get the herbalist.
We do not have any plants that are capable of surviving in sewers,
the herbalist responded to Jura's question.
Most plants have a natural state, and while these differ slightly, I am not aware of any plants that survive entirely in sewers. We do have plants that can somewhat tolerate sewer waters, though.
How about algae? Fungi? There must have been something that lived in sewers. I recalled trees destroying sewer pipes back home because their roots were drawn to them, so the trees must have some tolerance for wastewater. I found it strange that the normal trees here were unable to process the sewage. They were native. They should have been adapted to native waste from the native population. Was it because of the type of toxins or minerals in the sewage? What do large cities do with their waste?
Other than what I told you, no clue. Honestly, sewers are not something I pay attention to, and our village was so small a few pits was sufficient.
Jura shrugged. He was really quite amused by my recent fascination and questions around waste, and he didn't really get my frustration with dying trees. Trees died all the time. Not all of them could be healed, which was true. But I was a tree, and it offended me that I let a fellow tree die from something as stupid as sewage intolerance.
Are you even sure it's sewage?
Alexis shrugged. Not a bug or sickness. And that was how I ordered the beetles to gather multiple wastewater samples from all the different latrine pits. New beetle species unlocked. Dung beetle.
No, fuck you, Tree. I am not analyzing poop.
Alexis absolutely resisted letting the poop anywhere near her.
I am not touching poop. Tree, why were the beetles carrying poop?
The elves asked.
Analysis, duh.
Can the poop not drip everywhere in the hideout?
Despite much resistance, I eventually got the poop into the biolabs for analysis. I did feel disgusted, but only mildly. I thought saving the rest of the trees to be a far larger and more important goal. I doubted my feelers and vines felt a thing when they prodded and dug into the poop. Well, they did feel kinda moist and sticky. But it was just poop. I was pretty sure the dirt all around me was poop some point in its long, ever-changing lives. Testing in progress. I supposed feces and poop were considered biological matter as the biolabs ran through a range of tests. It took some time to actually know what was happening, since there were so many tests to run for so many different samples. I needed a control group.
You want our poop now?
Jura, Lao Fen, and the elves were all appalled by my request.
Yes, fresh samples.
Just to measure change in fecal composition versus that of the latrine. All of you are healthy, clearly, so your fecal matter should be too.
Oh, how do we give it to you? Poop inside those pods?
The pods weren't meant for pooping. Biolab upgraded. Biolab now has multiple extra rooms, functioning as a toilet, bathroom, and others for collection and harvesting of biological wastes. Well, you poop in this place that looks kind of like an outhouse, and the biolab will do the rest.
Ew.
The elves were generally quite disgusted, but still, They eventually did proceed to do their business in the special poop house designed for collection of their poop. Why are you so disgusted? Don't some societies use cow manure as fertilizer?
Ah, it's still poop.
Anyway, poop or not, the tests must go on. And speaking of fertilizer, would minotaur poop be fertilizer too, since they were part cow? Or did I need some kind of bacteria to degrade the poop first? Had I seen a minotaur? Tests. We needed more tests. The culprit of what exactly in poop that caused the trees to feel sick was still unclear. Could it be some kind of disease transmitted via poop? Was it some kind of metal, some kind of mineral, or some kind of bug? I needed to get to the root of the problem. So, more tests. One of the other things I started Alexis on, since she refused to look at poop, was to look at the filtering nature of roots instead. My body, due to rhizofiltration that I learned long ago, was able to filter out all these bad things, whatever they were. There should have been some membrane-like structure to the roots. Either that or the skill created some kind of filtering, extracting effect. If I could do it, maybe there was some way to filter the poop and ring-fence the latrine pits, such that their contamination was contained. And perhaps in the future, I would find some ways to convert the waste into something more usable, like fertilizer. As of now, the contamination was spreading, ongoing, as people continued to poop and pee every day. So the first step was, of course, containment. The source of these pollutants needed to be restricted. Research status. Roots. Volcanic mineral processing, Stage 1, completed. Tree, lab varieties, Stage 1, completed. Magically attuned materials, Stage 1, completed. Beetle, anti-magma armors, Stage 4, 17 months. Material labs, Stage 1, 6 months. Magical sensors, 6 months. Normal tree. Root filters Stage 1, 6 months. Year 80, Month 2.
Did somebody plant these trees around all the outhouses? It makes it feel like I'm doing my business out in the jungle or something.
Must be the druids. I think it's the tree spirit. He's a bit fond of meddling, after all.
It's kind of creepy if you say it that way. Is the tree spirit watching us take a shit?
I doubt tree spirits are interested in us taking our shits, though, I mean, only perverts like that kind of stuff, and we aren't exactly the most attractive old men around.
It's a fetish for some people. A fetish for trees. Ew. Ew.
Anyway, I had to implement a stopgap measure. I couldn't get priests to do their jobs, and I wasn't inclined to threaten them because it revealed a weakness about me. So I decided to surround most of the larger latrine pits and outhouses in New Freaka with subsidiary trees, and use my roots to then form a subterranean wall to block the fecal matter from leaking into the wider valley's groundwater. I couldn't process the shit, but I had to deal with the shit. So blocking the shit was my temporary measure. The findings from my first round of analysis of the collected samples revealed that there was no particular culprit. The problem was, well, there was just a whole damn load of shit. There was a lot of minerals that were generally not well accepted by trees, and there was also a whole mix of fungi, bacteria, and other stuff, all of which the normal trees normally could tolerate in small quantities. Small quantities. Normally. It wasn't a result I wanted. Well, I suppose you could have some kind of waste treatment plant before it's discharged. Like, split the sewage into components and treat them separately. I can't seem to recall the water treatment process, though. Alexis rubbed her head. Never mind. Focus on researching the roots. That's probably going to help minimize the damage. I was guessing it was going to be something like filtering, sedimentation, adding chemicals to kill bacteria or take out certain types of metals. I also couldn't remember the details. It had been so many years since school. And honestly, I wished I could Google wastewater treatment to find the answer. But then even if I did, I'd have to find ways to develop actual skills or tools suitable for the growing city. For now, the poop was contained by the roots of my subsidiary trees. And because there was just a whole load of poop, even my subsidiary trees' root filters occasionally failed and absorbed some of the poop, and it made the subsidiary tree weak and sickly, which Trevor or myself had to step in and use some of our tree healing powers. Important lesson? Skills could fail. And because the roots kind of stopped the poop from escaping the pits got filled up faster, so the city had to build more of these pits. Ugh. Not sustainable. They couldn't constantly be digging new pits all the time. I needed to figure out a way to decompose the poop. You could maybe, separate their components, then store them separately? I think some plants can consume or extract certain kinds of elements in the wastewater sludge. Thus, I ordered some beetles to bring back some of the trees near the sewers on the outskirts of Salah. Salah's got a vast network of underground sewers, some of which pipe their waste for disposal somewhere further, far from the city. There, the beetles brought back different types of plant samples, collected from near the sewer outlets and the sewers itself for my biolab's analysis. I wondered whether I could make a plant able to eat poop. Meanwhile,
I want to drop out,
one of the girls said. She was tired and frustrated, even if she was making progress.
It's too hard. So much fighting and so much studying. I can't. I can't do this. But what will you do then?
Another of the girls asked.
We don't get chances like this. We're just orphans.
The young girl didn't know. She only knew she didn't actually want it as much as she did. Luzanne nodded.
It's intense. If you really want to drop out, please let Tree Spirit know. It's fairer for everyone, so that someone else who wants it can try it out. Let's not force yourself. I think now you know what you truly want.
The young girl cried and covered her face with her palms. She didn't know what to do, actually. Yvonne sat next to her.
I spoke with the Tree Spirit. If you drop out, you will return to being a regular orphan, so you can still stay, but you will lose the benefits you have, like the stipends you get.
The girls got some pocket money for their participation. I thought it was fair that way, since this was like an apprenticeship or internship. I thought of it as being a reward for their hard work, since their routine was literally a whole lot of combat and studies, some eat, sleep, poop, and repeat. Rest days were few and far between, perhaps a day in a month. Honestly, my expectations were not very high, but I wanted dedication and a display of effort from the girls. They needed to at least try.
Are you sure?
Yvonne was sort of their counselor. I thought she was probably suspicious of my activities and didn't trust my intentions. But because of that, she'd taken a personal interest in the girls and was now quite close to the girls, acting like their mother. Or maybe Yvonne was just bored.
I don't know. This was so hard. My body hurts everywhere and I feel overwhelmed. I'm tired. I thought being a warrior, a fighter, would be nice. And I'll be those super cool adventurers who defeat monsters and all. I just didn't expect the work to be so much. I don't even have much time to play anymore.
Yvonne tapped her on her shoulder.
I understand. This program is rough. I told Tree Spirit as well that it's extremely intense, but he insists on it being this way.
The young girl sobbed. Her friends gave her a hug.
If you are sure you want to drop out, we'll go and see the tree spirit." She nodded.
The next day, I cancelled her familiar contract, and she lost her status as one of the Valthorn initiates. I was down to 4 girls. Though she cried, I thought she'd be happier just as a regular person. Oh well, not everyone made the cut. This was a good thing. In the future batches, the girls would do some self-selection, and only those who truly wanted it would participate. Year 80, Month 3. Salah had yet to provide an update on our request, though from the intel sources Jura had, it seemed they were discussing it in great detail. According to the grapevine, it seemed that they wanted to find a scapegoat for the incident, someone related but junior that they could throw under the bus. If that really happened, I would be very disappointed. But for now, more intel needed to be gathered. After that string of conversations with the elves, I felt a bit magnanimous. I wondered whether I should look past this incident, and maybe what I did next should not be out of vengeance. But I should still send a message that such actions had consequences, even if the consequence was 10 years later.
"Please, take care of my children and my wife. Protect them from the demons, and these monsters too."
I recalled feeling angry. These humans, killing the elves, when there were demons out there. Something as scary and overwhelmingly powerful like a demon king. And yet the freaker villagers all slaughtered and burned alive. If I descended into a war with Sasala again, would I be doing what they did to me? Fighting amongst ourselves while a demon threat awaited? It wasn't going to be long. This month, I began to feel strange fluctuations in the star manas, and they made my leaves tingle. It was a familiar feeling, like that strange dream I had before the previous Demon King. I could feel it, the looming presence of the demons. The first of the many demonic rifts would soon open. Year 80, Month 4. I had my first material lab. It deconstructed what I inserted into its underlying components, and the level of deconstruction was proportional to the energy supply and the level of the material lab. I inserted a wooden plank. First, it stripped any skills out of it, and there were many skills. They appeared as little blobs of light, and most of these skills appeared as unidentified. I knew the blobs represented skills because one of those blobs was actually readable, fine-cut wood, and so I drew the conclusion that all the blobs were skills. Besides, what else could those formless blobs be? After that, what was left was raw, unskilled wood in the shape of an ordinary plank. The lab's energies slowly broke the wood apart, strand by strand, strip by strip. The plank peeled off layer by layer, along the grooves of the plank. Then the separated layers, or strips, got further broken down into smaller pieces, almost little specks. After that, it split up into its constituent components, like bubbles of air, blobs of water, blobs of unidentified things. It appeared like a piece of plank was flash-dried and drained of all fluids and air bubbles, and then one of the last components was mana? Or maybe that life force thing that the souls generated. First revelation of the day. Unlike our world, mana actually existed as part of things, even things as simple as wood. Maybe mana replaced one of the primary fundamental forces. Or did it become an additional fundamental force? Somehow I thought I should have known this. Anyway, the remaining strips of dried, airless, manaless specks could further be broken down, but I needed material labs of a higher level. Well, do you want to further develop materials labs, or work toward magic labs? Alexis asked. I don't know. It's kind of cool that it breaks things down to these components. And actually, I can use it to analyze the poop samples. Ugh. Alexis rolled her eyes at the mention of poop, and she floated away, back to doing her own thing. She was busy anyway. The materials lab took the form of a single tree outside my inner circle of subsidiary trees, its appearance like any other, but its internal structure contained multiple little bubbles that stored the separated materials. It was power-intensive, draining quite a bit of energy from the normal trees, with each separation process. I supposed it was kind of like those labs where they spun stuff until they split apart. Anyway, back to the poop samples. I used the materials lab to test out the poop samples, and, well, the first thing that surprised me was that there were also some blobs of skills. Unidentified, of course. But seriously, who used skills on their poop? Either that, or it was some kind of passive that got applied. A rhetorical question. Moving on. I ran the tests through a few more different samples of poop. Then, seriously, quite a few of them had skills. All unidentified. At this point, I was wondering whether it was unidentified because I didn't know them, or whether because the amount of it was so small that I couldn't tell it apart. Maybe I couldn't identify it because the quantity of skill was too small? The poop split apart to more components, like water, air, and the type of materials that made up the poop. And also, mana? Oh, great! There was mana in poop, too! Now that the poop had been drained and dried, it started to break apart and easily separate into different kinds of metals without requiring much energy. What was left was a collection of mostly unfamiliar metals and some of the usual iron, copper, and stuff. Was this normal? Deciding that I probably needed a bit more of each type of metal to be identified, I broke down more of the poop, including some fresh samples from the elves, and I got about a handful of each unidentified metal type at different ratios. Next, I asked Jura for any professionals who might be able to assist on such samples. I'll probably need help identifying these metals. There were about 30 small plates of different metal types on top of Jura's desk, all from splitting up the poop samples. A blacksmith and a merchant came along. It was rather easy for Jura to ask for help. These people were here to curry favor anyway, and he was the counsel, so he could give them big deals someday. The two quickly went through the samples, easily identifying them. All of them were just some kind of local metal mineral, our world's equivalent of sand, or tin, or iron, and stuff like that. This world's metal types didn't exactly match ours, since they did have iron-like things that were stronger and also some that were weaker. Variants, but different metal types. Maybe they were alloys? Metals and elements in this world exist in a spectrum, rather than distinct types in my world. Or I think they have a larger, more granular version of the periodic table. Alexis was nerding out. She was paying attention to the descriptions given by the merchants and smiths. You should buy some books. Then I can explain this better. You can read? Yeah? Why wouldn't I know how to read? Wait, did I know she could read? Ask the merchant whether anyone published any guide or summary on the metals and minerals of the world. I placed an order for 3 different tomes on materials and resources found in the world. I wouldn't want to make basic research from scratch. There should be some body of knowledge already in tomes and books. Back to the poop analysis. That material breakdown of knowing what the metals were kind of did nothing. Though the merchants were able to identify the metals, it still didn't give me an idea whether those metals were harmful or beneficial to the plants, since their knowledge was more of use for trade and metalworking. Also, I couldn't rule out that there was most likely an optimal level of each metal, and exceeding that would result in some kind of poisoning, and a deficiency may result in stunted growth and other kinds of problems. So there was to be more studies, more tests, I ordered the beetles to take samples of the dirt throughout the valley, around healthy trees and around sick trees, to compare the composition of the dirt in the ground. Maybe there were some minerals appearing in different ratios that may lead to something more conclusive. Frustrating, isn't it? There was no skill that just tells you what's wrong, other than something's wrong.
On the contrary, I feel happy that at least I need to use my head. And because of it, I'm getting you, Trevor, and Dimitri to run more tests.
Ugh. I was just thinking, wouldn't the druids know the answer?
Asking the druids? That was a good point. Why not use this chance to test out the druids' abilities? So, with a bit of backhanded string-pulling, Jura managed to get the newly settled-in druids to pay a visit to a small patch of sick trees, somewhere on the edges of New Freaka. What do you think? I was told something's wrong with these trees, but I can't tell what. There were 4 of them. All of them looked middle-aged and were dressed in robes. They knelt over the ground. They all had a wooden staff of some kind.
Natural diagnosis,
a druid called out, and his wooden stick glowed. A spirit-like wisp appeared and entered the ground, and then, after a while, it came back out.
The wisp tells me there seems to be groundwater contamination. The ground's concentration of metals is all too high, particularly white tin and green iron.
Oh, I knew that. Eh? Another of the druids touched the ground, picked up a bit of dirt, and tasted it. I thought he used some kind of skill there, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. He looked a bit puzzled, and then he spit.
Agreed. Groundwater contamination, likely to be from the city. Council Jura, I suggest we move all the trees somewhere a bit further away.
Can't you hear the trees or the ground?
We could, but usually the sickness will come back after about a month, unless you find a way to stop the groundwater contamination. The earth itself was contaminated due to exposure to the city. Healing the trees was just a temporary fix.
What do you normally do in such cases?
We move the trees. There is usually no way of convincing the populace from changing how they live, just for the sake of some trees.
The druid shrugged.
Trees are just resources to most normal people.
Jura just nodded, looking around. The druids continued to touch a few of the normal trees.
So, do you want us to move the trees, Council?
I don't think it's necessary. Another druid spoke up. They were just mildly sick. At least they look better than they did a few months ago.
Jura shook his head. We leave them here for the time being. We'll know if things get worse if they start dying. Thanks for your time, druids.
Jura passed the 4 druids a bit of coin to thank them for their time. As the druids and Jura walked back to New Freaka, one of them asked,
Council, may we have an audience with the tree spirit? I understand you speak to it often.
Oh, why? Well, we are druids. We make it a point to meet and greet with the tree spirits of the land. Kinda comes with the job class.
Ah, that was a druid thing, no?
The druids grinned.
Yeah, kind of.
I see. I'll have a word with the tree spirit.
In the meantime, I was still trying to process what I'd just seen. That is, the druids actually having skills able to diagnose the problem without the need for experimentation. And why did I not have a similar skill? I had a few theories on that, but I wanted to see what they were up to. As for the waste situation, it was sort of under control. With my subsidiary tree's roots acting as a barrier and filter, the sewage's leakage to the greater valley was now limited. The druids clearly could identify the problem, though their solution was meh. Moving the trees was a solution, but I didn't like being moved, and I thought the trees wouldn't like it either. Personally, I thought it wasn't really an issue about meeting the druids, but I had to prepare. So I called Medeus and the Order's top guys back in for explanations on the druids. I'll get straight to the point. I've met druids many times, in fact, but I don't know much about them. So let's start from the beginning. What do they do? What are their powers? The leaders stared at each other, and they shifted a little uncomfortably. One of the priests went first.
They're tree lovers. They tend to go around healing the land after the destruction left behind by the Demon King. The druids are famous as the major supporter of the Restorers.
They can summon trees and animals, use wood magic, earth magic, and water magic. They also usually have some animal companions as well. The captain was pretty much reciting the norm. It sounded like the usual myth around druids. Did the makers of this world somehow start off as dungeon masters? Anyone know the specifics of their jobs? Like, what do they do? When I was a young child, a druid came and gave simple tips on farming. He tried to teach us the power to boost fertility and speed growth, but none of us picked it up. Fine. Clearly they have some ability to have earth and restoring powers. Were they like some kind of generic mage, but with more of a focus on earth, wood, and water? I asked. Medeus nodded.
Close. Though pure mages like me think druids are, a bit of a hack, since druids mostly borrow powers from their surroundings and neglect their own physical and mental training. So druids pick their battlefields, such that they have more power and things to tap on. But that's kind of predictable. Okay, they have some kind of connection to the surroundings, too. Anyone know the history of druids? Everyone shook their heads. One of the priests tried to answer. Some say they learned it from trees. Some say they learned it from tree folk. Fine. How many types and groups of druids were there? Who exactly were the druids in my valley? They're from the far southeast, and they were under the Hutan, one of the 3 largest groups of druids. The other 2 were the Tarimba and the Mulfik. The 3 druidic councils are just, well, kind of like guilds. They're separate but work together for common goals, like restoring the land and focusing on training. The councils themselves are neutral, but their druids are free to work with any kingdom they want, though, generally speaking, most druids will avoid participating in the kingdom wars. Okay. What do they want? I don't know, really. I think they're just interested in you, Tree Spirit. What do they want with me? Everyone shook their heads. Trevor, Ivy, what have you got? After my discussion with them, I consented to the meeting a day later. The next day, the 4 druids came without their apprentices and assistants. They came fully in their druidish attire, which included some kind of headwear that resembled an antler's horns, or a wolf headdress, elaborate and fancy carved wood staffs, armor, and all the rings they could wear. Dressed for combat, druids? Jura chuckled. He was dressed up for the purpose in armor, sword in hand. It was but a tradition of druids to show our best to the tree spirits, especially when we face the tree spirit's true body, one of the druids said. But he looked nervous. My seeing eye noticed the subtle shaking in his hands. The 4 stood in the inner circle of subsidiary trees before my main body. Jura was on one side, and I had horns hidden in the corner, but I thought they could sense his presence. They looked around, and they sweated. They whispered a bit, so softly, or perhaps a skill, that I couldn't make out what they were saying. State your business, druids, Jura prompted the guests to start. The 4 bowed. We are druids of Hutan, one of the many caretakers of the land and those who live on it.
protectors of the forests and trees, and we, humbly seek an audience with the great tree spirit of the valley, as we come to seek an understanding of the needs and wishes of the valley and its true guardian." "Flowery greeting," I chuckled. It sounded like they practiced it.
"They sound nervous,"
Alexis whispered into my mind.
"Their body was tense. They might be up to something,"
Ivy advised. The four druids' eyes started to glow green, and I felt my defensive instincts kick in. "Tree spirit, we come in seek of your name and hope to gain your blessing." Oh, well, my roots were ready to strike at any time.
"Oh, I'm Tree.
What kind of blessing? The four druids glanced at each other. I thought they gulped, but I wasn't sure. "Is that all you're here for, druids?" Jura sounded a bit amused. "No. We'd like to acquire the tree spirit's blessing." What blessing?" The four druids shared a glance. "Surely the tree spirit is testing us. We mean the blessing." "Well, I've got no idea what you're talking about, so explain what this blessing is." I really didn't know what blessing they meant, yet the four druids seemed to take the question a bit negatively. They didn't seem particularly keen on answering the question. One of the druids stepped forth. He looked to be the youngest, but his staff and headgear were the most flamboyant. "Oh, great tree spirit, the aspect which we ask, we will give our share in return. We offer our services, and that of the Druid Council of Hutan, which we represent. Our oath, as druids, as guardians, is to come to your aid should you ever find yourself in peril." "Okay, but what's an aspect?" I wondered. "You introduced the concept of blessing an aspect. Can you explain?" The first one knelt, his staff embedded in the ground. I felt a bit of magic swirl around me. It felt kind of pleasant, so I didn't feel a need to react. I later would realize this was when I made a mistake. I should have stopped them there and then. The second druid stepped forth, standing next to the first. "Oh, great tree spirit, behold the oath of mortals and the true mother, a promise as ancient as the world. Give us your aspect, and we shall give you ours." Green glowing lines started appearing throughout his entire body, and then he knelt. The green glowing lines then flowed into the ground and formed a greenish glowing circle around the four druids. It still felt rather pleasant, and then I noticed I was starting to get a little sluggish, like I was drunk. "Ivy? Trevor?" I tried to prompt my tree minds to help, but then I noticed all of them, including Alexis, were in a daze. They were struggling to fight off whatever the druids were doing. "What were you doing?" Jura and Horns noticed, so they quickly jumped in, attempting to break the ritual or spell, whatever it was. They were both unaffected by the effects of the ritual. Maybe because it only worked on trees? They charged in, but a barrier of some kind repelled them, pushing both of them far back. Despite feeling like I had too much alcohol, like a happy drunkard, I managed to collect my will together to activate my anti-magic aura, which sadly didn't really work on that barrier, or the ritual that they were using. Still feeling dizzy, I pulled my mind together and used root strikes on the two druids. A glowing wooden shield magically appeared and blocked the root strike. The third druid stepped forth. "Oh, great tree spirit, for the land requires us, requires all of us, all our worship and care." The third and fourth druid were both covered in green lines, and this time I noticed that their familiars were out. Two massive wolves, also covered in similar green lines, and a small wood-like bear appeared. I was starting to shake off that drunken feeling, just a minute into the ritual, and so I unleashed more root strikes.
One of the druids called up a large half-wooden totem with a beetle head, and it created a shield that blocked my root strikes. Each strike cracked the totem instead of the shield, and the totem needed about 5 to 7 hits to crack. Meanwhile, Jura was easily stronger than the 2 wolves. Yet despite how much pain or damage they received, they just kept getting in his way. The 2 wolves really determined to stop Jura from interfering with the rituals. "Druids! What is the meaning of this?" he shouted, while trying to shake off the 2 wolves. The druids focused on their ritual. 2 minutes in. "O great tree spirit, we seek your power to complete our oath to the true mother." The 4th druid stepped forth and entered into a kneeling position as well, just as the earlier ones did. To protect the 4 druids, more familiars and creatures appeared. 2 tiger-like creatures, a cat, and an owl. They were all large, easily the size of an elephant, their bodies covered in green lines, and their job was to block horns from entering the circle. The 2 wounded wolves now received backup from the tiger and the cat. Jura then unleashed some kind of sword skill I hadn't seen before, and it instantly diced up all the 4 animals. Yet the druid wasn't done. Another wooden staff appeared. This one had the head of a tortoise, and it glowed. The glow restored the diced-up animals and made them whole almost instantly. 3 minutes in. The 4 druids were mumbling, singing some kind of hymn. Whatever ritual this was, it was really quite fast. They certainly prepared for this. The totem cracked and broke apart as my root strikes landed a few hits. Ting! It was then I got a notification. 4 druids have each entered into a non-cancelable druidic aspect contract with you. New familiar contract type obtained. Druidic aspect contract. Druidic aspect contracts allow druids to use lesser versions of the master's abilities. You've received 8 druid-class seeds. Eh? The glowing green lines on the 4 druids faded, and along with it, so did the barrier. The 4 kneeling druids stopped kneeling, and one of them almost jumped. "We did it! It's not over yet. We still need to run." The 1 druid clearly realized they were not out of the woods just yet, and so they quickly started to run. "You 4 are not going anywhere." A wall of roots appeared around them, and the 4 druids attempted to use their druid powers to interfere with the roots, but it didn't work. Not this time. But the root strikes got to the familiars and skewered all of them. Jura charged in, furious, and the druids attempted to dodge. "Don't kill them yet," I mentally pinged him. Oh, I was going to interrogate them before I did. Maybe I should torture them. Hang them on trees in the city for attacking me. The tip of Jura's sword closed in, now on 1 druid's neck. "Take a step, and I slit your throat." All you 4 wanted was this druid-style familiar contract? I asked aloud. I thought I had a massive communication problem with the natives. Why did so many of my encounters with the natives end up like this? Why didn't the druids just ask nicely? Seriously, I like to think I was a reasonable person. I could be negotiated with, right? Did I have a sticker somewhere that said, "Pushover, just take whatever you want," written on me? Jura, his sword still at the druid's neck, said, "Answer the tree spirit's question." One of the druids nodded. "Yes, we made a contract for the tree spirit's power. Sigh. I honestly didn't know what you meant by blessing. Why didn't you just have a bit more patience and explain? All of you wanted this familiar contract-like thing? This was the blessing?" One of the druids mumbled. "Yes?" Ugh. I was annoyed, sad, angry. The roots formed a cage, trapping them all, thorns and barbs closing in. They attempted to use their druid powers to move the roots, but it wasn't working. The 4 druids realized how much shit they were in. Immediately all 4 of them knelt. No, they literally prostrated themselves on the ground. "Our sincerest apologies, O great tree spirit. We We thought we'd never get a chance to get this close to a tree spirit of your level of strength. We apologize for our recklessness. Please don't kill us."
What sort of stupid assumption is that? Access to the true body of all the great tree spirits is heavily restricted and controlled. And here we are, 4 mid-rank druids getting the chance to meet a great tree spirit. We had to jump on the chance. One of them started to justify what they did. His hands and head were on the ground, prostrating. We thought we would never get a chance. Fools! If I could yell like a villain or an evil, angry emperor, I would. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill all 4 of you right now. The cage's roots closed in, the thorns on the roots making little cuts, but nothing lethal. I mean, how'd they think they'd get away with it? Come up to me? Use this ritual-style spell which gave them some level of protection? But did they think they could run away from me? Seriously? My roots spanned the valley. Even if they succeeded, I'd still be able to kill them. They would have to knock me down for at least an hour or 2 for them to even give themselves a chance. We really mean no harm. We really mean what we said during the ritual. We will come to your aid should you need it, us and the Hutan. Rubbish. I could protect myself as it was. We offer you our services. We'll revoke whatever arrangements we had with the councillors. Anything. I still plan to kill all of you. Not good enough. One of the roots pretty much poked the druid's skin. We can arrange the Archdruids to provide you with unique items. We can arrange for you to be in contact with other spirits. Oh. Other spirits. The druids picked up on my pause. There are other great tree spirits, too. The Druid Council of Hutan. Our senior Archdruid is in contact with the guardian tree of the elf capital, and also the giant lily-pod city spirit. If we tell them about you, we can make some arrangements for the spirits to commune. Well, meeting other similar tree spirits was something I always wanted. Please spare our lives and forgive us. I recall the 4 of you saying you were but ordinary druids. How can you arrange for us to meet with other spirits? We can't, but our Archdruids can. I'll do my best. No! I'll give everything to arrange for it. Please don't kill us. Fine. I suspend your punishment, on a few conditions. All of you will remain under house arrest in New Freaka and the Valley. Make any attempt to leave, and all of you will die. If you need to, call for more druids to come assist you with all the necessary arrangements for me to communicate with the other tree spirits. If any of you try anything funny, all of you die. You all will remain in Freaka as my guarantee until contact with the other spirits is established. If I don't have contact with the other tree spirits within a reasonable amount of time, of perhaps 3 years, all of you will die. And I want you to cooperate with me fully. And you will revoke your arrangements with the councillors. Double-cross me, or attempt to use any kind of ritual or spell on me ever again, and I will not hesitate to put my roots through all of your skulls. The 4 druids breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly. Go. After I let the druids go, I called for a meeting again. I wanted to know what was causing all these people to react so recklessly in front of me. Why did the meeting unfold in that manner? I complained to the audience, the senior leaders of the order, and when Jura explained how it went, Medeus pretty much face-palmed. To be fair, your main tree was really intimidating and scary. Even walking in the woods feels intimidating. The priest seemed able to relate to the feeling. Lausanne walked in and out without a problem. Lausanne's not a good example. It was the order's captain that offered a bit of honesty. Council Jura, Lady Laufen, and Lausanne were natives, and so they were oblivious to its appearance. But for the rest of us, being before your main tree was like
Standing before a council of monsters. The presence of the various ghosts and wisps around your main body? The crackle of magic radiating from every root, branch, and leaf? How the surrounding trees feel like a prison? Those strange trees around you? Or the few trees that look like they've been burned and charred by thunder? Seeing it for the first time, I had nightmares. It's a place for monsters, for gods. The druids probably panicked, overthought, and probably did what they thought they needed to do. Oh. Well, the layout of my main body was surrounded by the 2 tree mines and their root-brain complex, the soul forge and all its extensions, the labs and pods, and then a ring of subsidiary trees, home to the beetles and spiders. The canopy was covered in webs and vines, and because of the effects of Soul Forge Black, there were all the soul collectors floating around. And maybe Alexis's body as well, which appeared like a deformed mutant tree. Fine. Next time, all meetings will be held here. Only those truly deemed worthy will face my main body. I guess that was why access to a tree spirit's main body was restricted. If they were all similarly high level, their presence was going to be incredibly intimidating. Now, I was really curious what the other tree spirits were like.
Year 80, Month 5. Back to the sewage issue. Containment by way of subsidiary tree worked, for now. A long-term solution was still in progress. Broadly, the idea we had was to use plants and algae to digest the sewage. I couldn't help but feel that I was a tree, so all solutions I developed must involve trees, kind of like how everything looked like a nail when I was a hammer. I let Alexis take the lead on the plant samples, so she conducted research on all the different kinds of collected plant samples. The hope was to develop some kind of poop processing hybrid plant. There were some plants with slight tolerance, so the idea was that tolerance level could be amplified such that the plants were able to obtain some kind of resistance. There were promising results from algae and trees, but as with all research, more time and more samples were needed. Well, it was just time. I had plenty now. Meanwhile, Trevor was in charge of the materials lab, with a focus on creating filtration systems, whereby the different elements of the sewage was separated. Different plants had different tolerance of elements, and if there was no single sewage-eating miracle plant, then it'd have to be multiple plants working together. To do so, splitting the toxins was critical. At the same time, Jura and the Order lobbied the Council to actually build a proper sewage system. The sewage system would then connect to a sewage tunnel, and that tunnel would move all the sewage to a designated spot out of town. That spot would be where my future sewage processing plant would be located. Jura phrased the argument to the Council using pride as the main emotional hook. I admired that. How could any self-respecting capital city still rely on primitive poop holes? Could you call yourself a developed nation? If New Freaka wanted to be respected as a kingdom, it had to have a proper sewer. Think about all the adventurers it would train, all the secret passageways it would create. Sewers were a source of revenue, a source of jobs and experience for newbie adventurers. No more poop holes. More time for priests. Less regular cleansing needed because the poop could pile up out of town. And so the Council debated the New Freaka Subterranean Sewage Project. Year 80, Month 6. Demons. News of their presence spread through the merchants, through communication spells, through artifacts. Demons. Humanoid demons. They were humanoid, and yet had appendages that resembled weapons. some in the form of spears, some in the form of swords or axes. They also seemed to have particularly strange behaviors, building fortresses and camps, which had never been done in recorded Demon King history. The news of the multiple rifts sent all the nations into high alert. When did the rifts appear so quickly? Unlike all other occasions, the number of rifts were significantly more.
Tree, you'll protect us, right?
Lausanne asked. Yes, Lausanne. But if you have to fight them, will you? Lausanne paused. She was 11 now, and it'd be another 9 years before she was mature physically. If I could, I'd like her to stay out of it.
Yes. I'm not as strong as I'd like to be, but yes, I will protect my family and friends.
Good. I didn't think she was ready yet, but sometimes you had to throw them into the water. Year 80, Month 7. We need to talk about defenses. The council gathered in the large meeting room. Some of the councillors sighed. First up, we need walls and more soldiers.
We already have walls.
Not enough. The news coming from those near the rifts was quite concerning. The meeting was led by Yvonne's replacement, a guy called Arza. He'd been in the job for some time now, but really he was just a very clever coordinator and spokesperson for his faction of councillors. The other councillors looked at him quizzically. Is there something that's on your mind, Council Leader Arza? Council Leader was an informal title, since all in the council were theoretically equal, but there was always one taking a chairing role. Yes, demons. Our defenses are inadequate for demons. With their numbers and their strength, we need to urgently improve our defenses. Walls don't work against demons. They've got crazy numbers, and they've got those large monsters.
Not this time.
The news coming out from the nations facing the demons is that they are like... Arza paused, and then he took a deep breath.
They are like us. They're using our tactics and strategies.
That's absolutely crazy. Are we talking about demons? One of the councillors said. In recorded history, demons have never adopted our tactics. Arza nodded. I think it's crazy too, but it's our chance to bolster our military. We needed this excuse. You mean... Arza paused, then whispered.
We've lost the druids. We've got to find something else, and this is it.
Ah, then we must, one of the councillors spoke.
We'll take this excuse to raise taxes and train more soldiers and mages.
We need the Order's money, and this is a good excuse to force them to collaborate. If they don't, we'll shame them publicly for being selfish. The other councillors added fuel to the flame. I see. But wait. Why would that work, Council Leader Azra? The Order's strength is the tree spirit, no? The tiny militia and force they maintain are nothing compared to the amount of war beetles they can deploy. One of the more skeptical councillors asked Arza.
Indeed, so we have more to gain.
We need to use this excuse to adjust the revenue rate that the Order gets. So here's the message I want everyone to spread. The Order's not spending enough on defense. We need the money to defend the city. Arza emphasized to the group. Ah, so the idea is to make the Order seem like they're spending money on frivolous things like collecting plants and animals, gifts for babies, and unnecessary rituals. One of the councillors objected. I wouldn't talk about the rituals. They're quite popular among my electorate, and many find them meaningful. Stick to the collection of plants. Agree,
Wouldn't this move backfire?
Maybe, but we must be subtle about it then. First, we need to expose how the Order spends their tax money, and then tie it to our defense needed. Show the people that they are not doing what they can to defend the city.
They have beetles, Counselor Azra.
I know. Then we must explain to the people that beetles are not trustworthy. We need our own strength, the strength of our people.
Inspire them not to rely on a secretive power like a tree spirit.
We don't even know whether it will protect us when it really matters, or if it will only choose those it cares about. Think about it. We embed a belief in our people that we must rely on our own mortal strength, with powers within our control, ideally with us, the counselors in charge. We represent them, whereas the tree spirit is unelected, and it is a magical being, not mortal, not one of us. Now we suffer the whims of a magical creature. Where is our dignity?
A murmur rippled around the counselors, mostly in agreement.
So, we must have more walls, more soldiers, more mages. We may not be stronger than the army of beetles, but I'll be damned if we are beggars, begging for mercy and protection from a magical creature.
Our founding documents say they would protect us.
Myths! Tell the tale of when the great cities who suffered the wrath of dragons, who no longer wanted to protect them. Tell the tale of the city who fell when the sacred beast turned on the royal family.
Isn't the message of that story about doing good because the royal family was evil?
Doesn't matter. It's about self-reliance, strength. We are refugees, and if we fled Salah to be subservient to a magical beast, what good was that?
Counselor Azra, is this something your faction thought up? A centaur counselor said, an independent in the sense that he was unaffiliated to either the Order or the Independence faction. That was partly because his voting district also comprised the slopes of the valley where the rural centaurs lived rather happily. Azra paused.
Well, yes.
I agree on the need to bolster the city's own strength with more soldiers. I also agree on the need for more defensive walls. Yet, among the centaurs, tree folk, and even the lizard men, Aeon's presence is a reassuring force. So tone down the rhetoric. It will backfire on your faction's election chances.
We'll see about that. But more importantly, I'm glad to see you agree with our need to improve our own military prowess.
The centaur shrugged. Meanwhile, the Druids. The druidic aspect familiar was clearly a double-edged sword for the Druids. On one hand, they got to store about 3 to 5% of my power, depending on their own level, for their own use. But because of the link and how it was magically entangled with me, I could see them clearly, wherever they went in New Freaka. Kind of like how Lausanne glowed like a light bulb in my overview of the valley. In other words, I could observe them through the aspect. The aspect stole their experience and mana too. I did recall that the familiars took a portion of the experience too, which was why I leveled up when the contracted warriors died. But in the aspect's case, the ratio was even more skewed. I could also see their skills and also mark 2 skills of my choice as targeted for collection on death. Oddly, there was a time counter on those marked skills. I thought it meant it took some time to mark the skills. So much for blessing. Were the other tree spirits also secretly taking skills from their believers? After all, how would they know that their blessing was actually not free? But if so, why did the tree spirits not give it freely? Aspect contracts were limited to level divided by 10. You were allowed up to 13 aspects,
Limited again. Just like familiars, which I could give out about 132, since I was level 132. Or the possession of the devoted, which I could give 5. I suppose there was a mana maintenance cost to it, which was why these were limited. The 4 druids just used up 4 valuable slots, but they were called druidic aspects, so only druids could use them? Druidic aspects can be awarded to druids, herbalists, farmers, and gardeners, and variants can also be awarded to tree folk with no job class requirements. Confusing? System, you need a massive cleanup. Anyway, I did somewhat regret letting the druids go, and I realized I was not very good at making high-quality decisions when I was in a spot. The druids could read my interest in meeting the other spirits, and managed to, therefore, save themselves. So what do I need to do? Being able to make good, high-quality decisions. That was something I needed to try to do. But if I failed, what should I do then?
Honestly, I wanted to help you, but their spell made me feel so drowsy and weak that I couldn't.
Should I kill and drain the druids? Well. I thought of looking, studying, and learning from them first, since I had them under my custody. Pods, the druids gulped. Go in.
Are you planning to drown us?
You are not making much progress on arranging the meeting. It's almost 3 months. In.
The Archdruid was coming. He needed to assess the situation. Please don't do this.
In! The vines and roots pulled the druids inside, and all 4 of them were now in the biolab pods. They struggled a lot for adults, compared to my 4 girls, who were getting rather good and used to the biolab. One of them even said it was quite relaxing. Under the scope, the druids' bodies were actually rather ordinary. They had a spring like any other, and a collection of stones around the life spring, which were the skills and levels of the druid. What was quite unique were the animal head-shaped stones, which were the links between the druids and their animal followers. Then there was the druidic aspect. The aspect took the form of a vine-like plant. It grew and made a space around the spring, and its vines and roots spread around the stones, growing into the gaps between them, like a well that was partly abandoned and now reclaimed by plants. Some of the stones around the spring had more vines around them, but most of them had just little roots at the sides, like small climber plants. The aspect's main body, a large central flexible trunk, was like a parasitic plant living on the wellspring of his soul. On the aspect plant's body, there were 3 large gourd-shaped organs, and from a little prodding it reads, Aspect's storage organ, stores energy from the main body. Strange. I thought back to Lausanne and Jura's souls. In Lausanne's case, the familiar appeared like a separate plant in the shape of a sunflower, growing at the side of the well, but it didn't have vines or feelers growing like crawlers on the well. Instead, her special familiar had a strange swirling portal. In Jura's case, the Eidolon bamboo didn't even appear as a plant in Jura's soul spring. Instead, there was something in the shape of a bear statue that had a small water spout on its mouth, and it was located outside the soul spring. It seemed the relationship of the druids' familiars would be similar to bamboo, since they too appeared as statues or stones. I would later discover, from the druid's mouth, the druids' familiars weren't familiars, but actual animal spirits that had agreed to become their companions. These animal spirits were somewhat similar to artificial souls. They formed from the collective energies of many animals of their kind, the remnant outer shells of animal souls. Druids and beastmasters had an ability to separate the outer shells of their slain animals through a ceremony of some kind, where the inner soul was sent forth to reincarnate, leaving the outer shell in their service. That said, it was also possible for druids and beastmasters to form lifelong bonds, a kind of soul contract, whereby the animals served them for as long as they lived. These sorts of bonds were rare, but also way more powerful. It was also why the animal companions of druids and beast trainers were usually able to independently gain levels, due to them retaining a part of their souls. Back to the 4 druids. I decided to let them be. The aspect's presence in their soul spring was fascinating, and something I wanted to watch. So, rather than let them do as they please, I tasked them with training my 4 initiates and Lausanne. The 4 young girls were doing well, though I should be looking for 5 more new recruits soon. They were now about level 10, and had gained basic proficiency in the usual sword, dagger, staff, and shields. They were just 6 to 8, though, so they practiced with wooden weapons and wooden dummies in the training room. That formed the bulk of their combat practice, on top of spars against each other. Still, a very long way before they could enter battle. I would reckon they needed to be at least 12 before they would fight any real battle. The Minder familiar kept me updated on their levels. The moment I focused on them, a game-like panel appeared and showed me all the skills and levels, their mental state of mind, whether they were happy or sad or stressed, and also their health, whether they were hurt or healthy. It was helpful and allowed me to tailor my dream tutor and the nutrition I was feeding them. When they were stressed or frustrated, I would have a bit of that calming fruit tea on the menu. Lately, my control of Dream Tutor improved. I still couldn't control the exact specifics, but I could use the essence of summer in Dream Tutor, so that they got rather pleasant ones, like beaches, warm suns, things to help them unwind. I also regularly talked to the girls, but they were young, so it was usually silly things, like, how far did a tree see, or how high did I go? Year 80, Month 8. More rifts were spotted. Apparently there were few rifts near Salah, but they were on the other side, so it'd be some time before they came near me. Their army had been dispatched to deal with the demons coming out from the rifts. So far, only heroes had the power to close rifts, so the rifts remained open, and the army stationed a garrison force near the rifts to fight the demons that came out.
If only we had our star mana powers again, then we could close the rifts.
Mila had popped by after so long.
Do you want to go back into battle? Ugh, true.
Mila shrugged. She'd gained a lot of levels since her hotel started operations 1.5 years ago. So, like Alexis predicted, her mobility had increased, though she still mostly stayed back in her hotel.
But maybe we can help somehow. We are stuck here. What do you have in mind?
Mila's body was like a tree folk, and frankly it took quite a bit of effort to figure out she wasn't a tree folk. She had a dress that was formed from wood, and for her, changing attires meant changing how the wood was shaped around her body.
Maybe we should try to help the next generation. Perhaps research? The materials lab should count for something, right?
As they discussed, I turned my attention to research. Research status. Beetle, Anti-Magma Armors, Stage 4, 10 months. Material Labs, Stage 1, completed. Magical Sensors, completed. Normal Tree, Root Filters, Stage 1, completed. Metal Hyperaccumulator Trees, Stage 1, 12 months. Phytoremediation Process, Basic, 12 months. Dedicated Filtering Blackwater Plant, Stage 1, 6 months. We had some normal trees gain filtering abilities, and this allowed them to reduce the effects of the poop contamination. But the materials lab was more of a properties kind of lab, which identified the components and the qualities of materials, and also distilled the different types of materials. It looked like there were further upgrades, which allowed me to design specific materials and forge special alloys. But that was a whole lot further down the road. Next was the magical sensors. The magical sensors were instantly installed on my material labs and gave me a reading of the mana flowing through the air and the composition. Mana had many types, after all. It also detected spells and area of effect skills. Together, with sensors in multiple material labs, they formed an array able to triangulate sources of unusual activity, like sudden surges of energy in the air. At first, there was a whole load of false positives. Spells were being cast daily, in many battles throughout the world, some not very far away. Adventurers of New Freaka constantly traveled the region, slaying rogue monsters and bandits, or priests and healers taught in Medeus's academy for the junior students. All these false positives had to be removed. So we had to set a very high threshold to remove all the lesser spells from detection. My assumption was they probably wouldn't be much of a threat.
Tree, can we help the next generation of summoned heroes?
Mila asked.
Alexis has some ideas, and she thought, well, we need your help.
Honestly, I'm not sure why I should help the next group of heroes. From what I hear, heroes are pretty dangerous. They have a whole lot of magical power and are extremely idealistic.
But isn't protecting the world from demons aligned with yours? Protecting the valley means also protecting it from demons.
They certainly overlap. But what are the benefits of helping the heroes?
Protecting the valley?
Honestly, if it's just demons, I don't need heroes. Alexis paused. True. But would you permit me and Mila to aid them? I couldn't control Mila, since she was her own independent soul. So, frankly, if she did, and it wasn't against me, I wouldn't stop her. Fine.
Great.
Year 80, month 9. An uneventful month in the valley. Training, practice, observing the druids and citizens. Eavesdropping on conversations about battles from far away against the demons. The humanoid demons were appearing everywhere, and the battles were getting more and more intense. Unlike all recorded history of demons, this time the demons had brought a special item that spawns demons, and it took the form of a camp. Larger variants had been spotted in places where towns and villages used to be. And so it could be said that overnight all mortal wars ended, as the focus turned to face this new era of demons. Demons used to be a continental affair. Only a few rifts would open, and when they did, it was usually not far from each other, at least until the Demon King came. Not anymore. And for me, the big question was, why? Why did the demons, after what seemed to be years of taking the same strategies, finally start trying this sort of carpet-bombing technique? Year 80, month 10. I chose another 5 children, this time 2 boys. Overall, due to the relative peace in New Freaka, the number of new orphans was trending downward. Still, accidents, fights, and death were inevitable, and there were also migrant orphans. In certain communities where there was no capacity to support another orphan, it was better to send them off to a place where they would be cared for. Anyway, the first 4 girls were around level 12. The highest level was level 15, with 8 levels in Soldier. This job class thing was fascinating, and more for me to learn. As for Jura, he was still at level 80 and stuck. Which was why today I harvested a 3-year-old ginseng plant, leaving 2 others to continue maturing. 3-year-old magical ginseng root. Permanently improves life force. faster mana, stamina, and health regeneration.
So, how do we use this?
Jura held the ginseng root, even though it was 3 years old. It actually looked like it was a 100-year-old ginseng root from my old world. I thought it was its mana and probably my influence in bounty.
Do you want me to cook it?
Mila offered. There was a cookhouse in her lodge. No, I was trying something more direct. Please step into the Soul Forge.
Okay.
Jura looked at the lightning-burned tree and then stepped in. I thought about it for some time, and essentially what I wanted to do was try to inject the ginseng into his soul spring. It sounded like some kind of cultivation novel when I described it like that. I attempted to start up the Soul Forge and start the merging process. I got an error message when I put the ginseng roots in. Ginseng roots needed to be further refined before they could be used in the Soul Forge. Refining required access to an essence concentrator. Essence concentrator? At the same time the Soul Forge was still active, Jura was still inside, his body sleeping in a special altar within the forge tree. A prompt appeared. Do you want to remove some of Jura's skills or job classes? Doing so will free up life force to learn other skills or gain levels. Removed skills have a chance to be converted into skill seeds. Skill seeds made this way can't be reused on donor. Eh? I suddenly recalled the day some 6 years ago when the Wisp told me about surrendering of levels and skills. Why didn't it work when I captured the Ranger?
It's called surrendering. If Jura's willing, you will be able to remove skills he doesn't want. And as I recall, you partially succeeded since you received a few skill seeds and class seeds. The conversion odds are higher if it's a voluntary surrender of the skills.
Huh. So surrendering skills isn't exactly all bad either. Was this like that pocket monster game again, where you unlearned a move, and somehow there was a chance the move you unlearned got transformed into a TM? In a way, the soul's ability to support the person's level and skills was limited, and this ability technically allowed min-maxing. Can a hero surrender his hero class or blessing?
What comes from the gods can only be removed by the gods.
Interludes. Akbar. Sometime around year 80, month 9, tree time. Every demon king was slightly different. Every generation of demons usually a variation of the previous. Scholars, inquisitors, and demon hunters had often wondered why it was so. But since these invading demons didn't seem to be able to communicate, no one knew for sure. Still, the inhabitants facing the demons could still observe and make a note of how subtle differences existed. The first demon rifts revealed little hints about the characteristics of the demon king they faced, and the sort of battles they would have to prepare for. Usually this meant elemental and or monster variants, like how Andros had earth golems, earth centipedes, and firehounds, and as time went by, its larger versions of such monsters. Spotting a demon rift was something every warrior learned by experience. Once they'd seen it, they would remember it for life. The way reality itself warped and broke, a tear in reality that linked to another world, it was an unforgettable sight. The portal to the demon world. General Akbar. A human knight rode up to Central Camp. There were about 5,000 soldiers there.
Commander Akbar,
the older man emphasized.
I've been demoted, and you need to remember that. Had it been in the city, you could get in trouble.
The knight shrugged.
You're still my general. Anyway,
Commander Akbar frowned and gave the knight a stern look.
get to it. What's the status? How many demons did you spot? 1,200. Surprisingly easy to get a count now that they look like humans. They made something that resembles a large house or camp. Still no sight of the rift yet. I'm waiting for the other scout to report back. Demons. Making camp. Commander Akbar scratched his chin. What has the world come to? I must see this.
The force of 5,000 men marched toward the site of the reported demon camp, and what they saw was indeed a demon camp.
There it is, Commander.
The demon camp's surface resembled a dark reddish hue, its existence as if magic itself was forced to form the fabric.
What's it doing?
Akbar started counting, his eyes looking through his portable telescope, right at the demon camp. He watched intently for about 30 minutes.
It's making more demons. Soldiers. Get the mages. I want a magical reading on this area right now.
Akbar's hunch was right. The camp's location had slightly stronger natural mana and energies. There was only one decision to make. The camp had to be destroyed before it spawned more demons. They crushed the 1,200 or so demons easily. A few days later, they were back at the camp.
The news is unsettling.
Akbar pored over the news coming in from all other continents and kingdoms. Demonic news didn't have the usual diplomatic embargo and political filters, and frankly, Akbar enjoyed fighting demons. It was just plain fighting, without the bullshit of politics or the worries over the unnecessary death of others. It allowed him to be a true military man. The only thing he had to focus on was crushing this faceless demonic enemy.
There were so many.
Both of his aides nodded, and they looked over a rough map of the world. It was one of Akbar's personal collections as a general. Akbar placed a small red flag wherever they received reports on rift sightings. There were multiple rifts in every large continent, and even in smaller continents. In earlier Demon Kings, the rifts were concentrated, most of the time on a single continent, maybe two at most, and even those, the bulk of them usually formed on one continent. It didn't take much for Akbar to conclude the obvious.
This demon is planning to overwhelm the world with sheer numbers, by attacking everywhere simultaneously.
One of the aides shook his head.
But does it matter? If they come at us with that tiny force, scattered throughout the world, they won't be a threat, and the heroes will come around and save the world when the Demon King arrives.
Akbar frowned a little at the aide's statement. 2 knights and a mage walked into the war-planning room. Akbar looked at his aides.
True, but between now and the Demon King was at least a few years. This tactic may potentially destroy the world before the heroes even appear.
So what?
We can stop them. The quantity from the rifts reported so far has been small.
Akbar paused and remembered the demon champions. No reported sighting of the champions yet, though they often arrived before the king. The other aides answered before Akbar got to it.
If the demons can build camps that generate more demons, their quantity won't be small for very long. How many rifts do we know nothing about? How sure are we all these are the only rifts out there? If the rift and camp were made in a secluded area we know nothing about, they could suddenly surprise us with a large force.
True.
How's the analysis on the camp and the demons?
Akbar asked. The mage shifted uncomfortably. A soldier ran into the camp.
Sorry, Commander. The mages, they turned into demons. We had to kill one of them. Akbar's eyes widened, and he stared. When did this happen? And why did I not know about it?
It just happened, General, the soldier shouted, trying to catch his breath. He'd been running. The mages, they were just meddling with the demonic staff, and suddenly it started to absorb one of the mages. So we had to destroy the staff, and we couldn't save the mage.
Akbar stopped. You know about this?
No, sir. The mage in the room shook his head, but then he walked over to the soldier to talk. Before Akbar could ask more, another person came in. He was a mage, too, and he looked younger than the other mages.
General. Commander?
We have the report you wanted.
Akbar glared at the young mage. He was unfazed.
What happened?
Accident. It was quite unfortunate that I could not save him. But we now know that the staff seeks magic and consumes it to create demons.
The two aides paused.
So, my guess is we should probably seek out major magical locations and dungeons and seek to take over them.
But how do the demons expect to beat the dungeons with their tiny force? Dungeon, generally, had a respectable defense force and multiple boss-level creatures within their base.
Maybe not immediately, but over time their force will grow.
We must let the world know,
Akbar acknowledged.
This fact may be helpful for the other nations.
Commander, we must first report this to High Command. The king will want to know before this is shared, one of the aides said. Akbar nodded, but inside he just felt annoyed. Politics. He could see it coming. The king probably wanted to sell this information for money. The awkward truce with the Nung and Takti wasn't something the king enjoyed, especially since he wanted his reign to be one of glory. And so Akbar and his retinue returned to the capital Ransala, leaving the rest of the force behind. The rest would continue to hunt demons and look for the rift. The journey took them a few days, and soon Ransala entered their view. The massive sprawl of the city, the faint stench of human activity, the smell of the forges and factories. It was a sign they were getting close. Even at night, one could see the dispersed glow from the city's lights. The aide cheered.
Civilization! I can't wait for a hot bath.
The captains were relieved. One of them was from the capital, so his family was here. Akbar just sighed. As a military man, he never felt like he had a place in Ransala. Earlier in his career, he lived in fortresses and camps. Until this day, that was where he felt he belonged. Ransala just reminded him of all the politics of the court, unnecessary reports to various nobles who wanted to build rapport and bureaucracy.
Don't look so glum, Commander.
Let's have some good food. And good wine. I hear there was quite a good vintage coming from New Frika, something we've never managed to try before.
One captain nudged the aide, signaling him not to mention New Frika. Akbar just shrugged. Perhaps he shouldn't be so upset. The capital did have a whole load of good eateries.
Well, let's do that. I do miss having properly cooked food from a good chef.
The group passed a damaged set of roads, some trees and shrubs.
Ah, I notified the city that we were arriving soon.
The aide messaged the city using some kind of message spell. At this distance, the spell didn't cost much mana, and the message decay wasn't bad. Akbar's mind was still occupied with the strategies of this generation's demons. What would the champions bring this time? Was the demons' plan to split the heroes? He distracted himself and looked at 2 rings on his fingers, one made of a greenish gold, another just regular silver.
Anyone coming to greet us?
The aide shook his head.
Akbar smiled. Best news I heard all day, then.
He hated the whole greeting and welcoming ceremony, frankly. The best thing since his demotion from general. Even his aides knew how much he hated it.
Let's eat some good food.
Since they didn't have a welcoming ceremony, That meant he also didn't have to immediately go and face the king or the senior ministers. Not that the king was eager to see him. So the group went for one of the many famous eateries in Ransala, this one located on the Commoners District. Despite being the Commoners District, there were many such eateries, serving adventurers or wealthy merchants, or just some young men looking to impress a woman. They had a spread of grilled and roasted meats, mostly from the nearby farms, and also some of the edible monster meats, and a few different dishes of potatoes and yam accompanied by wine. They had wine in regular wooden cups. Though glass was available as a material, it was far too expensive for restaurants to use regularly, given how often glass things broke when an adventurer brawl happened. Akbar, his aides, and the two accompanying captains took their time and dined, their conversation beginning with demons because, well, that was their job, and it was an easy thing to talk about in a dinner with colleagues. Most of them wondered when the demon champions would start appearing. Demon champions were still the single highest risk outside of the Demon King, and there were usually multiple champions. In terms of actual destruction, the champions were probably ahead of the Demon King. The captains joked about running if they ever saw one, and Akbar just nodded.
I would run too, if I saw a demon champion.
And they all laughed. Demon champions were difficult. Even a general like Akbar would need a strong mage and a healer team to defeat one. But once all of them were progressively drunker, the conversation turned to less serious topics, like how everyone's love life was, and whether Commander Akbar would ever remarry, or other silly things, like what some of the soldiers were doing when in camp, or stupid manliness challenges. One of the aides talked about his failed dates with the local girls whenever they went on expeditions, and the rest of them just laughed. But they all also admired his guts for trying to date girls from all the various villages. As they were about to leave, two men approached Commander Akbar.
"Are you Commander Akbar?"
Akbar was a little tipsy, but he still managed to turn and face the two men. The two looked like plain, ordinary villagers. Their presence, honestly, didn't seem like anything special. One of Akbar's aides, probably drunker than Akbar, tried to step in.
Why were you bothering our commander?
The aide was usually a little more timid. Maybe it was alcohol-fueled machismo.
"May we talk to the commander, just for a while?"
One of the men smiled politely. Commander Akbar looked at them from top to bottom. If they wanted to rob or kidnap him, they did not need to ask. Though even while drunk, Akbar could easily fight off two men. His alert passive did not trigger, so he had a good hunch that these two men didn't mean to harm him. Besides, he had a general class, and that meant he could hold two men down easy. The aide's attempt to respond on Akbar's behalf was stopped by Akbar's hand.
Yes, let's talk.
Back inside? Akbar pointed back to the eatery. The two men nodded, and they walked back inside.
"Yes, inside is fine, but without your aides, please. Just something we want to ask you personally."
Akbar smiled.
Let's use one of the private dining rooms, then. They can wait outside.
"Commander, no! General Akbar!"
The two men sat. It was a small room with one round table and chairs for 6. Akbar sat opposite them.
"What do you think of the demons?"
Akbar chuckles.
They were bad, of course.
What kind of question was that, anyway? Demons caused tremendous destruction and death, couldn't be negotiated with, and didn't have any useful functions. The only possibly positive thing about them was the demolite left behind when the Demon Kings died.
"Do you think the heroes were doing a good job of fighting demons?"
Not as well as I think they should.
Akbar spoke his mind. He had a hunch they were leading him somewhere, but he'd see. The two men grinned. Great. Do you enjoy fighting demons? Akbar paused and stared at the two men. Enjoy fighting demons? In what sense? I'm sorry? Have you ever thought of joining a cause dedicated to fighting demons? Akbar's stern eyes met with two others. The room felt heavy then. I'm afraid I need a bit more than that. What exactly was your cause? At that time, a third man appeared in that small private room. He materialized from the two's shadows. Akbar, though, still didn't react, and just took a sip out of the wooden cup of water. I was wondering when you would come out. As expected of a general. Proper introductions now. I am from the Leinza Alliance, a secret society. Allow me to do the full explanation. The Leinza Alliance's main purpose was to support the heroes in their quest to defeat the Demon King, and we would like you to join us in that quest. Akbar didn't react. He just took a good look at the man. Have we met? Yes, but that matters little. Our issue was the coming demonic conflict. We believe you've realized the gravity of the issue, and so we'd like to invite you to join us. He felt familiar, but Akbar couldn't pin it down. Akbar sipped from the cup of water and said, When you say support the heroes in their quest to defeat the Demon King, what does that actually mean? You want me to put my life on the line and fight the Demon King myself, together with the heroes? Well, no. You won't be the ones actually fighting the Demon King. Ultimately, the heroes receive the god's blessing, and only with the blessing can the heroes hope to stand toe-to-toe with the Demon King. Our presence in that fight would be unnecessary. We may even be a hindrance. I would say we would be throwing our lives away. So what do you do? We, the Lienza, aim to support the heroes by spotting them early, guiding them, removing the barriers to their growth, and giving them what they need to progress. Barriers? Akbar looked at the three Lienza men. Politics. Bureaucracy. Think about it. These otherworldly heroes, they arrive in the world with very minimal guidance from the gods. They are lost despite their gifts, and when they meet the locals, they need time to find their way. If it so happens they come under a nation's protection, kings and rulers often have their own political agenda. Every step of the way they face resistance and unnecessary barriers, from locals who have no idea whether they really are heroes, to politicians and rulers who seek to manipulate them. The man paused to catch his breath, then continued. Our role was to offset that resistance, help them discreetly, and where we can, take them away from politics. We try to be the first or among the first to find and contact the heroes, and to offer them assistance, guidance, training. And if the heroes need any special equipment or items, or need to get somewhere, we try our best to help them along. Akbar sighed. It suddenly occurred to him that the heroes had it rough. They started off weak at first, thrown into a world they knew nothing about. They were still young and naive, and that usually made them gullible, and nobles usually tried to manipulate them. It suddenly made sense how things usually did work out for the heroes, especially if there was a secret organization that supported them in the shadows. So, would you be interested? I have a feeling that you already know I would be. The shadow man offered his hand. We must hear it from you. Akbar nodded, and they shook hands. Yes, let me be a part of it. The shadow man took out a ring with a single red stone, surrounded by various smaller red stones, and passed it to him. Drop your blood in the ring's inner stone. Akbar gently pricked his finger, and a single drop of blood touched the inner stone. It glowed gently, a soft reddish hue, and then the Shadow Man walked over and he too pricked his finger, adding a drop of his blood in the same ring. The two bloods mixed, and the ring released a red flash. The ring. It's invisible to all but the rest of us who also have it. It marks the Lienza, and is how we communicate. Akbar put the ring on, and he could feel its magic mix with that of his own. The ring fit nicely. Intricate carvings. Made by our mage-smiths, from where we are from, Rongo. Akbar nodded. That's far. The demon's rifts are everywhere, and we follow. True. Welcome to the Lienza. We have taken too much of your time, Commander Akbar. We will not keep your aides waiting any longer. The three gave a gentle bow, and the Shadow Man vanished into the shadows again. Year 80, Month 9.
The fact that I'm here means it's not good news for the four of you.
A lady arrived in New Frika and quickly found the four druids. There were many other ladies looking like her, and she didn't emit any visible presence or magical energy, so her arrival didn't even trigger any of my sensors. A mature-looking lady, in human terms. She looked like she was in her 50s, though I suspected she was probably older. Despite her petite size, her very presence sent the four druids into a tense combat stance.
The Enforcer.
The four fumbled over their staffs and called out their familiars. They were right in the middle of town, and the citizens cleared a space. It was common for brawls and fights to break out in town, and citizens generally knew to just give way. When there were fights among adventurers or people of that level, everyone would just let them fight.
I've been busy, and I wish I could have come sooner. But you know how it is. Investigations take time. A crime would be committed months ago, and only now the sentence was meted out. Such was the speed of justice, always lagging.
The lady shrugged. She was dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and pants, but they were clearly woven with high-quality materials. When she took out a scythe from nowhere, all my alarm bells started to ring. She wasn't exactly tall, and probably on the older side, but the way the massive scythe swung around her, I knew she was trouble. An intense aura spread around her. It even made the subsidiary trees around New Frika feel heavy. It was some kind of suppression aura.
On what crimes?
The druids put on a brave face, attempting to feign ignorance in the face of the lady.
Oh, this trick has been done many times. But fair. The one carrying out the punishment must repeat it, just so that the offender may drill it into their souls for their next life.
The lady stepped forward one small step.
For lying to the council, jail time. For forcing a high-tier spirit tree to a spiritual contract, the four of you have contravened one of the core tenets of the Hutan Council. And for that offense, the Hutan Council has empowered me to bestow your punishment. Death.
The four men summoned their wolves, armor and whatnot, and whatever they had. All the familiars charged at the lady. But the battle was awfully short. The lady swung her scythe, and it glowed in a dark greenish color.
Druid Hunter!
A dark wave spread out, and the familiars of the druids all just turned into dust. Then from the earth, 4 black roots emerged and stabbed them each in the heart, killing them instantly. Then she walked up to the 4 impaled bodies of the druids.
Children, everyone, please don't watch.
It was in the middle of town, and the announcement of the execution sent a lot of younger children and their parents running away. and her scythe beheaded all 4 of them. Their heads fell easily, like harvesting hay. She chucked their heads into a gunny sack, and then into her magical pocket space. Should we do something? I wondered, and asked my tree minds.
She's scary. I suggest not,
Ivy said.
She's got the ability to sneak in and find the druids and then kill them. She might use it on us.
Well, the lady quickly went and met Jura.
Supreme Council Jura, I apologize for my sudden unannounced presence. My name is Lathia, a conducts enforcer of the Hutan Council. I've been informed that I may be able to seek a meeting with the tree spirit through you.
No. I didn't feel like I should meet her because she was dangerous. Jura seemed unfazed, though. He even managed to sit comfortably in his chair and took a sip from his tea. He was really into tea these days.
I understand that the spirit is probably apprehensive to meeting another druid, and that's fine. I would like, on behalf of the Hutan Council, to apologize for the acts of our rogue druids. It was a great disappointment to us as well, that our druids acted in such manner in the face of a chance to get power.
Jura nodded and offered her tea. Well, glad to know that laws are being enforced after all.
Indeed. I would like to assure the spirit that we will still fulfill its wishes to commune with the other great tree spirits, and we are in the process of arranging that. It's not easy to convince other tree spirits to participate, and we will need specialized items to allow the tree spirit's thoughts to be transmitted. In the meantime, the council will send someone over as compensation.
Eh? Wait. Was there really a need for such things? Couldn't I just, chain my subsidiary trees all the way to wherever the other spirits were? Or was this subsidiary tree skill rarer than I thought?
So, please assist us and manage the spirit's expectations.
Jura nodded. I think the tree spirit will give some concessions on this. Though I'm not sure for how long, I will try my best to convince him.
Lithia smiled back at Jura and nodded a little. That's the most we can ask for, the offense the council's poorly trained druids have caused.
They both sipped on their tea. It was an awkward silence, but Jura looked more comfortable than the lady. Would there be anything else?
That's all we wish to say, Council. I'll take my leave, and will leave your town in a few days.
Enjoy your stay. Druidic aspects failed to collect the chosen skills, as the period of the contract was too short. Received 24 times Essences of Druid. Received 4 times Druid class seeds. Received 1 times Experience seeds. Yikes. Oh well, I would have to use the essences to teach the girls then. But 24 essences might not even lead to a single skill. Sigh. Anyway, I was happy that the druid enforcer didn't push to see me, and so I turned my attention elsewhere. Ivy was still keeping tabs on her, though, and as she said, she spent time in town. Thankfully, she left after 2 days of eating and meeting. I decided to reward one of the girls, the one who reached level 15, by giving her a choice of the class seeds to take and 1 skill seed for archery. The choice was actually just between Druid and Ranger, since I'd like to keep Dark Knight for later. I also had some random jobs from the deceased, like farmer, merchant, scribe, and stuff like that. But since the Valthorn Initiates were meant to be a combat unit, it'd be combat skills and jobs. They also already had soldier, which I found quite strange, but I suppose that was the result of being trained by soldiers. The problem about the Druid-class seeds was that the trainers were now dead.
Can't we learn from you?
The girls asked. Good question. If I was playing a game, I would think going to the source was a good way to truly learn a skill. But no, druids and tree spirits understood the same kind of abilities differently. The way I sensed and commanded trees was different because I was a tree, and I had access to certain kinds of senses that elves or centaurs, like these girls, did not have. So, even if our powers looked and felt similar, the mechanics of how our powers worked at its core were different. The way I commanded and used root strike was different from how a druid would. I could move my roots as if they were a button I could press. For the druids, they had an incantation to call on earth and trees to obey the commands. It was like I was the wheels, whereas the druids moved the wheels through a steering that went through the transmission. I'm afraid it would be very challenging for me to directly teach you druid magic, though I can use the essences I have to give you lessons through Dream Tutor. And the druids' magic actually covered a wider scope. Their field extended into earth magic, water magic, some air magic, and also some animal mastery, whereas mine so far was rather wood-focused and a mix of tree abilities. In a way, they were generalists.
But you are a tree. Are you not superior to druids?
Superior is not a fair way to say things. Our natures are different.
Why?
The young girls asked. Perhaps to them, everyone could be placed on a spectrum from weak to strong, and that may be true from a strictly combat perspective. But there was a nuance to abilities that extended beyond pure direct combat.
But why? You're a giant tree with strange powers. Shouldn't you be better than them?
These young girls could be strangely naive. Well, there are some things you can do when you have hands, and there are some things you can do when you have roots. They have job classes. I don't. Year 80, Month 10. The Houton Council sent a strange person to serve me. Compensation, they said, accompanied by a beautifully written letter. An arborist by the name of Giga. Why did the council send you? Juro looked a bit puzzled.
I am here to make the tree spirit feel better, of course.
Giga smiled. He was an old man, but there was plenty of spring in his step. He came with a bag of tools like little scissors, small shovels, and multiple bottles of dirt.
After the recent incident, I am afraid that the tree spirit is a bit reluctant to meet new people. No. Totally understand. I shall remain in the city and take care of the trees here.
The arborist remained in the city, with Ivy watching his every move. The city was open to visitors. It was peacetime after all, and so long as he obeyed the rules, he could stay in the city. Jura had a lot of time to think. When I offered to remove some of his skills, especially those from his earlier days that he may no longer need, he needed some time to think about it. His levels and skills, experience as a villager and also a fighter, some of those held certain memories to him and may have saved his life back in the day. Some skills made the difference between victory or death, and although they seemed weak now, they had special meaning.
I'm not sure whether I want to remove my villager skills. I have like 15 levels in them.
Well, Jura's overall level was 80, and it comprised of 60 levels in Warlord, being a combination of 40 levels in fighting and 20 levels in diplomacy and administration.
What if there was a way for it to merge with Warlord? Maybe I will be Village Warlord.
If such merging was possible, it would improve the organization and presentation of his soul spring. But I wasn't sure whether that freed up life force to support new skills and levels. Was there a way to assign a life force consumption drain value to skills and levels? Because perhaps there were some skills that used up more life force than others? I would imagine these skills had a slot value.
What if someday I need those villager skills again? When I grow older and I can no longer fight?
Wasn't that a long way to go?
You said I won't be able to relearn the skills? No, I mean, I can't use the skill seeds on you, but I suppose you could learn it on your own again.
Jura paused and sipped his ginger-tinged tea.
I think I'm fine. Tree, I appreciate you trying to push me past level 80, but I think I value my existing skills. They have meaning to me, and I'm not willing to let go of them.
Inwardly, I felt like sighing. I guessed skills were like scars. They punctuated certain moments in a person's life. Jura knew what it meant to be a higher level. It meant he could fight stronger monsters, do more, but he had decided somewhat that there were certain things he wouldn't do to get there. I can respect that, but if you ever change your mind... Jura nodded.
I think rather than that, maybe let's get back to basics and, figure out how to restore my hand?
He flexed his wooden hand. It was made using his mental link with bamboo, his eidolon familiar. It had been wonderful since bamboo obtained the skill, Extended Self, which sort of functioned like a power armor, and because of how frequently Jura used it, it really was like having a hand again. The challenge about lost limbs was that, well, the soul itself lost the blueprint and memory of the limb. Essentially, when healing magic attempted to heal a person's body, it accessed the soul's blueprint. That blueprint was then used as the basis for restoring the body. When a limb was cut off, there was a crucial period during which the limb must be healed. After that, the soul lost the blueprint relating to that limb, and then healing the limb became impossible, and what was left was a stump. In my earlier days, I didn't have the soul forge when I saw Jura. He had already lost his hand. I didn't have any ability to heal the lost arm. But I'd changed, and altering his soul to recreate the blueprint was certainly something I was now willing to try. At least, I would first need to do some experiments. Animals. If all souls were reincarnated, sometimes as animals, I probably should not be doing this. These poor animals could be me in my next life. Alexis and Mila clearly felt disturbed by what I was doing, even if they understood the rationale of what I was planning to do. I had the order gather stray animals in New Frika and those further out. Dogs, cats, deer, wolves, cows, any stray animals that were injured, amputated, limbless. If I was to alter and recreate the limb, I needed some practice. And then, I went to do my testing on these animals using the Soul Forge to repair their souls. The first animal died from the magic overload instantly. A gruesome death, best not to be described. What you are trying to do seems to require precise tools, beyond just what the Soul Forge normally does. Alexis was curious, of course. I thought she was attracted to such gory things, even if she was disturbed. I healed the princess many years ago. Her soul spring was wrecked. Why do you think this is different? The fact that you are doing experiments tells me you know it is different. The princess's spring was wrecked, but the body was still there. It's like her house collapsed, but the components were just a mess. I think in Jura's case, the component is lost, and you are trying to rebuild it. You need to do something in the soul so that the left arm can regrow. Okay. To rebuild that soul blueprint, I would have to alter the form of the outer shell of the soul. Maybe something like a massive mold, like those casts people make? A mold, eh? But let's see. For the second animal, I planned to put the animal inside the mana-soaking facility, wait for a day, and then start up the Soul Forge. I put 2 subsidiary trees with biolabs right next to the forge tree, and attempted to use the vine tools from the biolab to make the changes. The Soul Forge did have some default tools, but unlike the biolab pods, the array and precision of the tools were lacking, at least for the augmentation I was thinking of. During the test run, the vines from the biolab burned once they entered the forge tree. It was more like they started to darken and turn to ash. Details were a little lacking when it came to the forge tree. I thought it looked like I had to get something with more mana resistance, something that did not burn from mana or allow the mana to flow around it. I had some ideas there, but I would need to buy some jewels. At the same time, I asked Jura for his oldest belongings, ideally something before he lost his hand. Like the princess, maybe his belongings had a remnant, a shard of his soul that I could somewhat work with.
I think they were burned down during the burning, except my sword.
Your sword it is, then. Give it to me. It was precious. I'll make you a new one. The sword went into the forge tree, and there were some shards of his being. But because he'd been using it even after the incident, the shards and fragments in there were all without his hands.
Sorry, I really have nothing else.
Perhaps these items were like loose memory cards, and contact refreshed their memory to the latest version. Or did they merge?
So, my sword is gone.
Well, the sword was still there. But in order to analyze the shard, I had to break it down, and unlike people or souls, the Soul Forge wasn't designed to put them back together. It was quite strange how the Soul Forge knew what to keep and what to break. I mean, why was it that a person inside could survive, but a steel sword got broken? Kind of. It wasn't that great a sword anyway. It was really just a basic steel sword, despite the fancy design. Jura sighed. But he understood why I did it. Even now I had an inkling of how to do it, but I still needed to test it out on animals. Year 80, Month 11. The merchants delivered a bunch of ores containing various unprocessed jewels and metals. The idea was simple, really. Some of these metals should be able to strengthen the biolabs and their tools via mineral augmentation and together with wood shaping. I could make the tools necessary to perform more precise adjustments in the Soul Forge. Should. Or maybe, could I use star mana? Anyway, that was also worth testing. First, the ore and jewels test. Before the second animal test, I fired up the Soul Forge, put the ores in, and measured how long each of the ores lasted before they melted into a puddle. Some would last longer, and if so, some of them should last? Nope. All of them melted. Some a little bit slower than others, but all melted into a puddle. It was as if they were stripped apart bit by bit. Or maybe I just didn't have the right kind of ore. Maybe I should use my main body. Wouldn't that work? My main body should be more resilient than using it via subsidiary trees. But I would have to move things around. Can I have a forge tree inside my main body? I asked the wisp. The forge tree was created to minimize the pain of using the Soul Forge. That was why it was outside.
You certainly could, but you will feel quite an intense pain when you use it.
The forge tree received lightning and vibrated like mad when the mana spun.
It will feel a bit like when you were evolving, and you will feel like mana poisoned. But then again, you were an evolved tree. Maybe you can?
Let's try it anyway. So, in my body, within the secret hideout, I set aside a space and made it into a forge tree. It came easily after all. I already had the tree, and this was just internalizing it. Secret hideout modified. Internal soul forge chamber. And I fired the internal soul forge up. It spun. It was kind of like a really bad stomachache, the mana spinning in my metaphorical tummy. But not as bad as I thought.
You okay in there?
Alexis asked. She couldn't see this part, inside here, deep inside the secret hideout. Yeah. Using wood crafting, I created layers of wooden walls around the chamber, which formed a barrier to protect myself from the swirling mana. The space here was flexible in sizing, after all. And I fired up the soul forge again. These protective walls were in a state of constant regeneration. The gathered mana swirled and sped up. As it did so, it expanded and burned the protective wooden walls. At higher speeds and at full power, it felt like I was surrounded by fire, like I was in a sauna. But my initial theory was correct. My main body, vines, and feelers were more resistant to the mana burn, and they did last longer. Not only that, thanks to self-awareness, I was far more aware of what was happening. Zap! A lightning bolt struck my main tree, followed by loud thunder. Ugh! I felt it travel down from the branch to the trunk, leaving a streak. It burned a little while, but my fire resistance and healing power quickly kicked in and put it out. The mana in the forge spun, and it sped up. As it sped up, it quickly took the shape of a spinning ball. Time for another test. So I put an ore in with a feeler. The ore started to disintegrate into a puddle, levitating in the middle. My soft, green, viney feeler started to disintegrate as well, as the swirling mana bombarded it. There must be something. Maybe just starting up the soul forge wasn't the complete process. I needed to see how the soul forge did it normally. I decided to test it out on an animal. The animal was one of the many stray ones, a small hamster-like animal. It had lost its tail. This time, I observed it intently instead of letting the skill do what it needed to do. And partly, being inside me also allowed me to truly see it, perhaps through my skill's self-awareness, since my vision of the separate forge tree wasn't as holistic. And I saw it. The mana-dispensing feeler in the soul forge. The moment the animal stepped into the soul forge, a small layer of mana was applied to the creature by a tiny feeler. As the soul forge started to spin, the body was protected by the mana funneled by 2 vertical magical connections. And then, the soul was pulled out of the body. Even the tiny hamster had a soul. Were you possibly human in some previous reincarnation? Sorry I have to do this. It's for science. May your soul move to a better place, reincarnated into some other form. The soul was in the shape of a hamster, too. It didn't have a tail. I could see the soul. It had multiple layers, and the soul forge started to split those up. One layer representing the spirit body, and one multi-sub-layered spirit representing the skills in outer soul. Seemed like all these details were omitted when looking at the forge tree, with the princess or the artificial souls. The body was moved aside, and the 2 spirit layers moved to the center of the soul forge. What did I do at this point? How did I recreate the tail? I tried to look back at all the other animals that the order gathered, and yes, there were a few samples of this animal. Some of those animals had tails. I pulled up the data, stored in my biolab, and cross-checked to the body. Ugh. Firstly, the data from my biolab was in a different format, presented in the form of the soul spring and its extensions.
This meant my biolab wasn't collecting data suitable for the Soul Forge. The way things were presented and the information was different. It's like one was an X-ray photo, and another was a 3D MRI scan. The information was different, even if the body was the same. Still, the creature was in. No point stopping. I tried to use the data I had to recreate a tale. Using soul fragments, which I had plenty of, I formed it into a rudimentary shape of a tale. Ugh. My difficulty in shaping the soul fragment into the tale was partly because my feelers only lasted a short while before the swirling mana burned their tip up. The soul forge spun, and another lightning fell. It felt like when I touched a light switch after a shower, only stronger, more intense, and it traveled to my belly where the soul forge was. The tale slowly, clunkily merged with the spirit body, my burning feeler clumsily trying to adjust its position, and then it merged with the layered spirit. The real body now came back and rejoined the spirit, and then the hamster creature was whole again. The forging complete, I put the hamster creature back into a healing pod, and I used a healing ability. The creature's bottom started to heal. Indeed, there was a small dot that was regenerating, and it resembled the shape of what I made. It was somewhat mispositioned, like the root of the tail started a little too low. A rough tail shape appeared, like an engorged balloon stuck on the creature's bottom. Then the tail expanded and exploded in a massive splatter of blood. The hamster creature died instantly. I'm sorry, hamster creature. Looking at the remains of the splattered body, the cause was simple. The tail lacked all the details of the blood vessels, muscles, and bones that were needed in a real tail. All it had was a layer of skin in the shape of a tail, as a result of my poor drawing of a tail. The healing accelerated the blood flow into that tail, so when the skin could no longer take the pressure from the blood inflow, it exploded, and the creature died of blood loss. Ugh. Looked like it wasn't going to be easy to rebuild a limb when the soul had forgotten what the limb was like, and I wouldn't want Jura to go through that sort of miserable death. The barriers? The first challenge would be to get a good Soul Forge level imagery of what a hand should be. I would have thought I could fix this by taking a good scan of Jura again, this time in a biolab pod inside my body, using the Soul Forge's power. Something of a similar resolution and detail as what I had now seen, preferably more. Maybe create some kind of Soul Forge biopod hybrid. Maybe. If I could somehow flip the image of his existing hand, then I wouldn't have to start from scratch. Next barrier. A way to recreate that image in the Soul Forge, using Soul Forge. My expectation was that a full soul copy of the limb would be extremely detailed, and would need a lot of work to recreate such a thing with soul fragments. Even if I had a lot of soul fragments, my concern here was whether I had the correct tools and means to recreate it, and how long would it take. And lastly, even if I could recreate the hand in a soul form using the soul fragments, I would need to figure out a way of accurately joining it all together, and then heal it in such a way that he would have a functional arm. I still didn't know, even if I created the hand correctly, whether healing would somehow regenerate a hand with all the necessary bones, muscles, blood vessels, and stuff. I had taken the assumption that magic would handle it, but I did want to minimize that risk. Lastly, what if there were things I didn't know? Maybe there were other details that I couldn't see because I was not using the right equipment. Skill upgraded. Biolab healing pod. Jura thought healing his hand was going to be easier than breaking level 80. But I thought both of these challenges were equally difficult. Year 80, month 12. The news of demons from the distant lands trickled in. More rifts had been spotted,
But the military remained fully in control and had been suppressing the demons from the rifts, though perhaps the military was greatly downplaying the threat of the demons. So, for now, our part of the world remained safe. The reason we were all generally suspicious of the good news was because the kingdoms were stockpiling resources. Whether this was due to habit as a precaution from all prior demonic wars, or a sign of true distress, we still did not know. In past instances, trade lines got disrupted, and sources of food became unreliable. So it could be that there was really nothing, and some of these kingdoms were just being prudent, preparing for the worst. Still, it was infectious. New Freaka was also in a mood for preparations. The council hired more soldiers, conducted extensive training for their militia, and stockpiled food. They also tried to run a campaign to smear the Order's name, especially on the way we spent money, and to some extent it did convince the regular citizens. But we didn't part with the Order's money. Instead, we decided to spend the money on new walls and defensive towers. This was partly because I had a good range of defensive skills, and I wanted to make use of them. We built an outer wall a short distance away from New Freaka, and it was filled with trees on both sides of the wall. The skill, reinforced defensive structure, created a vine-based structural reinforcement, with sharp thorns on the outside of the wall and carnivorous plants and cactus defense system as traps. The walls were separated into segments by defensive watchtowers. Next to that, I had subsidiary trees filled with beetles, and they functioned as watchposts, and the beetles patrolled the walls. In front of that, we placed some subsidiary trees with shield generators to block large projectiles. The whole thing was Trevor and Ivy's suggestion. Ivy listened in on military defensive strategies from other nations, and collated the information and put forth this suggestion, which I thought worked for the large hordes. If it was going to be a large army of hounds, the wall would work swimmingly well. Still, the core issue with demons was their demonic champions, like the massive golems or the large centipedes. With opponents like that, these reinforced walls were not going to last very long. On that front, the plan would be anti-demon weapons. It had been something I'd been hatching since the previous battle with the champion. Magical wooden spears were filled with all the anti-demon abilities I had, also made with damage-boosting essences and all the holy enchantments I could get from the priests and mages in New Freaka. I would use them to cap my super anti-demon root strike. I even managed to weave a bit of star mana into it, and hopefully that'd make the difference. It worked before, so I thought it'd work again. This time, I was going to stockpile a whole load of these anti-demon weapons. If the heroes were going to come around, they'd probably do crazy tricks like that again.
You could make a sword like that.
Huh?
The anti-demon weapons you were making. Could I get one? You did take my sword, you know.
Oh, yes, I needed to make a weapon for Jorah.
But these were wooden spears. I showed him one of the spears, and, well, it was massive. After all, it was made for me. It was bigger than a lance, and so it was really heavy. It worked for me because their wooden nature meant my roots merged with their other end, and this was the largest size my roots could handle. The size helped because you could fit more spells into bigger things without having to increase the complexity of the spell or use more magically compatible materials, which may not work with my roots. He touched them, and he looked quite impressed.
So, this was what Medeus and the group of priests have been doing for the past week? Enchanting this?
Yeah. I can make a wooden sword, but I doubt it can carry the same quantity of enchantments as these large multi-layered wooden, bolts.
I'll take it. I would like it to have anti-demon effects, too. I might need it.
Well, true. Maybe I should outfit Horns, Lausanne, and the rest with anti-demon weapons as well.
So I went and made wooden weapons for them.
Ooh, this is new. You didn't show me this before.
Mila poked her head when I was growing wooden weapons using wood crafting. I didn't.
You didn't use it much. Or if you did, I wasn't there.
I used it to make toys and furniture. I made Lausanne's toys with this, and the playpen was made using this.
Oh, true. Come to think of it, that explains where a lot of your tools come from.
Mila stared a bit too closely at the little growing sword, and she poked it. Now that she'd gotten a physical body, she was frequently walking around New Freaka. So I made more wooden weapons, swords, spears, and stuff. The process of making wood weapons was actually quite time-consuming, because for them to have a comparable strength to a regular metal weapon, I actually cheated, meaning I used irons and other metals harvested via my roots and infused them into the wood itself, the wood using them to form a kind of metallic frame in their structure. But that wasn't enough, so I then infused essences. I had elemental essences, strength essences, and life essences, and adding essences strengthened the overall weapon. The best part of essences was that they could coexist with magical enchantments. For small weapons like a sword or a spear, relatively speaking, they could take 1 or 2 enchantments, more if I embedded jewels in them. But since I didn't have many magical enchantments, I used the only one I had, Lesser Holy Enchantment.
Cool weapon.
Mila nodded, looking at my completed wooden sword. It was almost black in color because of the essences used. In terms of sharpness and strength, it was above a regular steel sword. It was no super sword, but Jura tried to swing it around, nodding. The weight distribution feels a little weird. Probably need a bit of getting used to. But I suppose it's good enough. He still liked his own steel sword. Mila was also examining Jura's new darkwood sword now that it was done. Micah, you like swords? Jura asked. Micah was Mila's name in New Freaka, and Jura thought Mila was one of my artificial souls, like horns. Mila didn't want to be known as a former hero. There was just too much baggage, hence the new name. Alexis's new name was Alex, but for now nobody could see her except me and Mila.
A bit. I think they're quite cool. I generally like things made of wood.
Jura nodded. I see. It makes sense. Tree folk like wood stuff too. But don't you find it weird in a way? It's like an elf admiring a weapon made of elf bones. I would be somewhat creeped out.
Hey, I don't see it like that. If your entire life you were brought up that this was what your species does, you wouldn't think it's strange.
Jura paused, nodded. I see. The two chatted for a while, mostly talking about swords.
Tree, you should fuse an artificial soul into a sword. You could make a talking sword,
Mila casually said. She also took a swing of the new sword. It was a little too heavy for her, so after a swing or two she gave it back to Jura. Hey? I felt like I had a stump rammed into me. That was actually quite a good idea. But then the poor artificial soul was stuck in a sword, and what if he didn't want to be in there? What if the sword broke? But those were minor challenges. It was an idea worth exploring. It had been 2 years since I'd made Ivy, so I already had enough fragments for more artificial souls. I just need to check whether I had enough potato power. 59,400 normal trees, 5,630 subsidiary trees, 1 ley line. Currently have enough power to support a total of 11 artificial souls. Oh, there were really a lot of trees now, since, well, it was peaceful. Now let me think.
Back to Jura's arm. I had Jura sit down and go for a full scan in the biolab again, this time specifically the one inside my body. And then, when he did, I pulled the power from the Soul Forge and used it to get a scan. Now that I had some idea what I needed, based on my experience with the hamster monster, I was trying to recreate that sort of data. And it worked. But it was a far longer scan than the usual biolab, which took about 2 hours. I had to sedate Jura and put him to sleep, since the mana from the Soul Forge had to scan the arm. To use my earlier analogy, the biolab was an X-ray and the Soul Forge was an MRI. And now the mana from the Soul Forge was entering the hand to collect data on what Jura's existing body looked like. And because it went section by section, it took Jura the whole day. When he woke up, he was not too pleased.
I was asleep for a day?
Sorry. Didn't expect it to last so long.
I mean, you should tell me first. I had work back in the Order.
Lao Fen, who came to check on Jura, smiled.
No worries. I postponed all your meetings and briefings to tomorrow. I figured they understand that you've got a personal life, and that involves seeing your healers. Honestly, some of those issues, I told them to deal with it themselves.
It's just a day, I thought. I slept for weeks sometimes, and I had my 3 lovely artificial minds running things on my behalf. Looked like the Order needed to delegate more. Jura nodded.
Fine.
Let me look through the results. I'll let you know. The scan was a lot more detailed than the ones from the biolab pods, but it was missing something. Maybe this too was incomplete. So I tried putting my 2 scans together, the one from the biolab pods and from this Soul-Forged-powered scan. I needed some additional processing power from the root brain complexes, so I had to temporarily tap on their root brains for a bit more mental juice. Suddenly, a string of notifications appeared in my head. It seemed there was a whole load of upgrades available for the internal Soul-Forged chamber, but they would require me to build or grow certain things. Secret hideout. Internal Soul-Forged chamber upgrades. Upgrade. Dedicated root brain complex to support higher resolution data analysis of souls and storage of scan output. Wait. This reminded me of something I didn't finish.
A ton of gold and a ton of quartz? And all these crystals and stuff?
The men looked amazed at the order.
That'll cost us quite a bit of our revenue,
one of the treasurers said.
We'll need to dig into our reserves. Then...
The master of ceremonies opened his arms wide.
Our reserves were meant for moments like this, when Aeon calls on us to meet his demands. Do you not answer?
The men gulped. The treasurer shook her head and nodded.
Certainly.
Go, before Aeon finds us lacking.
Year 81, Month 1.
How are the preparations?
Shouldn't you not care about this anymore?
Jura asked. He parried a vertical slash from Lausanne, and then ducked to dodge another initiate's horizontal slash.
I can't. You know I care,
Yvonne answered. She was sitting on a bench, watching Jura spar with Lausanne and the initiates.
Didn't you see the walls?
Jura jumped, and he elbowed the young initiate on the chest. The initiate wore a wooden breastplate. All of them did. It made them look a bit like a wooden knight. It cracked. The initiate was out.
I did, but you know walls alone do nothing.
Haven't visited them? Jura ducked, and Lausanne momentarily vanished and emerged behind him. But Jura blocked it anyway.
Good move, Shadow Stab. But you tend to appear right behind me. It's predictable.
Lausanne's sword bent, and it curved toward Jura's head.
He grabbed it with a reinforced wooden hand, and with a strong yank pulled the sword out of Lausanne's hand. Lausanne protested.
It's a spar.
You used 2 skills, so I retaliated.
It's a handicapped spar.
Rest. We can continue later. Lausanne was still a bit upset, but she did as she was told. She was close to the initiates now. Jura walked to Yvonne and grabbed a drink from a wooden flask. Where were we? Oh, yes, the walls. I thought you would have visited them. Didn't you?
I did.
Yvonne looked at the girls. All of them were young. Lausanne was the oldest at 11. The rest were between 6 and 9. Not enough?
Yeah. My own sources tell me nasty things. About massive armies in the southern continent, popping out of the hills, ravaging cities and setting up camps. I fear for us, whether we can survive that.
I wouldn't worry too much. The Order's making preparations, and so is Tree. He's making a whole load of preparations. Even the Council's busy preparing for the demons. As a whole, we're doing fine. Yvonne paused, breathed a long sigh.
Is there something underground?
Oh, is there?
You don't know about it?
Yvonne looked puzzled.
Then, is Tree doing something? All these tremors and shaking? Is it not him?
Didn't sound like it's related to what I know. Jura shrugged. He motioned to the initiates. Anyway, time's up. 3 initiates this time. Lausanne, you sit out and watch. Lausanne raised a fist. More spars. The girls and Jura would spar a few times that day. The initiates benefited the most, since they lacked combat experience. Lausanne, on the other hand, was starting to plateau. I wasn't sure how it worked, but it sure seemed like there was a limit how much one could gain experience from fighting the same person over and over, even if the gap was huge. Yvonne asked during one of the other breaks,
Do you think we can beat a demon champion?
What?
You and me.
Yvonne pointed to herself. No. Jura shook his head.
Why not?
Have you ever faced one in battle, Yvonne?
No.
I have. We are quite good, both of us. But a demon champion? I don't think we are there yet. Not without Tree's powers.
How is it that Tree is able to defeat demons anyway? I've never heard of a tree spirit that's able to defeat demons. It's unlike their nature.
Jura paused. That's a question I do not ask.
You should. There was something, isn't it? Maybe he's some kind of unique anti-demon variant sent down by the gods?
This is a conversation that I don't want to have, Yvonne.
Yvonne humphed. Fine, but you are his spokesperson. You should know.
I am fine with other people having secrets, Yvonne. I am not a young teenage elf who's obsessed with everything anymore.
It's not the same. You could lose your life.
Lives have been lost for far pettier things, Yvonne. Let's leave it at that. Yvonne sulked. Research status. Beetle. Anti-magma armor stage 4, 4 months. Metal hyperaccumulator trees stage 1, 6 months. Phytoremediation process basic, 16 months. Dedicated filtering Blackwater plant, stage 1, completed. With the Blackwater filtering plant research complete, I now had a specialized tree type, derived from the trees near the sewers of Ransala. New Freeka's sewer project was still under construction, so this tree was a bit early. Thanks to the budget reallocation to the military, the new Freeka sewer project was now crawling, with less than half the original workforce and artisans. Meh. But I didn't want the Order to fund the project. so I deployed some of these new filtering trees near the present latrines. These trees helped segregate the contaminated water, such that only filtered water passed through. Poop was generated daily. Daily. It grew, and it must have some way of being recycled or processed. Reluctant to use the Order's funds, I decided to get the newly obtained dung beetles to dig a subterranean tunnel to act as a waste tunnel for a designated spot, where the poop was aired and sun-dried. My hope was the sun and air would kill or allow natural microbes to partially process the poop, and my future poop processor trees would be able to do the rest. The dung beetles rolled the poop into balls, and over the month they pushed massive balls of rolled-up poop to a field outside town where they remained. It kind of resembled a futuristic art installation, a field of round balls of poop. Thankfully, the rain didn't break it up. Seemed like the poop balls had some water resistance. Or maybe I could use them as a weapon. Roll these balls of poop into the enemy like a bowling ball. Oh well, this was a temporary measure, while research continued.
Okay, we decided on helping the heroes, but what are we going to do? I'm already eavesdropping on my guests, and it seems like the heroes are not here yet.
Mila frowned. She was sitting on the bar in her hotel tree. Alexis appeared as a ghost on the other seat. There was no one else in the bar.
I've got magic sensors, so that's going to help a bit when they do appear. I've used what I remember of our own magic to calibrate the sensors, but they keep having false alarms, so I'm still trying to tweak it. But seriously, even if we do locate the next batch of heroes, then what? I'm a hotel, and you are a tree lab. What can we do? Without Tree, at least. He's got subsidiary trees.
Can't you get subsidiary trees like Tree? Like hotel chains?
Yes, I can, but it's like a level 80 upgrade. I'm only level 41, and even then I'm limited to 2 branches initially.
That's pretty fast, considering you just started. But yeah, it was a bit risky. If the Demon King pops out in another year or so, and the heroes 3 to 6 months after that, we've only got like 2 years to gain those 39 levels. Alexis twirled a drink. It seemed Mila's bar was ghost-friendly.
I can make drinks and foods that make my guests stronger. And as part of a hotel's hospitality services, I do have some healing abilities. I have a VIP escort unlock at level 50, but I'm not sure whether that's any help to the heroes.
Mila looked at her upgrades. It seemed she had visibility of what skills she would gain, up until level 100. Something that I had yet to figure out why. But I was guessing it was part of the hero blessings.
Fine. Let's do a recap. Maybe we can figure something out.
In terms of potentially useful abilities, I have probe beetles, magical sensors, decipher runes, copy biological ability, life scan, and multiple versions of heal. Alexis said, "We have a lot of healing."
Our physical forms were both derived from Tree, and Tree's got incredible healing powers.
Yeah, you should have taken the beetle, or the wooden body. Alexis frowned.
But that copy biological ability? What does that do?
Pretty much transplant an ability native to a living thing to another entity. But copying is one thing. After copying, I get an ability seed. Then I need to create a fruit with the ability seed.
So, what can you copy?
Native racial abilities, like the beetles. That would be armored body, elves, nature affinity, centaurs, and centurion endurance.
Cool! You can give that to the heroes.
You could be right. But then I just realized the heroes don't lack overpowered abilities. They lack
experience, knowledge, other people to take the heat off them. True friends, not scheming nobles and greedy adventurers. People that won't backstab them.
Mila sipped from her wooden cup.
Alexis paused, and she looked up at the chandelier. It was weird having a magical chandelier on top of the bar, but it was one of the aesthetic options Mila had to decorate her hotel. The chandelier comprised of almost 20 little glowing lights, and multiple merchants had inquired about it to buy it from her. Mila waited. There was no one else in the bar, but a few autonomous tree servants, cleaning the rest of the tables and adjusting the chairs. It was quiet. The bar was quite soundproof. You're right. They don't need more power or abilities. They need friends.
Didn't have to be us, though. And they won't trust us just because we come from Earth. And frankly, I don't think I want to tell them that we are from Earth. Maybe we need to narrow our scope. As it is, helping the heroes is probably out of our league.
Alexis tapped on the bar countertop. It was ghost-friendly. True, but we do need to find them. They will be most vulnerable at the start. It'll be horrible if—
Don't say it,
Mila glared. Alexis nodded. I know.
Your probes, can they communicate?
I'll find a way.
But if they don't spawn in this continent,
then it's out of our control. They won't be the last batch of heroes. This plan can be used for all subsequent generations if it works.
Mila nodded. Ah, true. I would have more branches by then. If I have branches on different continents, they could be like assassin safe houses, like that John Wick film. It'd be a brand name, like the Continental.
That wasn't something I expected you to reference, Mila.
But heroes do need a safe house of some kind, a place to keep their stuff. I've got a niche I can fill.
Alexis frowned. How about me?
You could make weapons? Or be like those skill-editing NPCs in the safe areas?
Year 81, Month 2. Spring began, and a strange structure was spotted emerging from one of the rifts in our continent. Massive, it resembled a giant walking tortoise with a castle on its back. Any attempts to approach had been met with stiff resistance from new types of humanoid demons. What do you think? Jura read the circular from the Merchants Guild. It advised alternative routes of trade. Somehow, the Merchants Guild's trade route circular was one of the best updates on the demonic invasion.
Sounds like a champion,
Mila said. A large walking castle.
If Tree could walk, we'd have a walking tree versus walking castle fight.
Ugh, no, I groaned. Not keen on that. Besides, I'd lost a lot of power and my consciousness the moment I was no longer connected to the earth, so not exactly keen. But it does sound like a champion.
How far was it?
Mila asked. Not far enough. Jura smiled.
According to the circular, they predict maybe 4 months.
The Merchant Guild circular came with a map, and it had a shaded heat map, resembling a hurricane path kind of map. The merchants used this information for trade route planning, and there was a small disclaimer saying the information was not guaranteed and demonic movements were unpredictable. The Merchants Guild bore no responsibility for any loss or damage arising from the use of these maps. Should we do anything? I asked the group.
Against demon champions? Medeus paused. We would need to get the temple's aid, else we stand no chance.
The Gaia Temple and the other large temples were already mobilizing their best priests and paladins to the capitals. I doubt we will get much aid from them. Their resources are limited.
Wesley, the senior priest, responded.
And for them to aid another, faith was weird.
Yeah, we were kind of like a faith now, with me as the deity. I still found it weird. But apparently that was what the temples said, since they had rituals, priests, and a focal point. I hoped I didn't get classified as a cult, though for now the temples classified the order as a folk faith, a kind of animistic religion.
So, we were on our own.
Oh well, nothing different then. I had been making my own preparations for demon champions. I just did not expect it to be a walking castle. Medeus then went off tangent.
If I may, Aeon, I would like to request we offer refuge.
To whom?
Somebody from Baruch got in touch with me yesterday. The demonic forces were very close to where they are, and although the army was trying their best to hold back the demons, it seemed the presence of this monster has tipped the scales in the demons' favor.
Ah, Baruch. That was where Medeus was from. They exiled him, didn't they? Looked like he still had some positive feelings for his former state.
Many of them are still friends, and they want a backup plan if the Baruchian army can't hold them back.
Jura. I wanted to add some conditions, but I thought of asking for views.
We could accommodate, but they are guests, so they will be expected to behave themselves and follow our rules.
Looked like Jura had similar thoughts.
Certainly. I will relay the message.
Medeus nodded. Back to us. What should we do?
The walls are not going to hold if a massive monster like that can just walk through it.
Tree, that dungeon we attacked, is it still there?
Yeah.
Can we convert it into a shelter? And I recall there was a deep tunnel from the giant demonic centipede.
The tunnel is now home to beetles and fungus, but I can make some space. The former dungeon is empty. I think there are rats, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Then it's decided. We need to start to convert these two locations into fortified shelters. If we can't fight, we need to hide.
There was an uncomfortable look around the group, a realization that this was going to be it. Demons were real. Should we tell the people? Vice Consul Lao Fen nodded.
Yes. If this was going to be a hideout, it's best if everyone knows about it.
Even those outside the Order?
Yes. We're not going to pick survivors when demons come around.
Lao Fen insisted before anyone could respond.
Whoever gets to the shelters deserves a chance.
The group discussed other matters, usual administrative, trade, and training stuff, and they left when the sun was starting to set.
Tree, the secret hideout. You're not willing to let anyone go in?
Yes, as I said before, it's only for all of you. The most I'm willing to accommodate is in the outer subsidiary trees, and those for the people I trust. It was a risk, and frankly, after what happened with the Druids, I felt I should be more careful with whoever got to come near me. What more inside me? It was unfortunate that some lives would be lost this way, but I thought my own self-preservation trumped that. I couldn't save everyone, and I didn't plan on trying. Lao Fen sighed. I wasn't sure whether she was happy or sad.
Your secret hideout was probably one of the safest places this valley has, though.
If I still stand. But I believe the two options are pretty good. The tunnels don't require me, and the dungeon's been reinforced. The root network should last for at least a few months before the spatial magic started to collapse on itself. It was probably a good idea to get the builders working on it. One of the things when disaster happened was that people prayed. It wasn't my first time to receive prayers, but there was something about impending death that caused more people to pray. Some of those citizens prayed to every god, even if they only professed to one. Some even prayed to me. Not all behaved this way, of course. Some became more devout in times of crisis, putting in more offerings, going for more blessings and masses. But this behavior led to something that was new to me. Throughout New Freaka and the valley, there were about 7 trees of prayer, one in the tree folks' village, one up on the slopes of the centaur camps, and the remaining 5 in New Freaka itself, mostly in the Order's compounds. These functioned as mini shrines. Tree of Prayer upgraded. Tree of Prayer's calming presence significantly improved. Those around more likely to express their grievances. Tree of Prayer gained ability to extract some negative emotions and convert them into essence. I mostly listened. After all, there was no real need to interact. I thought to a certain extent most of these citizens knew what they wanted to do with their lives. But anxiety, fear, and worries just clouded their minds. So they needed a place to vent, to relax, to just think in peace. So if I could talk back, that wasn't something exactly pleasing. Instead, the Tree of Prayer just bobbed its branches, the leaves shook, and occasionally a small fruit would fall down right on the person's lap. Kind of like, "Hey, I heard you have a fruit." The fruit was just a regular fruit. It was sweet, though, so most of them ate it. And some of them actually displayed it in their homes, which was creepy. Anyway, the amount of too much information when people poured their hearts out in their prayers and whispers was, well, immeasurable. Seriously. Elves, centaurs, tree folks, all still had their emotional problems, their professional challenges, financial and money issues. It may be a magical world, but problems were persistent across worlds. The Tree of Prayers had an odd side effect, which was it remembered the prayers, especially those who prayed often, regularly over the same thing. It was an annoying side effect, because I'd suddenly remember who and who cheated on who, and I didn't need that sort of telenovela in my tree life. I told myself that it was a public service, and it helped to keep the citizens pacified. Like my other services, the birth and death services.
"We should have more,"
Ivy suggested.
"Huh? They're good intel. It helps me with my dossier."
Ivy is like a real spy master now.
"If you could create one in Ransala, that would be ideal."
That's a great idea. On the Salah side of things, they'd finally responded to Jura's letter. There was a follow-up letter sent 2 months ago, just lightly reminding the kingdom of the official letter sent a year ago. So it seemed they picked someone to be the scapegoat. An unfortunate administrator and some of his subordinates were identified as the mastermind of the massacre, and he would be transported to New Freaka. A scapegoat. Could really be him. We have to interview him to know for sure. The prisoner convoy will be escorted, and they will arrive in a month. Jura shrugged. Let's see what comes out of this. Perhaps he has a passing involvement. I would think so. Salah isn't that stupid to surrender someone with totally no involvement. The point was to sacrifice the tail to spare the head, so the real mastermind of such slaughter was spared.
It could be it's just some prince up there who just goes, "Burn the rebels," and everyone down there just carries it out.
Medea's chimed in.
It's very common for royalties to say things without actually thinking about the lives lost. You say that like it's an everyday thing.
Micah frowned.
Yes, Micah. That was indeed how the kings and royalties are. Our role as their servants and subordinates was to understand our liege and guess what they truly desire. We cannot always take the words of our king for what it is. At that point, I thought, that sounds like insubordination or treason. After all, our king has a wish, a desire, and sometimes the words he has cannot communicate that will, though some kings have skills that help with that. Jura raised a hand and everyone quieted down.
Let us not speculate. We will wait for whoever they sent. Tree, I must trouble you to help us in our interrogation. Would you happen to have those tree saps from long ago? The ones that make them delirious?
Of course. I'll make some. It wasn't hard to make different kinds of tree saps. Regular plants made poisons and allergy-triggering saps all the time, so it was easy peasy for a magic tree. In fact, I should totally infuse more magic into it. Anyway, back to Ivy. Ivy, you suggested having a tree of prayer in Ransala.
Yes, master. These people seem to confess their challenges to the tree so easily. Why go through all the trouble of spying when they are more than willing to tell a tree? There is nothing to lose, and if anything, we gain insights into the human mind.
Fine. But where and how should we do it?
New Freaka can make a goodwill gift, since they gave this scapegoat to us. Then manipulate the officials to plant the sapling in a public park, which we can then replace with the Tree of Prayer. Call it the New Freaka Sala Friendship Tree.
That sounded like something politicians did back on Earth. But I thought it could work. I could make a sapling-sized Tree of Prayer. And so Jura arranged for a small sapling of a Tree of Prayer to be sent as a gift. It was sent, planted in a large vase so the Tree of Prayer didn't die, escorted by the arborist. Since Hutan sent a tree caretaker, it made sense to call in his services for such transportation duties. The merchants completed their big deal, and the demanded goods were finally delivered.
Good job. Now, leave them here.
Wesley and the Master of Ceremonies pointed to a place. The workers started to unload.
Just leave them here?
The merchant stuttered. The Master of Ceremonies nodded, and the jewels and gold were unloaded.
Yes.
Beetles started to emerge from the woods, and some started to tug at the shipment. The merchant wanted to say something and pointed to the beetles, and the Master of Ceremonies smiled. The shipment was for the tree spirit, and it was time for us to leave. The Master of Ceremonies and a few of the Order's men started to walk. The merchants were still a bit shocked by the beetles that were pulling the shipments into the tunnels that suddenly appeared.
This was fine?
Have you not done business for tree spirits before? Wesley grinned.
Of course I have.
The merchant tried to straighten himself up. Procuring the gold and hiring a large escort, only to put them in an empty spot for beetles. It was a first for sure. After everyone left, the beetles continued unpacking the goods in the network of tunnels underneath my trees. I created these tunnels recently, because realizing how vulnerable I was, I wanted some of the structures to be underground. And that was the 10 new root brain complexes and the Grand Mind Tree project. Grand Mind Tree's construction has begun. 18 months to completion. Year 81, Month 3. The updates from the merchant network increased in frequency, especially from the Western Theater head office. 2 towns were lost in a month. A large army of demons escorted the walking demon castle wherever it went, and throughout the continent, the demons had been spotted in more locations.
One of our merchants was attacked. Half his convoy was destroyed, but luckily a party of riders managed to come to their aid.
Are we not far away?
Well, it seems the demons now have small raiding parties, targeting weak spots and gaps in the nation's defenses. It's a very, kingdomish tactic.
The raiding parties were 100 to 200 demons strong, populated by mounted humanoid demons on hellhounds.
Don't kings and many generals have some kind of watcher ability? Jorah asked. I had the impressions kings have ways of watching over their territories.
Well, yes, but such skills are not exactly detailed. The Council deployed multiple 200-strong militia patrols to help protect the trade routes, but honestly, I would know. My subsidiary trees functioned like my watchtowers. Failing that, there was the root net, so if there was anything, I would like to think that I would be the first to know the presence of demons near New Freaka. But with demons, one could never be too careful, so I spread out my beetles to a few locations around as an additional protection force. This month, I added more to my anti-demon bolts and more weapons for the elves and the Order. In fact, this occupied most of my time, my preparations to face the demon champions, and made a whole load more bolts and weapons. Woodcrafting upgraded. Skill learned. Wooden anti-demon equipment crafting. Essence infusion upgraded. More bolts, spears, shields, more.
What if it's the Demon King? Jorah asked.
Then we die. If I could shrug, I would. The Demon King was as close to a death sentence, wasn't it? If the heroes could die, how could we face it? I didn't think some anti-demon shield was going to survive a nuclear explosion. Anyway, Demon King was not here yet, so that was not something to worry about.
I guess we will all run.
Yes, on that front. Maybe we should be preparing like Medeus's friends. Tell the Houghton Council druids to grant you safe passage as compensation. Just in case. Jorah paused.
Okay.
I will be fine. I want you to take everyone as far as you can if a Demon King comes our way. Arrange for some kind of teleportation.
Speak to Medeus about it.
Jorah sat on his chair.
This feels morbid.
Why? Staring death in the face sounds morbid.
Not that. We villagers used to live and let live. Things happened, and then we reacted to it. For me, having to predict what might happen, and then try to prevent or prepare for it.
Unusual?
Yes, it's a strange thing to do, plotting and planning. The most we planned for was when to plant our crops and when to build houses. And even then, we deferred to the wisdom of our elders or tree spirits.
It is the burden of those who lead to see what lies ahead and to guide them. Know that your actions will determine whether your friends and family live or die. Was that me? Where did such tree wisdom come from? Jorah slumped on his chair.
That is a mindset I am still coming to terms with. Truly, only when faced with demons I realize how heavy this burden is.
Everyone prepares for it. This is just on a larger scale with more players. It was once about how much stronger you can be. But now, it is about how much stronger the Order is. Jorah paced the room and had a sip of ginger-flavored tea. I thought he preferred ginger tea over the other flavors. Mila had been experimenting on tea flavors as a specialty drink for her morning and lunch crowds, so she had funky flavors like garlic tea, herbal mint tea, and grape ginger tea.
Ah.
Jorah stretched, tired. A knock, and then a voice from outside the door.
Council, the suspect is awake.
There was a small prison in the Order's compound, located beneath one of the buildings. It was lightly guarded, just 2 beetles there. Salah's scapegoat.
Yes, I ordered the burning. I was the officer in charge of the military draft for that region,
he said when interrogated. He tried to put up a brave face, but it seemed like he was hiding something. Jorah looked. So did everyone else behind the bars. The elves shared a glance, and one of them, Emily, started to cry. Somehow it brought out a strange emotion in her heart. A vine administered the hallucinatory sap I prepared. Jura sat facing the officer. "I ask you again. Did you order the burning of Frika?" Yes, I did," he said. Something wasn't right. So he went into the biolide pod for testing. His soul spring looked fine. The skills were okay. If he was lying or being forced to, there should be something to hint at the truth. I would have to go deeper and call on the powers of the Soul Forge. Once he was knocked unconscious, a few beetles helped to transport his body into the main pod in my main body. With it, I used the Soul Forge's power to pry into the outer soul shell. What I saw was the usual human soul, semi-translucent, but in that soul's head there was a small bluish blob. As I attempted to alter or touch it, a strong force repelled me, blocked by oath. It seemed there was no progress here either, and it looked like he wasn't under the influence of magic.
"Is he lying?"
Jura asked. I have no clue. The oath could have nothing to do with the burning, or it could be key. It looked like I had to use other means of interrogation, so I subjected him to some more hallucinogens and relaxants. With my vines wrapped around him, I used an authoritative version of my telepathic voice. "You died." I spoke to the prisoner, now in a daze because of the crazy cocktail of hallucinogens, relaxants, and other stuff. I have? How?" he asked, flailing his arms.
"Poison. Died in your sleep."
"Ah, so that's what they were feeding me. Why am I looking at a scary-looking tree? Is this hell?"
"Yes, this is the entrance to hell. You died near a tree spirit, so this is where you will depart to hell."
He paused and looked confused.
"I still feel a pulse."
"What made you think hell would not have a pulse?"
"Ah, so I might not be dead."
"It's a common mistake.
When you die, your soul goes to this other soul realm, awaiting reincarnation. During that waiting time, life goes on normally."
He paused. "Oh, okay.
So please, wait. There is a long queue to enter hell, so it will take some time. Make yourself feel comfortable here." I didn't know how successful this would be, but I was going to overload his body with so much of these saps that he was going to lose his grasp with reality.
There is a queue to hell?"
Everyone's a sinner, so it's natural the path to hell is extremely crowded, and why we have demons so often. Since we are on this topic, would you like to confess your sins? That was a whole load of bullshit, but he bought it. He paused, and he started to break down, shouting and weeping. I was not sure whether he realized it, but I increased the dosage a bit more. He started talking about how many people he killed, the people he betrayed, the families he lost. It was kind of like we were having a session of Tree of Prayer confessions. He talked for a good hour, alternating between breaking down, crying, and anger. But then I got what I wanted.
It was just fair that I died this way. I sent the army to burn the village. I mean, the commander said that dissenters should be punished. But maybe I did go overboard. I gained levels in authoritarian when I ordered all those villages burned. I was drowning in joy when I gained levels. The skills were powerful too. I got a skill like submission, which worked so wonderfully with the commoner ladies. Oh, I'd expected a scapegoat, but color me impressed. Salah actually sent the right guy. And a scum, too. But could you fault me? The commander himself burned many villages to the ground when they rebelled against the king. All of us did. We did what we had to enforce order. Fear was key to maintaining control. It was either that or we would be chopped for punishing the villages too lightly. Looked like maybe not. It was an institutional failure. We burned many villages. When there was a plague, we culled. When there was a suspected demonologist, we culled the villages. There was no time for proper justice. We lacked the resources, manpower, and even if we did, there was no way of ensuring justice was properly conducted. Every kingdom did what it felt was right. Maybe all of us should just burn to the ground, you know? He sat, surrounded by the vines and roots. All of us were sinners. Maybe that demon king should just crush all of us. Did I overdo the tree saps? Say, would I be able to meet the commander here? Or is he already on the other side? How long a backlog are we talking about? I definitely overdid the tree saps. Skill upgraded. Tree saps. Skill obtained. Condensed tree psychedelics. Dream tutor variant obtained. Skill. Psychedelic dreams. Dream tutor variant obtained. Skill. Mystical dreams. Year 81, Month 4. The war in the Barushian territories deteriorated. The presence of the walking demon castle greatly hindered all attempted progress, and even with high-level individuals, the demons had now deployed knights. These demons had been described as elites, capable of standing up to a level 40 elite soldiers toe-to-toe, and were described as humanoid horned demons, usually with one large, unnaturally crimson wing. They had been seen wielding spears, swords, axes, and many other types of melee weapons. "No rifts near our location yet," the captain elaborated. It was a once-every-other-day meeting to gather data on the demons. They were coming, and everyone was feeling a little tense. "That's of no comfort. We are just waiting," Jura sighed. "One of the merchants wants to meet Council." "Huh? Sure." A merchant walked into Jura's office chambers. "Salutations, Council. I'll get to the point. The Merchant Guild is trying to build a coalition force to protect key trade routes, especially those that cut through the kingdoms nearest to the spotted giant demon walker. In exchange for the various nations' contributions to the force, led by a group of senior military men, the Merchants Guild will offer preferential prices on goods well below market rates, and also the rights of first purchases on goods passing through these routes." "You sure didn't mince words there." Jura sat and thought for a moment. "How many men were you talking about? Have you spoken to the High Council?" "Yes, I have. They are keen, but only if the Order also participates. They will match every person you put in." "Clever of them. If the Order doesn't participate, then we look like scum." Jura sat and twirled a wooden pen. "Back to my question. How many men does the Guild want?" "Ideally, we want high-level individuals, elites if possible. The numbers, while they do have their own quality, are not the most suitable countermeasure against a demonic force of nature, like the giant demon walker. I need to have some discussions. Come back in 2 days." The merchants bowed and left. Jura turned and called in the management team. "Modest, would you be keen? I'm also planning to talk to Yvonne. If anything, I would like both of you to participate.
Medea shook his head. I'm having fun teaching the kids in the orphanage. Well, turned out Ivan also had a similar idea. The Valthorn kids need me. I'm not leaving them alone with Tree, not without my supervision. Also, now that we knew quite certainly the Salah guy was the right guy, I was a bit stuck with what to do.
You know, if he wasn't the right person, it's not cool to drug him and make him think he died. How did you plan on integrating or undoing the effects of such a powerful hallucination?
I had a hunch he was hiding something.
He could be hiding other things.
Too bad. I'll just make him think it's all a dream. You know, like those exceedingly vivid dreams that you wake up from wondering what in the world just happened. That sounds like the kind of essays I used to write for school. Mila grinned. When I delivered the message to the elves that he was the right guy, Laufen stormed up and went to one of the Tree of Prayers to gather her thoughts. Somehow the reality that she faced the person who indirectly caused the death of her husband made her angry. I want to slap him many, many times. Okay. So the drugged, delirious prisoner was freed from his biopod prison, and Laufen slapped him many times. In fact, the other elves joined when they saw Laufen started to slap the man. You evil man! Our lives lost just because you felt like it! Laufen slapped. I had thought that maybe you had a vendetta, but no! She slapped again. We were just... Another slap. Another village to burn. Another slap. The guy was delirious. The overdose of hallucinogens had massively distorted his sense of reality. Is this like purgatory, where I meet those I have sinned and answer for them? He asked, which only made Laufen even more mad. Hell yeah, it is! She slapped him some more. The other elves, like Emily and Belle, both just gave him one slap. One big, fat slap. And that was it. They walked away. Because although they were angry, watching Laufen's ugly chain of slaps made them feel like they needed to be above this. All because of some stupid levels. Were our lives all so meaningless and insignificant to these nobles and lords? Laufen slapped. The guy just laughed. He'd lost it, really. Yes, my dear, yes. Actually, even lords and nobles were meaningless. We all die in the end. Everyone's just out for themselves, and we make life difficult for everyone that is not us. Laufen slapped him in between those words, so it was actually not so coherent. She slapped him a few more times, until she stopped, sat on the ground, and started to weep. Lausanne watched and gave her mom a hug. Mommy, it's okay. It's okay. The guy's face was red and blue from all the slaps, and I thought it's time to end it. So some vines pulled the guy back into the pod. I'll keep him for now. Laufen still cried, so she didn't respond to my statement. Jura just watched, and he walked away. Tree, just kill him already. Him being insane and mocking us with that insanity just makes us feel worse. Well, I kind of figured he was going to die anyway. But to kill him would be a waste of valuable mortals. He would join the other criminals on death row that I'd reserved for my soul-related experiments. I mean, if the justice system said who was to die, might as well contribute to science while dying. It wasn't as if the manner of death made a difference. It was a position opposed by Mila and Alexis, of course, but they couldn't stop me. If I was going to figure out how to fix Jura's arms, I needed more experience with all the sophisticated meddling in the Soul Forge. In the past month, in between creating more of those anti-demon bolts and weapons, I'd been experimenting with creating an arm. And indeed, the first thing I needed was to reverse engineer the thing that protected a body while undergoing the forge process. It seemed there was a specific frequency to the mana, kind of like a state in which the mana was able to hold its form, despite the maelstrom within the soul forge. And mastering this process would allow my feelers to interact with the exposed soul fragments in the soul forge. So, firstly, the process required the creation of more mana-tuning organs. It took quite a few tries, but it was a whole lot easier once I used some of the jewels as regulators. I knew this because it was part of why jewels were so commonly used in magic items, because precious gems and jewels had a kind of mana storage, mana stabilizing quality to them. Essentially, it was like a ball of roots organized along a few jewels as nodes, with two feeler ends, kind of like a large tuning fork, and the length-width of that fork determined the frequency and spin. With it, I was then able to coat my feelers with attuned mana, which protected it from the effects of the soul forge by about 90 to 95%. Pretty good, I thought. Next was to make simple organs. Using animals as my test case, I tried to make small tails and whiskers, repair ears and repair skin. Most of them failed, but I was getting better at the smaller stuff, relatively speaking. I judged my performance by the size of the little animal's explosion when healed. Year 81, Month 5. My first encounter with this generation's demons, a pack of humanoid demon riders spotted passing through one chain of subsidiary trees that stretched up to the previous dungeon hole. The chain of subsidiary trees, with New Freaka Valley as the center, was kind of like a spider net. They didn't attack my trees, but I moved some beetles to the area as I watched their actions. These demonoids were clearly more intelligent than before. There was a visible leader, giving some kind of instruction, in a language I couldn't fathom. They were setting up an ambush. I watched them camp there for 5 days, until a trader caravan approached the area. Their ambush was countered by an ambush from my beetles. It went well. Despite their intelligence, their ability to fight was just about average. A regular demonoid was at the same strength as a regular hellhound, which wasn't much. Their leader was much better. It took 2 beetles to take him down. The merchants are struggling to keep certain trade routes with the demons employing such guerrilla tactics. I'm impressed that demons have the concept of attacking supply chains. Impressed? This was horrifying. We could spot demons a mile away thanks to their unfettered destruction. Now we can't. That's not a good thing. I think we shouldn't overreact. It seems the precautions needed will be similar to bandits, if their raiding parties are so small. A small group of adventurers would have been able to defeat that raiding party. The threat of the raiding party was small, but the thought that there is potentially sophisticated intelligence behind the demons. Tree, you said your trees spotted them? Yeah. Jura sat and paused. The captain then asked, "Can we have a perimeter of trees? Would it be possible?" No, I can't make that many trees. 4 lines, as it was, almost maxed out my subsidiary tree quota. Unless I gained levels or the skill got an upgrade, I didn't think I could spam more subsidiary trees. I did have my basic tree eye, but there were only 10 of those, and I wanted to keep those for special places where I wanted to see things for myself. Trevor interrupted. Demons. There were more of them, Trevor said to me. What? A pack of 300 demons appeared. North. Mostly regular demonoids, but this pack had about 10 of the captain-grade demons and one mounted knight. Beetles. I looked at the map, and Trevor pointed me to the nearest group of 50 or so beetles. There was another group of 30 beetles farther away. Okay, let's group them together. They won't make it in time to save that convoy if they do. What? A convoy? Trevor changed my vision to see a convoy of 8 carriages and about 20 merchants. Recommend we send the 50 beetles now, and hopefully the 30 beetles can join the battle midway, or if you want to intervene directly with root strikes. Well, I was itching for a fight. Rooting field. Roots emerged from a field of grass, and they quickly entangled the group of 300 demonoids. The leaders of the group were able to cut the roots off, and then my squad of 50 beetles arrived. The beetles' charge easily destroyed quite a bit of the regular demonoids, except the knight. It had a black sword, and in a single slash it cut one of the beetles in half. No. Horns was upset. Kill that enemy. The demon knight cut down a few more beetles. I recalled seeing demon knights during the previous war, the demonized humans. But this knight was pure demon, and I would say he was about level 40? I wasn't too sure. No point delaying. Serpentine root strike. Multiple roots appeared and pierced through the demons, like a multi-headed hydra. The knight dodged and cut through some of the roots, but the roots, when cut down, split instead into more roots, which attacked the knight. The knight cut down more roots, but it kept breaking up into more roots, and then one root speared through the knight from the back, and it turned into ash. If the demons could create more knights at that level, the kingdoms were going to have a whole lot of problems. Turned out, shit was already pretty bad. News from the southern continent came, and it wasn't pretty down south. Another walking castle had been spotted, and they'd overrun a few kingdoms. The southern continent was essentially in a pure war mode, every nation in the region combining their forces where they could to delay the demons' advance. These numbers. The captain started to read out the Merchants' Guild report. Are they trying to ask for help? The report had a whole load of numbers on the size of the demon armies. In the southern continent, they'd spotted 6 different armies with at least 50,000 demons. Sounds like it. The Merchants' Guild can't formally request aid without the consent of the local kingdoms. At best, they will try to build a coalition with the local kingdoms, but it's something they were already doing. Is it normally this bad? I asked the captains. They shrugged. I don't know, but it's sure messier this time around. How many have been displaced? Jura wondered. Are we going to get more refugees? A lot. With all continents facing some demon issues, the refugees don't really have a lot of choices on where to go. What about the islands? Sounds like they won't be able to run away from the south that easily. So if anything, we're still going to get Baruchian refugees. The elven kingdoms were up north, right? Lao Fen suddenly asked. Yeah, why'd you ask? If Baruch was in trouble, how about the other elves? Medeas paused. I believe they would not be in any better shape. The Demon Walker is a massive size, and the army's not been defeated yet. We need to figure out how to hide, Jura pondered. It was only 6 months into the beginning of the demons, and things were already not great. And that was how I spent more time on the underground tunnels. The farmers did already have warmed farmhouses and underground chambers, but I didn't, and I thought I may be able to do things differently. The underground tunnels were humid but had no sunlight, Any plants that needed to survive here would have to have long roots and somehow have tubers that stored their food in the tunnels, which the refugees could use. Using root tunnels, we built a network of tunnels with rooms and, with some wood magic and wood crafting, made wooden furniture and flooring to make the rooms somewhat habitable. In the event the demons overran the surface, though, they would need a source of food and water. It was fairly easy to create roots that stored some water and food as emergency rations, since I had the tuberous storage, which, when not storing energy, could be converted into a massive edible potato and a high water content potato.
Preparing for the apocalypse?
Mila seemed quite interested in all the preparations. I thought she recently added a few underground chambers to her hotel, so I thought we were aligned on that part. Yeah, this Demon King feels different.
I doubt it'll be that different. Maybe it's just a change in the minions. The previous Demon King we faced was a floating castle.
Alexis then butted in.
I like all these preparations. Reminds me of the kind of nuclear bunkers we have, preparing for eventual doomsday. I should add something like that to the basement of my hotel. Huh? Of course. If a disaster happens, a hotel must have a safe space for its guests. It should be reinforced and close to impenetrable.
Alexis laughed and Mila nodded.
True. I guess if I wanted to make a hotel like the Continental, it better be a battle-ready hotel. You can start by adding a vault, a strong room, an armory.
Alexis rattled on a list of things to add. I think we're getting sidetracked. I'm trying to make habitable hideouts for the citizens in case things deteriorate. I had to bring the conversation back on track. And if both of you want to help me with it. Alexis stopped and thought for a moment.
It'll need some artificial sunlight. Perhaps mana-powered lights. And then with it, grow some kind of vegetables under those lights.
Oh, that was kind of like the greenhouse idea again, but indoors. So we tried it out. I got Trevor and Dimitri to help, since I was really kind of tired of doing things on my own. There was just so much to do, so many things to manage. We upgraded the tunnels into canister-like compartments, each canister a self-sufficient setup, with a water storage plant, fungi and plant-growing area, food storage, and wooden beds. It had metal-reinforced wooden pillars and walls for additional strength and toughness. It was kind of like segments and sections in buildings. New skill acquired. Customizable roots. Customizable roots function like the underground equivalents of your customizable branches. Each subsidiary tree now can support one customizable branch and one customizable root. Choosing the customizable roots will shrink the tuberous storage of that subsidiary tree. Oh, cool. How does it look? Jura and the elves looked around at the new network of underground housing cum hideouts. Just needs some more lights for additional brightness, but for a wartime hideout, absolutely luxurious.
The food supply may be insufficient, though, since these things depend on you growing your own vegetables. But at least there's water, and the potatoes on the wall are still growing.
The potatoes on a segment of the wall were still linked to the roots. It was like the seed of the potato, so the refugees could pluck the potato and a new one would grow. Good enough. I suppose next will be fortification and security.
Alexis and Mila added, How about air? Is there sufficient oxygen down there? Ventilation is super important in underground spaces. People could die from choking and smoke.
Good point. I had thought of using the plants, but the plants probably didn't produce enough oxygen.
Could you use mana to create oxygen?
Is there a spell like that? Natural tree ability. Water, oxygen, carbon cycle. Converts water to air or air to water. Uses mana. Oh, that was easy. Turned out I had that ability all the while. But it didn't solve the problem if I wasn't there. How did the refugees get air?
Do you have plants that create air?
No. Maybe there were, but I'd need to find them. It was Medeus that gave the solution.
We'll get some gems of breathing. Those gems can produce air at a mana cost, and with that we can breathe. It doesn't require much mana that ordinary folks with some magic should be able to operate.
That's quite expensive. Jura nodded after the treasurer told him the expected cost. But we'll get a dozen. And the gems of sunlight as well, if we plan to grow these plants underground. Turned out there were some off-the-shelf solutions already. Alexis paused.
Can you ask for some of those gems? Ask Jura to buy a bit more?
Our coffers are a bit low after my recent spend on the gold and jewels for the Grand Mine Tree, so... Alexis frowned.
I could use some of those for research.
Year 81, Month 6. The magical sensors went crazy. Across my many subsidiary trees and biolabs, the array picked up multiple large surges of energy.
Something's happening.
Alexis was the first to be disturbed by the sensor readings. The air seemed tense, and a sudden gust of wind followed. A while later, my network of roots started to detect tremors from afar, the sign of a massive explosion. Jura, any idea what's going on? Jura was oblivious to it because, well, unless you had a built-in magical sensor in your body, you wouldn't notice it. It was Medeus who ran in, along with Yvonne, to the Jura's council chambers.
A massive magical explosion has been detected. The demon walker was attacked with some kind of projectile weapon.
Oh, isn't that good news? Who did it? Jura asked.
The Baruchian court gathered their mages, and the voluntary sacrifices of a few young men and women. It's forbidden blood magic, and it didn't work. Instead of destroying it, the magical projectile heavily injured the demon walker, and now it's marching for the Baruchian capital.
Blood magic. Jura looked at Medeus suspiciously. Baruch has blood magic and sacrifices.
There was a hidden faction in the Wizarding Academy studying blood magic, secretly, but the king gave his consent to do this. The blizzard may have links to Baruch, Mila said. What's Baruch's relationship with Nung, Takti, and Salah?
Medeus shrugged, a little bit ashamed.
Okay, I don't know, but whatever it is, that magical disturbance came from Baruch.
The magical sensors went off again, but this time it wasn't from Baruch's general vicinity. It came from further north, from the coast. Any idea what's going on? We didn't know, until news came about a week later that the same blood magic ritual was repeated in another kingdom south of Salah, with more sacrifice. And the worst part? The second projectile missed the demon walker and left a crater filled with an unpleasant miasma. Medeus, is there a cult practicing blood magic throughout the continent?
There are all sorts of cults out there, practicing all kinds of obscure magics. No one really knows, but I would say, yes.
The demon walker changed direction. It's now heading south.
What?
Another magical disturbance. My sensors were starting to become quite attuned to this. It was the same country, and they did the ritual. Again. How many times can this ritual be repeated?
I don't know.
This time we all saw it, because the dark purple and red magical projectile flew overhead. Even with my spiritual vision I could see it, It was a missile made of condensed magics, sacrificed lives, and a whole load of unknown energies. It's from a country called Gila. The array of magical sensors could now track the movement of the magical energy. A kingdom led by a new king? There was little I knew of them that wasn't outdated. The third blood ritual bullet exploded at the edges of Baruchian border. Scrying revealed half of the castle on the demon walker's back was destroyed. The regular demons died, but it didn't stop the walker. Oh, no, it didn't. It still headed south.
Are they planning to use this against the Demon King?
Well, it turned out Gila and Baruch were not alone. In the southern continent, a few similar spells were used to great success. They destroyed a demon walker. The demon walker, though, now moved as fast as it could toward Gila, devouring every single town or village in its path, and with it, a growing army of demons. It's coming here.
This is insane!
Alexa screamed. She used the readings from the magical sensors and her own sensors.
It's pretty much a magical nuclear weapon, tuned to cause immense destruction in a narrow area.
News indeed spoke of the location of the missed shot, turned into a corrupted, haunted, poisoned place, where everything died, and strange alien monsters emerged from it. But despite the costs, the fact that there was a reliable weapon against these demonic walker giants gave great hope to many kingdoms. A weapon that could fight back. So it seemed there was widespread propaganda that the Magus had discovered a potent magical spell able to defeat the demons. No longer did they have to fear the champions.
Tree, I hate you,
Alexis said one evening at the news that more such rituals were being used throughout the world. Why?
You were preparing for underground hideouts. Did you have a spirit vision or epiphany that you somehow saw this coming? Hex bombs?
Alexis called them hex bombs because they left a hex on the land. Honestly, no. I was preparing for the possibility that a demon champion could defeat me. But this feels too coordinated. Who's teaching the process of this ritual to all the different kingdoms? The speed this ritual spread was unreal.
The kings won't hear naysayers now. They all bought the story that this spell can defeat the walkers, and they have 2 success cases now.
One in the southern continent, and one in the eastern theater. People celebrated, ignoring the reality that there were sacrifices needed for each shot, which numbered between hundreds to thousands, less if the person was of a high magical power and level. But one was still walking our way. After Gila's 2 shots, they stopped. The demon walker was wounded, with a strong hex on its body, but it was still headed this way. Deep inside, I just knew that it was going to come through here. I didn't need a messenger running inside the room shouting. Demon Walker was headed for New Freaka, expected to be 2 to 3 weeks away, with an army of 40,000 demonoids. It was just how it was. I was a magical tree, and somehow I would always end up fighting demons. Which was fine. Demons were my natural enemies. I just didn't appreciate being potentially in the line of fire of a hex bomb. Year 81, Month 6. The demonoids came over the hills. The giant walker with the body of something resembling a mutant giant tortoise with a castle on top. The castle consisted of multiple reddish spires with jagged edges, resembling the teeth of a monster. It wasn't hard to tell that it was approaching. The demonic army would cut down the trees in its path, and I could feel the walker's energy. With each step, a bit more of its energy pushed back on my bubble,
and caused the effective radius of my lesser demonic suppression aura to shrink. But whatever that was, it only worked on the outer area. At this distance, in this valley, the aura from my main body was strong. And here, it overlapped against whatever that demon walker emitted. Together with the walker, the 50,000 or so demonoids crossed the rolling hills. By the scouts' count, the army increased by 10,000, and this was due to the bases and the walker itself being a mobile demon production factory, or as Alexis called it, a hive, like a beehive that made more bees. The past 3 weeks, along the expected path of the demon army, we built a few more layers of walls, filled with traps and places for the soldiers to retreat, and tunnels for the beetles to spring a surprise attack. Honestly, I felt confident. A defensive battle was pretty much how I could fight, and it was something that I was good at. And we had been preparing for this fight. And when the demon walker emerged, I felt ready. The demon walker's spires somewhat recovered. The damage from the blood hex magic was no longer noticeable, so we presumed they had some self-healing ability. Until we saw the other side of the giant walker, where a large chunk of its body glowed purple, as if it oozed a magical rot. This massive giant tortoise with a big castle on its shell stomped, and the earth shook. Luckily the walls held. The roots and plants helped to absorb the shockwave. A Zaratan. Alexis was the one with a wide general knowledge. A walking Zaratan, instead of an island on its back. A loud but deep roar shook the entire valley.
Trivia will have to wait.
The demon walker roared again, and that signaled the beginning of this battle. The army of demonoids charged toward the first layer of walls into the carnivorous plants and cactus defense systems, and the sound of wood and demon colliding became the background chorus. The demons chopped the defenses down, but not before the carnivorous plants devoured some of the demonoids, and in doing so, gradually but surely reduced the number of demonoids. I reckoned about 1,000 to 2,000 demonoids fell before the outermost layer was breached. Jura, Medeus, and Yvonne prepared on top of the fourth makeshift wall layer.
Lausanne, stay with Tree. This is not your battle, not yet.
But my level is already in the 30s. I should be out there fighting,
the young lady protested. She, too, was armed for battle, and she had 2 anti-demon wooden short spears on her back.
She's right. She's a valuable battlefield asset. We need her on the field, together with the girls, one of the captains said.
The archers got into position. They'd been waiting for this moment. Many had a good meal last night, perhaps in preparation of death.
No, not Lausanne and not the kids. The Valthorns stay back, Jura insisted. Right, Tree?
Lausanne should be fighting, but let her take one of the flanks where it's less risky. Together with Horns, the beetles will cover her. The beetles were all hidden in the tunnels, all 10,000 of them, but I could spare some to act as Lausanne's squad. The demon walker roared, and the demonoids all received a boost. My lesser demonic suppression was effective, and the roar merely offset the effects of my aura. Yvonne nodded.
You can't coddle her forever. Fighting demons is a regular fare. She'd best get some experience.
The giant walker had a large head, and its head resembled part tortoise, part dragon. It had spikes and horns, and it roared, revealing its fangs. It was a different roar. The vibration was different, and that roar sent out an energy blast. Steel wood barrier, wood shield, shield generators. The subsidiary trees that functioned as shield generators created a large wall of wood, blocking the energy blast. Crack! The energy projectile from the blast slammed into the shields, and it crushed the first barrier and wood shield, and then cracked the last shield. Okay, fine. Go. Keep yourself safe.
Jura sighed, turned and faced the horde of demonoids. The demon knights led the charge against the first layer walls.
Remember what we discussed. We've got to take on the demon knights. Tree will focus on the demon walker.
Yvonne nodded and then shrugged. Though I would prefer to observe Tree in action. But I suppose we don't have a choice. Be careful of the knights.
Lausanne smiled.
Okay. Stay safe, everyone.
Jura gave Lausanne a pat on the head.
You too. Retreat or ask for Tree's help if you're in trouble. Better alive than dead.
An armor of wood surrounded Jura, and in his hand a dark brown wooden sword. There were multiple wooden spears on his back, and multiple smaller wooden stakes enchanted to weaken demons.
And Yvonne, you can watch after their knights are destroyed.
The demonoid horde still charged, and in one area where the density was highest, I activated Root Surge and skewered about 2,000 demonoids. The walker stepped closer, and the earth shook. It roared another energy blast, this time aimed for the second layer of walls. I couldn't stop the full power of the energy projectile in time. And this time, a section of the second layer walls disintegrated and killed about 20 archers and the beetles hiding underneath.
Tree, can you stop that blast?
Jura asked while running toward the army. The archers had started their volley overhead.
I am creating shields right in front of it to deflect and absorb the blast. That should take the heat off you. But be prepared to run if I can't stop it in time.
Great. Jura cut down a few more demonoids in the way. He was looking for the knights.
A roar and another energy blast. But this time I stopped it.
It took 4 layers of steelwood barriers. A special demon, one with wings, appeared, and it landed with a bang. The explosion from its crash crushed another section of the second layer of walls, and then it stabbed the few soldiers right in front of it.
Jura, there was a winged demon elite. Look out for it. It should be on your left. I don't see it.
Jura was deep in battle, fighting some more demonoids. The horde breached through the new gaps in the second layer of defenses, like a pipe with holes. The mages conjured their fireballs and spells, and the demonoids raised a shield made of their demon matter. Since when did the demonoids have shields? The explosions from the spells still destroyed a few demonoids, but the shields reduced the damage. 2 knights closed in on Jura's position. Tall, dark, and honestly quite cool-looking with that jagged-edged demonic body. One used an axe and the other used a spear. I should create wood knights. They looked cool.
Roar!
An energy blasted from the walker again. My shields blocked it, but there was still collateral damage from some of the deflected blast. A part of the third layer walls was destroyed. It was using the blasts to open a way for the horde. These makeshift walls weren't that tough. But the 4th layer was the one we built previously. The 4th wall was tougher, and where most of the men were stationed.
So you're the demon knights.
Jura was deep in battle near what remained of the second layer walls, and his wooden sword glowed.
Show me what you can do.
Speed slash. Jura's sword flickered like streaks of light, and the first demon knight turned to mincemeat.
Oh, easy.
Jura looked at the other knight and closed in. Indeed, the level 80 warlord crushed the level 40-ish knight within 5 swipes. Honestly, using his high-speed skill was overkill.
Roar!
The walker stomped, and it interrupted the archers' and mages' spells. Another energy blast, and somehow I got the angle a bit wrong. The projectile deflected and made a hole in one of the valley cliffs. The walker's large size meant it could easily walk over the walls, and it did so.
It stepped across the second layer of walls. He'd entered the range where my root strikes were at full power. Something hopped off the demon walker's back and landed right in front of Jura. A demonoid with wings, proper demon-like horns, and a sword large enough to cut a cow in half. He radiated a magical aura. Jura smirked. "So, the demons now have tiers of elite forces too, eh? Tree, you watching this? This the guy?" Yes, but my focus was on the walker. My 3 artificial minds were working really hard to help. Trevor, Dimitri, and Ivy managed the beetles, created root tunnels, and helped to activate all the subsidiary trees, cactus defense system, shield generators, and provided battlefield intel to Horns, who was deep in the fighting with Lausanne. It was a good thing I could delegate some of my abilities to them. Yvonne landed next to Jura after killing 1 demon knight. "Need help?" Jura shrugged. "I'll let you know, but I'll try to handle it myself for now. I've got skills I've been itching to test out on. Something strong." "All right. I'll keep the demon knights from meddling." "What should we call this demon?" Jura looked at Yvonne, and the demon elite looked quizzically back at them. Its large sword glowed red and then black. A black flame emerged from it. Demon fire again. How nostalgic. The walker stepped closer. A bit more. I just needed its entire massive body entirely within range. Most of the horde of soldier demonoids crossed the second layer of defenses. Those makeshift walls really didn't last very long, but it served the purpose. "For Tree," Horns mentally shouted. "Battle beetles, let's go!" There was no new beetle type. It was just a name Horns came up with. It was punny, he said. Wisp said their personalities took after an aspect of their creators, so I thought Horns inherited a punny part of me. Beetles streamed out of the tunnels under the second and third layer of walls, charging into the mass of demonoids from both sides, and the entire area turned into a massive brawl. Strangely, despite the chaos of the brawl, all the demons had the sense to avoid the demon elite and Jura, both in intense, rather high-speed combat. The demon elite or general could fly, but at that distance, neither could really hurt each other. It seemed that the demon elite wasn't much of a spellcaster, so they went into a full melee. Jura ducked, dodged, and sidestepped the demon elite's large bastard sword repeatedly, often narrowly avoiding mini-explosions from the sword blast. "Demon General's a better name?" Jura's sword cut the demon general's wings, but the wings regenerated. It roared in response, its mouth shooting out a mini projectile at Jura. "Unscrew this!" Bamboo generated a massive wooden shield in front of Jura. The wooden shield disintegrated, but it seemed like the demon general didn't have that many uses of that projectile, since it went back into melee. Right above, the demon walker stepped even closer. Its feet now crossed over the third layer walls easily. It roared again. This time the energy blast aimed right at the forest. Right at me. "It can sense our presence, Master," Trevor commented. "It knows of the magical energies you are radiating." In my mind, I didn't think so. Steelwood barrier ×5. Thank goodness I seem to have more than a few hundred uses of these shield skills per day. Multiple large wooden barriers once again appeared to block the energy blast. 4 barriers disintegrated, but the last one held. Well, what do you know? My shields at this distance can stop that blast. Below it, the beetles and the demonoids fought it out in a massive brawl. The militia and the Order's soldiers kept up the volley of arrows, but in such a state, there was quite a bit of friendly fire. The beetles' large sizes didn't help. The walker roared again, and the spires on its back glowed red, and another spire glowed purple. Once that started, the demonoids glowed red too, and they went into a kind of battle frenzy, and the damage suffered by the demonoids seemingly regenerated. Oh, that castle's an aura machine. I mentally smacked myself. Of course, the castle imparted passive buffs, like me. The spires started to shoot out smaller, less powerful energy blasts.
And it's equipped with laser turrets. Alexis looked in amazement. It's a walking laser tank.
For me, those glowing red spires reminded me of the obelisk of light. The blood rituals don't look so bad now. I sighed. To be fair, without the walker, I'd defeat the 40,000, even 60,000 demonoids without a problem. 10,000 beetles would have taken out 20,000 demonoids easy. Clearly, for regular humans without special anti-demon skills and weapons, they would need to gather a large group of high-level individuals, at least multiple level 80s. It really made my multiplier against demons a great advantage. Medeus, together with the mages of New Phreaka, changed their targets to the giant walker, since it was hard to avoid friendly fire with the beetles fighting literally in the trenches. Roseanne was doing fine. She had a whip-like weapon that seemed to cut through the demons like they were made of paper, and it was only against the knights that she needed help from the beetles. "We've got them held up at the 3rd layer," one of the captains said. Well, the 4th layer was the last layer of walls, and after that, it was New Phreaka's own town walls or the forest itself. I wasn't keen on letting the walker anywhere near the forest, since the treefolk village was between me and them. The walker stepped in and kicked the 3rd layer's walls with its large feet. Oh, I kind of forgot that it could just hit things instead of using the energy blast. And it kicked again. And that segment of the walls crumbled. Most of the men had retreated to the 4th layer. It was mostly just ranged combat except for beetles. Some of the soldier elites also tried to fight the demonoids. By now, the demonoids thinned to about 30,000, and I'd lost about half of my beetles. Some losses of soldiers of the Order, mostly from the walker. But it looked like they would have to bear some more. The walker stepped through the crumbled sections. It kicked the 4th layer walls with incredible force, and then, strangely, walked past the 4th layer of walls. It walked toward me as if it knew I was there, waiting.
Oh, it dares to approach Tree. Alexis grinned. Even though Tree has anti-demon powers.
It roared. My wooden shields blocked the energy blast. Good. Come. Get as close as you need to so I can shove all the roots I have through your body. Let's see whether there was going to be any collateral damage. Have the treefolk evacuated? Let me check. Yes, Trevor said. Most of them were now in the designated safe houses. Those that could fight were on the 4th wall, and some back at New Phreaka's town walls. The demonoid army was still behind it, caught up in the brawl with the beetles, though some were trickling past the 3rd wall. Jura and the demon general fought toe-to-toe, as Yvonne focused on fighting the other demon knights that tried to come to the demon general's aid. Jura still had an edge, but if there was 2 of them, he'd be in trouble. He took a few hits, but thankfully the armor bore the brunt of it. Yvonne, on the other hand, focused on the other demon knights. At first Yvonne wanted to help, but her own level was only about 60, so she changed her targets. Jura and the demon general traded blows. The demon general leaped high up, half of its wings torn from an earlier well-placed slash. Its large bastard sword cracked, and a massive wooden fist punched it right in the body. It staggered back, and Jura changed weapons again. The wooden swords didn't last long, but he had a whole lot stored. So, any tricks? Jura's body was surrounded by bamboo's wood armor, and its flexible form meant it was also a weapon. Or were you just faster, stronger, and hit a whole lot harder?"
The demon general staggered, even with the aura effects from the demon spires. There were 3 wooden spears lodged in its body. The wooden spears enchanted with holy magic and made from Tree's anti-demon wooden stakes. Its enchantment meant it drained some demonic energy out of the demon general.
"Well, time to end this. Speed slash!"
A flash of light, and the demon general's body was cut in half. Then it disintegrated.
Just a faster, stronger demon knight. I'd be worried if they start having actual skills.
Jura did a fist, and then he realized there was still a whole lot of demons to fight. Good. I'm going to be fighting the Demon Walker now.
Is this what Godzilla looked like? It's massive.
Mila looked in amazement.
Are we going to have a monster fight now? Tree versus Demon Walker?
Size-wise, it was larger than the earlier demon champions, but it felt like maybe it was not as strong. Or maybe there was some trade-off. It certainly didn't feel as threatening, despite its enormous size. A demon champion. I'd long awaited this day. The special anti-demon bolts were ready. I'd gained 20 levels and many skills since I last fought the demon champions 8 years ago, and I had more hero fragments, too. I had prepared for this moment, with skills and items. I believed I could take it, and now to see whether I could. The giant demon walked, and now it was on the very edges of my forest, and that was as far as I was going to let it go. A wall of wood shields appeared in front of it.
"You shall not pass,"
Alexis shouted. Mila did a facepalm.
"That's lame."
Super anti-demon root strikes ×5, all tipped with the specially made demon bolts. 1 root strike for one of those giant legs. The roots shot out of the ground, a dense energy surrounding each of the bolts and the edge. And it exploded right on the legs. The demon walker roared, and this time it shot out a few energy blasts. I blocked 3 of them, but the 4th one left leveled a patch of forests and destroyed a section of the tree folks' village. Still, I was happy. The root strikes did what I expected them to do. It stopped walking as large chunks were taken out of its 5 legs. It looked unsteady, as if it was going to crumble on its own weight. But it didn't. It roared again, and this time it turned its head. It wasn't aimed at me, but at the 4th layer of walls. Shit! I created the wood shields in the wrong place, and the blast vaporized a large chunk of the 4th layer walls. Some of the beetles and soldiers there were killed.
Tree! Don't let it shoot at us!" Jura shouted.
Some of the men were buried under the rubble. All it could do now was shoot. The spires on its back glowed and shot out red beams, and it set a portion of the forest on fire. Its large head roared again and blasted 1 more energy blast. My wooden shields caught the shot, but still, the impact caused the space right before the shields to burst into flames. Constrict. Using vines, I attempted to force the head to aim only at me. Super anti-demon root strike ×5. More bolts, and this time, before it could release another round of energy blasts, I took out its 5 feet. The giant crashed into the ground, and with it came a huge shockwave of smoke and dust. But it wasn't dead yet, the spires on its back still shooting beams. Still, I was confident. Let's see whether it had any tricks left. Super anti-demon root strike ×5. More bolts. I had about 90 bolts left and had many more super root strikes to go. It struggled. It roared again, and more energy blasts. This time I thought it used a special attack, because it blasted through all of the defensive shields I had, and then blew up 3 subsidiary trees, and then the energy blast smacked right into my main body. And I felt a chunk of my bark fall off.
Oh, I'm still alive. Thank goodness for all the fragments. Well, let's retaliate. Super anti-demon root strike times 10. The hard shell around the main body shattered on impact, and a few of my roots struck whatever was inside. I thought I hit something important. The ground shook, like something exploded inside of its body. Its head roared again, charging another energy blast. This time because of the poor angle. The shot went wide and flew into the sky. No chances. I shot out another 10 super anti-demon root strike, aimed at the giant head. It cracked, and then the entire head crumbled. The spires of the castle collapsed. A humanoid giant appeared in its place. Its body was half-hexed, as if the demon flesh was rotting, and each step, chunks of it fell off as if it was melting. If this was what the hex bomb did, it felt like the future was going to be quite grim. The giant humanoid demon stepped forward and more parts fell off. Yet I saw it struggling as it attempted to regenerate the destroyed parts. It was an ongoing battle between the demon's regeneration and the corruption of the hex bomb. It was a demon, and there was no time for caution. Super anti-demon root strike times 2. 2 roots shot out of the ground and impaled the giant through its chest, and what I suspected was the head. Seriously, a humanoid demon. And then it disintegrated, along with the rest of the demon walker body. Is that it? The walker is down! The walker is down! Alexis shouted and clapped her spirit-like hands. I mentally made a fist bump. I'd finally reached the point where I could take on a champion by myself. As the body disintegrated, the aura from the spires faded too. The elves, centaurs, treefolk, and beetles who were busy fighting the regular demonoids suddenly found their opponents had become far weaker than they originally were. The energy that was resisting and offsetting my lesser demonic suppression was gone, and now they felt the full effect of the aura. What was left of the 20,000 or so weakened humanoid demons fell to the might of the remaining forces, or were skewered in the flood of root strikes that followed. Level up. You are now level 137, plus 5 levels. Skill acquired, Healing Aura. Skill upgraded, Subsidiary Trees, 15,000. Subsidiary Trees gains a share of main body's environmental adaptations and auras. Only applies to subsidiary trees within 100 kilometers of main tree. Skill upgraded, Woodcrafting. Skill upgraded, Steelwood Barrier. Skill upgraded, Root Tunnels. Year 81, Month 6, continued. We lived. Yvonne sat. I thought that was not the hardest battle I've been in. Jura tapped her shoulder. We've still got work to do. He pointed to the many, many injured soldiers and the dead. The energy blasts from the demon walker still killed many, and there was a portion of New Freaka that was blasted wide open. A whole load of repairs had to be done. But the demon walker was defeated. We deserve a celebration, the captain said. Jura smiled. Perhaps, though I would give credit to Tritri's exceptional anti-demon weapons. Their demon general would have lasted a lot longer without his demon-draining weapons. But you would still win. Jura just smiled and looked at a young girl running over, her short hair fluttering. Lausanne was covered in dirt, blood, and a whole load of demonic shards. Mostly unhurt. Uncle!
She landed right in front of him. "I destroyed 87 demons."
"Good job."
Juris smiled and just rubbed her head.
"Hope you gain a level."
"I hope I gain many levels."
Juris smiled.
"How was it? Your first true battlefield experience?"
"Oh, it was a lot less bloody and messy than my dreams. I think Tree exaggerated how gory and brutal it is."
Tree, been giving you gory war dreams, eh?
Jura frowned a little. Using the essences and my own memories of wars, I could somewhat mold the general direction and types of dreams Lausanne got. I honestly didn't know what exactly happened in the dreams. Dream Tutor was kind of like a random map generator, where I put in the parameters and ingredients and things just happened.
"Yeah, I told him I wanted to feel like—"
Lausanne then paused.
"Oops."
Yvonne frowned too.
"I better check what dreams the other kids are getting. It's not good to have visions of death and destruction at that age."
What, I needed to start parental guidances for dreams now? Lausanne shook her head.
Tree was just helping, so that I know what to do when it's the real thing."
Jura sighed.
"Anyway, not a good time to argue about it. Let's get the wounded to the healers, those seriously wounded to the biopods, and the dead to the morgue."
There were a lot of wounded and dead soldiers, despite my interference. About 800 soldiers and close to 7,000 beetles still died in the fight against the demons. The soldier deaths mostly from the demon knights. But then my new healing aura kicked in, and for the injured, their wounds began to heal even before the healers got to them. And my new aura even improved the effect of healing.
"New skill?"
Jura asked, noticing the unusually quick recovery of his own cuts and wounds, and those injured suddenly finding their strength returning to them.
"Yep."
The mood all round was mixed, but getting better. Some groups were upset and mourned the deaths of their comrades. Some were just incredibly amazed that they survived a battle against a towering giant. And of those that survived, a lot of the soldiers would gain levels from this battle. The citizens also got the signal to leave their respective bunkers and hideouts, and there was a big blast that wrecked a portion of the city. I also had to get the mages to help put out the fires, since I didn't have my own water magic. Beetles closed in on what remained of the demon walker. I had a quarantine zone established, and Medeus, our resident wizard, was tasked to investigate the remains. There was massive rubble where the main body of the walker collapsed, and most of the demon walker's body disintegrated into nothingness. But there was still some remains. The rotting thing was the hex. Like a sludge, it now pooled on the ground.
"Aeon, can you see this?"
Medeus poked it with his wooden stick. It kind of latched on, like a slimy thing. Medeus likes to refer to me as Aeon, since he felt it was inappropriate to refer to me as Tree. He poked it. It was not exactly a slime, but it sure radiated a kind of energy.
"I don't feel too good being so close."
Then stay away. Inspection. A hex, made from the sacrifice of souls. Didn't tell much. Can you do anything about it? Medeus tried to use some spells, but the hex just kind of stayed there. It didn't react. Can you blast it to smithereens or something?
"Nope."
Medeus did a fireball. Hex remained. It was not exactly destroyable. It kind of just got splattered. "So we just leave it there?" I asked. This was new to me. Medeus looked at his staff. The hex had damaged the wood somewhat. A section that had come in contact with the hex was rotting.
Yeah, I think it's best we just seal off this area and let the hex dissipate naturally.
I wasn't sure whether I should get near the hex, though. Alexis's nuclear description somehow made me suspicious that this hex might be radioactive residue. But I had to know for sure. Can you take a very small sample? Just 1 cup?
Oh, okay.
I had one of the beetles carry the small wooden container. The almost black hex slime seemed to have a purple glow. And really, Alexis took a glance at it, shook her head. Disgusting. As a precaution, I created a biolab some distance away, such that if anything happened, such as rotting, I could cut off the biolab and I wouldn't suffer the consequences. This hex thing, it's created from sacrifices, eh? I asked.
Yeah, blood magic's quite special, in the sense that it powers itself and lasts really long. But of course the cost of it is usually someone's life. It's common in the countries with extensive slavery some time ago, but its practice and use has dwindled as the constant use of slaves is unsustainable, and there is often a great deal of backlash from blood magic, such as the spellcasters suffering nightmares or perpetual hauntings.
Alexis went into full nerdy magic mode. Even Medeas didn't know that much. But it seemed Alexis was a mage, and she did somehow manage to read such things.
It's just bad.
Mila frowned her wooden eyebrows. I thought they looked like little stems from a flower. She had an actual flower on her head now. She said it helped in the whole hospitality business thing.
According to our modern sensibilities, Alexis frowned, but blood magic is primordial. I recall meeting a shaman on one of the islands we visited, and they used to sacrifice goats and cows to the gods, and they say they've been doing it for ages. Kind of like our ancient civilizations, Mila. Which one? Most of the Mesoamerican ones. Even now there are some ritual sacrifices that happen in many cultures. I would think there must be some parallels with how blood magic is in this world. Perhaps they sacrifice and trade for some godly powers?
I took a look at the blackish hex liquid. Godly? Certainly didn't feel that way. But, well, what did I know?
How do you plan to investigate it? Biolab? Pour it into your pod and figure it out? Alexis asked.
Yeah, it certainly looked a bit organic. Well, yeah, black hex-like thing. Maybe it was like sludge from, like, a petrol spill? But there was a purple glow. So there was clearly some magic to it happening. I decided I needed more time to think about what I was going to do. So I let the specimen sit on a little storage container in that lone biolab in a corner of the valley. Year 81, Month 7. After a brief status check, New Freaka emerged mostly unharmed. The site of where the hex sludge left behind by the massive demon walker, by order of the council and order, was to be quarantined. So it was now surrounded by walls and guarded by beetles. If reports were true, they would spawn monsters, though so far I had not seen any. The sludge kind of just pooled together into a large blackish pool, and it seemed they were somewhat magically intertwined, like magnets, that they would naturally merge into one interconnected body. Not that anyone wanted to get near it. It seemed Medeas said he felt sick for a few days, and I had to check on him. It wasn't a bodily sickness, or maybe if it was, It wasn't something that healing aura or my powers did offset. It really did give credence to the whole radiation theory that Alexis had. But the idea of doing nuclear fusion or fission with souls just boggled my mind. I think the Tree of Prayer does relieve the symptoms a bit. I think it's all the negative energy from the blood sacrifice, Medeus theorized. Again, something worth investigating. Or maybe it could just be additional placebo from the calming effects of the Tree of Prayer. On the political front, the defeat of the Demon Walker was significant and greatly boosted the Order's standing. Jura was now viewed as a hero, and the soldiers, even those from the Council, now viewed Jura as a respectful, good man, because he fought on the front lines, unlike the Council, who hid or fled. That meant the Council had to shut up on their anti-Order rhetoric, though I suspected this silence was only a temporary one. The euphoria and memories of this battle would fade, and with it these power-hungry folks would rear their head again someday. And the news of the victory spread quickly, drawing the attention of the guilds. The Merchant Guild has determined that we are a high-priority safe zone in the region, and they will send a fair bit of resources and manpower here. The Order's treasurer read out the notice. The Guild plans to explore the possibility of establishing a regional trade coordination and cartography center, and also a collection of high-security storage warehouses. Jura clapped his hand. I must confess I don't exactly understand what some of those words are, but it sounds like a good thing. The merchants' guilds were essentially like the world's shipping companies. They were the blood vessels that connected the world. So much produce and money changed hands through the guilds that they often were able to sway kingdoms into fighting wars for them. But I wondered whether this world had protests against banks and corporations. After all, capitalism can be pretty nasty. The treasurer nodded. It is. They will be having a proper office here, and an actual merchant prince or guild trader, rather than just appointed representatives. This is usually followed with the opening of a guild's marketplace and exchange, and the regional contracts department. The council will be approached to discuss the regulations on the market once they arrive to survey the location. Jura nodded. Honestly, trade was not his strongest suit, though he had improved. Lao Fen just smiled. Don't worry. Most of us will attend the meetings and will let you have the summary. The recent battle also made the elves think about the future of their combat forces. We need more combat experience. Lausanne looked at Yvonne. The demons are coming. You know it. We know it. Everyone knows it. All of us need to have experience. Lausanne referred to the rest of the Valthorn, especially the 4 girls from the first batch. Yvonne shook her head. I spoke with Tree and Jura, and we're only letting those at level 20 actually join the battle. Until then, the rest of them are staying back. Only one of the girls had hit level 20, so she would join the next battle, if there was one. But Lady Yvonne, it doesn't make sense. We gain levels when we participate in battles. Holding us back is just taking away our levels. And Tree needs high-leveled fighters to fight the high-leveled enemies. I know, but they are too young, and they are not ready. They are not you, Lausanne. If they don't get chances, they never will be. Lausanne was now 12, so she had more opinions. I gained 7 levels in that battle. 7. I'm almost level 40 now. By most accounts, she'd be classified as a genius. Wasn't it you that told us that during great battles, explosive leveling happens? Then why are they not given the chance? Yvonne sighed.
I get your point. Let me discuss with the rest perhaps an arrangement, depending on what kind of battles. If it's a smaller-scale battle, we can consider putting you and the girls on support."
Lausanne nodded. For me, I did need to expand the Valthorns. It was true that I couldn't multitask as well as I liked, and when I ended up focused on the Demon Walker, my ability to coordinate all the other fights on the ground had to be delegated to my tree minds, and yet I still needed my skills on hand against the Walker. So I needed more high-level fighters, multiple Juras and Yvonnes, to win such a fight consistently, with minimal casualties. Speaking of casualties, there was a funeral procession for those who fell in battle. It was something one of the officers suggested, something they had from where they came from. A practice of one of the world's southern continental religions, the Urgama, to honor the dead. And the benefits of it was that the dead spirit apparently enchanted the surviving soldiers to carry on the fight. The mechanics of how such a magic worked was interesting, and as a soul tree that helped the reincarnation and passing on of the fallen spirits, it was educational.
"Surely they don't have time to do such processions when a demon army is on their doorstep," Alexis wondered.
The southern continent was embroiled in massive wars with the demon hordes. According to the merchants, there were 4 demon walkers in that continent alone, and inland trade prices were sky high. I wouldn't know. Well, for us, the procession went on, and we didn't get any blessings, or at least nothing I could see for now. It was all business as usual in my soul realm, too. People were dying all over the continent to the demon hordes, but thanks to the fall of the demon walker, it seemed the rate of death throughout the entire continent also somewhat dropped. I wondered whether it was a coincidence, or the walker had some kind of continental boost ability. If it did, would the king have some kind of worldwide ability? But anyway, it was still not the end. Now that the demon walker battle was over, I went back to making more demon weapons and research. The whole shtick with restoring Jura's hand was still ongoing. So, more brutal animal explosion followed. But I was getting there, I think. I had to get some help in cleaning the room, though, since there was a lot of blood splattered everywhere. So I made a quarantine area where the specimen animals remained, and blew up. Or lately it was more like leaking pipes, like the tail would regrow and then somehow a hole would appear and blood just kept dripping out of it, and no amount of healing would fix it because it was a flaw in the soul. In a way, it was like 3D printing. I had to set up the template in the soul, and then the body would heal in accordance to that template. At the same time, I needed to make the soul part using my new tools in a 3D printing fashion, putting the bits and pieces in piece by piece. All of this was from a sudden epiphany when I saw a key duplication contraption one of the new Freaka's smiths had. Essentially, I needed a tool that worked simultaneously, that read whatever scan results I had and reproduced it in the Soul Forge. Also, I needed to build a library of organs that I could use in the future. Kind of like playing Spores, the game. Honestly, I didn't know why it took me so long to figure shit out. Maybe there was mold in my wooden brain somewhere. Oh, and on research. Where was I? Research status. Beetle. Anti-magma armors, Stage 4, completed. Metal hyperaccumulator trees, Stage 1, completed. Phytoremediation process, basic, 10 months. Ah, yes, I had new accumulator trees. These hyperaccumulators functioned primarily to absorb high levels of metallic content from the contaminated poop ground, which continued to be something of a problem, even if a contained one. But I suppose it was a good time to force the council.
We're having the upper hand after the recent victory. The population sees us as the protectors of the valley, and Tree's position was close to unassailable. And we want to use that goodwill on sewers.
One of the treasurers tried to debate with Jura in the meeting room. Yes, sewers. We need sewers.
Why not more seats? Have our own candidates on the council against the other group. Some of the independent-leaning councillors now feel they should lean toward us, given the Order's secure position as the defenders of the valley. No political power can change that.
Jura frowned. Sometimes the Order's own officers got sucked into politics.
Perhaps we need more resources for the Order's military?
Jura frowned too. Between me and Jura, both of us generally felt that quantity was unnecessary. I'd need about 3 to 4 months to replenish the beetles, but my beetle army was tough, and for what it was worth, unlimited and expendable. The only drawback was that they couldn't gain levels, but who cared when I had so many of them? If anything, it was the Valthorns that needed to be expanded. There was really no point throwing more fodder at a monster like the Demon General or the Demon Walker. The merchants delivered the gems that provided light and other stuff meant for the hideouts, and it came with an alchemist's contraption thing, so I requested for one of each for research, which led to an upgrade for my labs. Biolab upgraded, centrifuge. Material lab upgraded, centrifuge. These gems were essentially concentrated light, mana-sensitive rock, and mana that, via some fluke of natural magical forces, formed into a gem. There were apparently artificial variants as well, but these didn't last as long as the naturally mined gems. This new centrifuge essentially acted as a concentrator, creating for higher concentrations and enriched versions of ginseng. Okay, it worked for more than just ginseng. I meant things, but when I was thinking about the possible uses of this item... Wait. If I needed to concentrate ginseng, and concentrating them eventually made them into gems, that meant I should be able to use gems as soul forge components. But I tried that previously, when I acquired gemstones. Running the ginseng through the centrifuge, I got concentrated ginseng, medium quality, that took the appearance of a brownish paste, kind of like those funky pastes used in exotic oriental massages. Was this it? Maybe I needed to soak it in mana or something, like how there was a layer of mana on the body. It was really not going anywhere, was it? Again? Jura asked. Well, he was busy. There was still a lot of demonic movements to keep track of. It had been a year since the rifts opened, so the Demon King should appear soon. No, I just wanted to test something out. Infusing ginseng into Jura's soul using the soul forge took about an hour. Strangely easy. Ginseng infusion successful. How do you feel? Nothing. Did you do anything? Jura woke up from the quick nap. Or maybe not yet. Maybe it takes a while. Year 81, Month 8. Will the Council grant us rights to refuge, rights to purchase land and build a mansion? A royal envoy from a nearby nation of Rajasthan came, with gifts and money. They were not the only ones. What was happening was quite simple. The royalties of the nearby nation, now that they realized I could fend off a demon walker, wanted to set up a refuge. Essentially, they would buy land and build a small palace where their family could hide. although the kings usually did not leave. There were some weird rules about kings' powers being related to being present in their kingdoms, but these kings wanted to protect their offspring and successors by sending them away to a safe house. Kind of like what Medeus's allies did. But they wanted exemptions, special treatment, and the ability to rule over their own properties, which was absolutely ridiculous.
It's politically advantageous for us to accept, but if we do, we must be prepared to accept most of them, except those who have crossed us,
the councillor said. A delegation from the council and the envoys came to present the case. The council, being the usual politicians, would like to agree. But Jura said,
"This is a decision for Aeon. It is his protection to give, not ours."
I do not fancy the creation of a royal district where our laws do not apply. The idea that all these runaway princes came to my place and set up little outposts just frankly annoyed me. When I imagined all these stuck-up royals treating this little valley of mine as their summer palace, I just felt disgusted. No, they may come as regular guests, but they will be treated in the same manner as any other refugee in this valley. If the council wishes to extend any privileged treatment to them, let them know that I will not recognize that privilege, and if I so desire, I will not hesitate to crush them. In this valley they are ordinary souls like anyone else. The councillors froze.
But, Council Jura, surely Aeon can recognize the value these royals can bring.
Jura shrugged.
I am afraid the tree spirit was very firm about not giving royals any privileged treatment.
And if I may add, accepting royals and granting them special treatment contradicts why New Freaka exists. Do you guys really want to put up with the whims of royalty all over again? Do you not forget that it was royal conflicts that brought all of you here?
They can still come, should the demons ever threaten their lands. But they will be like any other refugee.
One of the councillors stared at Jura.
The tree spirit has no concept of royalty?
Jura nodded.
He is aware of it, but he does not intend to recognize their power in this valley.
3 of the envoys from 3 kingdoms were present.
Surely there is something that our kingdoms may provide to sway the tree spirit's view?
It was one of the order's head priests who responded.
Aeon's protection is a blessing, and one couldn't haggle or bargain one's blessing, even if you are royalty. Accept or do not. When you stand before a local deity, what is a royal?
I mentally cheered for the priest. Good comeback. I was a bit embarrassed that they thought I was some kind of deity, but I was too far into that whole religious shtick to bother correcting it now. And if I gained even more levels, I guessed a deity wasn't too far off anyway. The envoys frowned. One of the envoys, the one from Rajakscan, then said,
"It's a shame that the tree spirit of this valley rejects our king's offer. I will relay the message, and I fear he will not be pleased."
I told Jura then, "Is that a threat? I don't like receiving threats." Of course, the envoys couldn't hear this. Jura smiled at the envoy.
"I am afraid your king must get used to it. Aeon's under no obligation to obey a king's demands. What more one of another nation? And Aeon did not even heed the views of his council?" the envoy retorted.
Aeon was here before the council was born, and he may remove the council should he so please.
Jura smiled, but it was a creepy kind of smile, and the room's air suddenly felt heavy. A warlord's skill, heavyweight presence. He looked at the councillors, and the counselors somehow all took 2 steps back. The envoy, too, took a step back. Then he drew in a deep breath and sighed.
I see. But surely we can still purchase property in Nufrika.
You may, but your property will be subject to all of Nufrika's rules and regulations. There will be no exemptions. In short, you will be like any other wealthy merchant who invests in a property in Nufrika. And know this, you will be watched.
The envoys traded glances. They discussed with each other a bit, but then they all decided to leave. But I could still eavesdrop on them as they walked back to their inns.
"Who does this tree spirit think he is?" one envoy said. "Our king's adventurers can chop down a tree."
"But your adventurers cannot slay a demon walker," the envoy for another country said, "or you wouldn't be here."
"Ugh!"
The Rajakscan envoy said,
A powerful druid or monster tamer should be able to sway this tree spirit's mind.
"I wouldn't count on that. Any monster able to slay a demon walker has to be at least level 100, and you won't find many druids or monster tamers willing to even try taming a creature of that level. It's a life-or-death battle." The Rajakscan envoy nodded.
Perhaps. Maybe a heroic artifact could.
The 2 other envoys' eyes lit up.
Ah, that certainly changes things. Is there such an artifact?
The Rajakscan envoy said,
The elven kingdoms may still possess Rohana's staff. I reckon a level 80 druid wielding that can bend this tree's will.
The 2 envoys laughed.
And I thought you have such an item. That staff was destroyed long ago.
Was it?
I had the impression it was what they used to keep the guardian tree of the elven capital under control. Ha! Don't tell me you believe some of that kind of silly propaganda. It's myth to maintain the royal family's legitimacy.
The envoy frowned.
Well, the king won't be pleased with this. I don't know how to go back.
"Well, we're in the same boat. I bet the king's gonna have my head. He tends to do that when he loses his temper."
I'm just going to fake my death. Demons killed me on the journey back. That's going to be my story.
The 3 envoys sulked together. Were there seriously no good kings around? Or do they just die because they were too nice? Year 81, Month 9. Another demon walker had been spotted on our continent this month, and strength returned to the demonoid forces throughout the continent. Thankfully, it appeared far south, nearer to Gila. I guess they could use their newfound sacrificial blood magic powers and test it out. For us, we still saw small packs of roaming demonoids close to our territories, but they were easily crushed by the patrolling beetles. It was a bit annoying that we were only free from demon walkers for 3 months. But then again, I was expecting the Demon King within the next 6 months. Couldn't be helped that the escorts would increase before the main character came along. We just hoped it appeared on the southern continent, where there were now 6 demon walkers. The nations in the south managed to kill 1 using the blood magic, but it took more than 1 shot to slay the demon walkers. So it was really quite a miserable battlefield, the southern continent. I heard from Jura that they'd sent all sorts of requests for assistance. Too bad for them. That was their problem. For now, I focused on rebuilding my stockpile of anti-demon bolts. Year 81, Month 10. Winter arrived early. Apparently something to do with moon movements, according to Medeus. Every 30 to 32 years or so, the moons changed position, and somehow caused this world's winter to last a month longer. Not sure how that actually worked and why, or whether it was magic. And fun fact about the world, nobody could agree on how many moons there were. Some said 3, some said 4, some said 10. The night sky, even with magic, sometimes revealed odd moons that only appeared every now and then.
Elliptical moons,
Alexis said. She'd been sky-gazing almost every day. She'd even gotten a telescope recently.
I suspect some of them have century-long orbits.
That's like crazy.
Mila was quite into the moon and star stuff, too, but mostly for astrological sign stuff. Some of her guests enjoyed that kind of service.
I thought even the biggest planets from our world orbit the sun in a few years. How can something orbit a small planet so slowly?
Or they could be just comets. Not strange for them to mistake comets for moons. Comets have crazy orbits. Could just be magic. Well, that was my view. I mean, there was really no reason why the astronomical rules that applied from one world should carry over into another world. The forces acting on interstellar objects could be different. Maybe there was a fifth magic force. Or maybe dark matter in this world comprised of ether or star mana. You know, weird shit like that.
True. Alexis sighed. Tree, how high can you grow?
Why? That was a weird off-topic comment.
I wonder whether it's possible for you to grow until, well, space. Like a space elevator. Or maybe you could be like a super-tall viewing gallery and observation tower.
That's going to be absurdly high, I said. No way. The required height of a space elevator was dependent on rotational spin and planetary gravity. Unless I had some kind of magical item or object that created some kind of levitation effect, such that it functioned as a counterweight, I doubted it. I recalled Earth's space elevator needed to be like 35,000 kilometers high. How could a tree ever grow that tall? Unless there was some really wonky magic.
I mean, maybe you could be like magically super strong that you could support the weight. Maybe you could even reach like a... what's the word for it? Geostationary orbit?
Alexis mused.
Or low planet orbit?
Mila shook her head.
I think you should just think about using magic. Magical rockets, Alexis. Magical rockets and levitation.
But why would I even want to grow so tall that I reached space? Was there something to achieve there? Fruit satellites?